this is the moment of truth. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
India, you know I loved you. I loved you since the moment I met you. I'm meeting your music. So thank you for joining us. I think you have a very nuanced perspective about this, and I really respect it. You said that Joe Rogan has spurred this protest, but it's not actually about him. What's it about, man?
I knew about Joe Rogan's insensitive comments around race before, because I'm a podcast listener and I heard many episodes of his podcast. When I learned of his language, I just tuned out on my own. There's been an ongoing argument and ongoing trials about how now with these digital streaming platforms, how these working artists are paid. And it's so low, and they say, like, it's just how it is. There's actually a trial coming up where there's still going to be ongoing trials about how to get this rate to be more fair for working musicians. And so there's that conversation, and then there's Spotify comes in, and there's this big payment to this guy that a lot of people find offensive. It doesn't matter what his name is. There's a person here that a lot of people find offensive, and we also find our lack of pay offensive, and that creates a different conversation. Because I can tune out on Joe Rogan on my own. It's fine. I don't have to tell people that what I know. I just don't have to listen. If you bring it into my world, now I have to say something. And also, like, I don't think that Joe Rogan is racist for using it. I think he's insensitive for using it. So just don't, you know?
A few moments later.
And so for me, when I think about, I want to be nice. I was going to say this name that I'm tired of saying. But for me, when I think about Joe Rogan, I think that he is being consciously racist.
Now, ordinarily, I might say something like, this started off as a principled stand, and it eventually devolved into a half-brained cash grab. But in the case of India Ari, it was a cash grab from the very beginning.
The subscription fees go somewhere. So you take this money that's generated over here and you use it to invest in this guy. Do what you want. But take me off. Or pay me too. And I don't just mean me, I mean us. Artists like me. Pay us too.
India Ari is basically the urban version of a ditzy blonde. I mean, her hands are all over the place. Woman can barely form a coherent thought. But she does know enough to be able to say, I want more money. Now, that much she was able to figure out how to say. But as it stands, when it comes time to talk to white power, India Ari can't really form a coherent thought. Joe Rogan's a racist, but I don't think that he's really racist. He's consciously racist. And before that, it was she wants to tell the guys from Spotify why don't they pay her more money. She wants a bigger cut from the sale of each song that streams. But when the guys from Spotify call her, she doesn't really know what to say. This woman's all over the place. See, that's the problem when you got some bootleg, and yeah, I call her a freaking bootleg, ain't no other word for it. This woman was not interested in principle at all. That's why, although I used the video that she had posted online and told people where it came from, you didn't see me put on the caper saying India Ari, she's just standing up for what's right. It's like, nah, this is the person who it came from, because whenever it comes to these black celebrities, they always break bad on us. It always goes like this. It reminds me of the whole Oscars so white thing. You had people like Jada Pinkett making complaints about why aren't there more black Oscar nominees and winners and etc. What they're really saying is they want more work. Can you guys give us another paycheck? We'll lay off of you if you give us some more money. That's the problem with these black celebrities. They're looking out for themselves. That's the reason why you had the A-Dunce crowd, who were just too dense to figure out that Byron Allen was playing them for fools, but then again, that's what you do with a mark. You don't respect a mark, you use a mark, and that's exactly what those clowns let happen to themselves. And as soon as Byron Allen felt like he got his equity out of that particular operation, he moved on and dumped them where he found them. This is why these black celebrities can be dangerous, especially when the white media decides they're going to put them in front of a camera. And India Ari, her brain was just going back and forth like a freaking sci-fi movie with a computer that's having a short circuit. She can't figure out what the heck she wants to say. She doesn't know whether to spin or go blind. Joe Rogan is a racist before he's not, before he is again. It's about making sure she gets more money right before everyone should get more money, and it's about respect. You see, this is the danger of of having individuals who are used to having all of these advisors, these hangers-on, and people from the dominant society who are in their circle. And as soon as they get their noses bent out of joint about something, usually some white supremacist bigot says something and this person feels some kind of way about it, they're trying to vent their little feelings about what is clearly racist, but at the same time they're also thinking about what are all of these white people that I got in my circle going to think about it if I call out white supremacy and they're doing the same kind of things. And the white media will take an empty-headed ditz like India Ari, take one of these shower heads, and try to hold her up as a shining example of, well, black folks don't really know what they want when it comes to racism, like India Ari. And they'll give her phony praise and pretend as if she's something great, when the truth of the matter is, they fully recognize that her brains are like scrambled eggs, and that this woman doesn't have the sense that God gave a dog. They also know that when it comes to these black celebrities, they've had years to get their hooks into these fools. Oh, hell, you ain't got to get your hooks into them. These guys are coming up to the white media with their noses wide open. They're ripe for a fall from the jump. They're just looking for somebody to put them on the payroll, and as soon as they get themselves a contract, they go, oh, I thought I was going to get kicked off big. No, white supremacy doesn't believe in doing it. I mean, just the bootleg explaining was out of control. I don't think being a racist makes you a bad person necessarily. It makes you a person who was raised in our society. Being a racist is the very definition of a bad person. And then she's saying, I don't think he fully understands what he did. Make up your freaking mind, you idiot. Either he's consciously racist or he didn't fully understand what he did. You can't have it both ways. But that's exactly what she's trying to do. I don't know if she was smoking too much of the wacky tobacco or what have you, but this woman, for God's sake, she ain't got the sense that God gave a half-eaten cantaloupe. And if you saw the interview with Trevor Noah that she had, here this guy is, the tragic mulatto, the tragic immigrant mulatto, and here he is talking about all sorts of, well, there's classifications of racist, you know, and not everybody is just irredeemable. Some people are just, he was basically speaking in so much gibberish, trying to give a pass to people. Yeah, there are times when it's not the, give me a break. They're giving all of these mixed signals, which is exactly the point. Muddy the waters and try to leave us with status quo ante, which is, well, these white supremacists running around using the N-word, and not to mention there wasn't much said at all about the whole Planet of the Apes thing. Interesting how people keep consistently overlooking that. And it becomes about a pointless, rhetorical, dog chasing its own tail circle about the N-word to N or not to N. That is the question. And the end result is Rogan's racism is treated as some sort of isolated incident. Or maybe this is just a guy who got a little bit too comfortable, a little bit fast and loose with one word. When Rogan has a long-standing track record of anti-black racism, the N-word is the least of his racist sins against black people. That's the least of his offenses. This is why we can't call ourselves chasing up behind these black celebrities for any reason. Because they're not on the same mission as we are. They don't move the way that we do. When black celebrities talk about black people, or in the case of India Ari, black artists, they're not talking about the masses of us. Sure, that's what the white media and the public will believe. That's what they think it means, but whenever these clowns say black, they're talking about themselves. That's how these black celebrities are. They're completely and thoroughly self-interested. You go back and watch the videos that I've done regarding any black celebrity, and one of the things that you'll find is I give at least a few mentions where I'll point out, hey, I'm not giving an endorsement of such and such and so and so. And that I always make sure to drop that in there. Hey, we're not sanctioning what these people have done in the past or what they're doing in the future. If I happen to say that somebody actually said something halfway sensible, that doesn't mean that we're a fan or that we're looking for this person's support. Because I understand how these black celebrities move. So India Ari's little Instagram temper tantrum, from the very beginning she made it clear this is about money for her. How come Joe Rogan's getting paid like that? Well, you want to know why? It's because you got some people who a long time ago sold their souls to the devil, and apparently they thought to themselves that being on an album cover was the end all and be all, and they've been craving white approval and attention ever since, and that's the reason why. The white media accurately identified you as a mark, India Ari, and they were right. I think that Joe Rogan is consciously racist. No kidding. How many years did it take you to figure that one out? Got a news flash for you, India Ari. The record label that you work for, Universal or whoever, they're a bunch of racists too, as are the guys who own Spotify. And I don't think this was some sort of revelation for you. No, these guys are just fine with the racists. They're just fine with the Joe Rogans and the Spotifys and the others. As long as they think that they're getting their equity out of the game. As long as they think that they're getting what they came there for. But inevitably, eventually dawns on them after a very, very, very long time. It dawns on them that no, you're not getting any money. In fact, you're not even getting respect. And truth be told, if you got people who are shortchanging you on the money, that is the most fundamental form of disrespect. But for some folks, just to be part of the cheese and croissant circuit, just to know that they're going to have Entertainment Tonight or Variety or some other white media organization talk about them like they're a somebody, that means everything to them. Why, they'll overlook any insult, any slight. That doesn't bother them. Until they look around and they see that the guy who likes to throw around the N-word every chance he gets and likes comparing black people to apes, they see how he's getting paid, then all of a sudden it's not indignation, but envy that got India Ari to do what she's done. And when it comes time for her to stand on principle, she's all over the map. There's no way that you're going to be able to fight white supremacy when you're also trying to stay on the good side of the white supremacists. This is no power move that India Ari is doing. It's a cry for help. Well, there's no help coming. Notice that of all the griping and whining and complaining she was doing, nowhere in there did India Ari say anything about, you know what, maybe we need to disengage from this evil corporate system that was screwing us over for the longest time and is never going to do right by us. We need our own. No, that never comes up for the bootleg. It's always a matter of how do we reform these white supremacists? How do we change them? I want to believe that these white supremacists, that there's some good in them, some redemption in them. Yeah, because the dream of being close to white mom and white daddy is so crucial, so dear to some of these bootlegs. Why? They simply can't imagine their existence without the white supremacists. How do you stop people from being racist when you are literally saying you don't think they're racist or they're not consciously racist? Well, before they are. That doesn't work. How are you going to bring down white supremacy when you're doing everything you can to hold on to it? For India Ari, this is a real dilemma. She's not sure what to make of this. Why, she's confused. She's stuck on the horns of a dilemma. Well, it's one that she decided that she would gore herself on. Perhaps she thinks to herself that by doing this, she would raise her profile and somehow this is going to help her. It never works out that way. She doesn't have an infrastructure in place. And on top of that, her popularity ain't that great. It just isn't. And the very white media companies that she's attempting to try to shame into civilized behavior, or she's attempting to try to get some penny money from them, they could care less about her feelings. Sending her out the door with her feelings, and then they get off on that stuff. They enjoy that stuff. These guys, these white supremacists who run these media companies, they absolutely revel in screwing people over. To them, that's the main perk of the job. It's great to see people who you're getting over on them. To them, they just get a kinky thrill out of that. And the more she complains, the more they lift their chops and say, good, now we know we did hurt you. Oh, it humiliated you. Yeah, we took the money that you generated for us, and we gave it to the biggest, loudest, ugliest racist that we could find. Moral of this story, kids, is that you can't beg your way to power. That's what India Ari and these other bootlegs, they're never going to figure that out. They were begging for a contract, begging for an agent, begging for representation, begging for their first gig, begging to try to get their next gig, and they're still begging today. And as far as India Ari taking her music off of Spotify, that's not going to mean anything. It's not going to be a groundswell behind her. She's not a leader. Given all of the gibberish and the fake fork-tongued platitudes that she's been spewing, all of this verbal vomit, she's given nobody anything to follow, even if she was of substance, and she's not. But what she's going to find out pretty quick happens to be that These white media companies, they're betting on a few of these disaffected Negroes to walk off in a huff. They plan for that. It's only going to be a matter of time before they come crawling back. They always do. White supremacy was engineered from the jump to be a zero-sum game. And the bootlicks, when they get to the end of it, they find out the hard way that they will always be left without a chair when their music stops. Good day, and be one. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. You know, there's no tool like an old tool. It's just a fact that a lot of folks are living in a land of make-believe. But reality always has a way of spoiling the party. Just this week, the head of the Congressional Black Talkers, Joyce Beatty, found herself getting into a little tete-a-tete with just a run-of-the-mill Republican white male. Apparently what was happening was they were trying to get on board the Capitol Hill train, and Joyce Beatty had her COVID mask on. Meanwhile, this anonymous white representative did not. She told him that he needs to put on his mask before boarding the train. Why, there's even a sign. And this anonymous White House representative Republican poked her in the back and told her, just get on the train. And when she told him not to touch her, he responded, kiss my ass. Well,
really?
I'm sure that you can read the screen. Now, Joyce Beatty, being the head of the Congressional Black Talkers, which is kind of like being the smartest kid on the short bus, what did she do under these circumstances? I know. She went running to nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, and she told old Jim, you need to do something about this man. This man assaulted me. He disrespected me. I don't know what the world was. You need to do something. And Negro Jim said, stop sloganizing. Sloganizing kills. We need to focus on taking care of the American people and doing stuff that's important out here. Well, actually, that didn't happen at all. Joyce Beatty knew better than to go to the, as the white media calls him, most powerful black politician in D.C. Yeah, he's got so much power that whenever a member of the Congressional Black Talkers has been slighted or wronged, they don't even bother to go to him, because he's got all that power, don't you know? Joyce Beatty didn't bother to try to denounce this anonymous white Republican House member on the floor or anything else for that matter. Instead, she did what they always do. She immediately went running for the nearest white person that she thought had some stroke because she knows that she doesn't. That means that she went to Nancy Pelosi, for those of you who don't know. And it was Nancy Pelosi who, in turn, had to ask Kevin McCarthy, is there any chance you can get this guy to at least apologize? And at first, the guy said, no, I'd apologize for nothing. But after some more nagging, the guy released the standard non-apology apology. But the point is, being the head of the Congressional Black Caucus doesn't mean anything when you wield no power. And when you make it very clear that you're only there to be a rubber stamp for whatever it is that Nancy Pelosi and the white Democratic hierarchy want, nobody's going to respect that. Republicans are going to regard you as the enemy, and Democrats are going to regard you as nothing more than an annoying child that they're forced to have to deal with from time to time. Neither one is going to look at you with anything resembling respect. Bootlicks always think that they can beg their way to power. They always think that they're somehow pulling some sort of master stroke, that they're outsmarting everyone else. And then they get reminded of what the reality is, and they're so shocked and surprised. What is she surprised? No. What does Joyce Beatty think is going to happen? She thinks anybody's going to be protesting on her behalf? Anyone going to be writing any angry letters to the anonymous white Republican House member? Nothing's going to happen. Well, as the head of the Congressional Black Talkers, maybe she'll put her head together with the rest of those empty noggins, and they'll come up with something. Maybe not. Maybe this will be the end of it. Because even when you go by the Congressional Black Talkers' own website, why, you see a picture of the chair of the organization. Why, there's Representative Beatty herself with some nonsensical message. But right beneath her grinning mug, you see a message that tells you exactly what the CBC's priorities actually are. At Representative Beatty, as someone raised in a union family, I fully believe congressional staff have the right to organize their workplace and join. Now, of all the priorities that black folks have in this country, are the staff members of Congress being able to unionize? Where in the world would that rank on the list? Would it rank in the top 100? Would it rank in the top 500? But the CBC's front page goes from tone deaf to brain dead when you look beneath that. And you see, I don't know, are these supposed to be the planks of some sort of policy platform? Because if they are, the planks are rotted. Our power, our message. They're going to be redoubling their efforts to root out racism and federal policy in the White House and on federal property. Well, considering these clowns haven't done squat about racism anywhere, I'm not real sure what redoubling zero is supposed to give. And if you want to get rid of racism in the White House, you can start with that wrinkled old bigot Joe Biden and his professional side piece Kamala Harris. That'd be a good start. But next you got police accountability. What the hell have Congressional Black Talkers done about holding police accountable? Because their idea of accountability is no punishment. If you're not punishing the police, you're not holding them accountable. So what is their message about that? CBC works to build trust between police departments and the African American community. There's a big problem with that right off the bat. First of all, even if I believe this garbage, why the hell is it that they're putting African American community last? If you're going to be talking about the African American community, you might as well go ahead and say black in relation to anyone else. We're supposed to get top billing. And secondly, what the hell is this about build trust? The black community does not need to build trust with anyone. It is the police's job to build trust with us. They do not have to trust the black community, but considering the fact that they get our tax dollars, and the law is working to make sure that police, especially white police in particular, are given immunity from law, we're the ones who need to be reassured that they can be trusted. We don't need to reassure them of anything. We're not the ones who took an oath of any sort. They did. So that being the case, yeah, trust only needs to be a one-way street. But nowhere in here do I see anything about making sure the police are held accountable. Building trust is not accountability. Punishment is accountability. But the CBC is mum on that one. Next, they got the little message, CBC celebrates 50 years. That's a long time to be sitting on your behind. And finally, the American Rescue Plan. Oh man, there's all kinds of plans out there, aren't they? The Build Back Better Plan, the Lift Every Voice Plan, American Rescue Plan. I thought they were the Congressional Black Caucus. Why am I seeing an American Rescue Plan? Where the hell is the African American Rescue Plan? Because when you look at the Latino Caucus, you don't see anything about any American Rescue Plan. It's the Latino Rescue Plan. And with the Asian American Pacific Islander Caucus, they're all about an AAPI rescue plan. Everybody's specific about the rescue plan, except for the alleged black representatives on Capitol Hill. Those guys, on the other hand, well, we're trying to work for everyone. Unions and Americans and police departments and all, we're all for everyone. This is the danger of having a professional do-nothing organization who's going to be representing you. But I noticed on the CBC's front page, they don't say anything about the disrespect that was shown to the leader of their organization. Oh, if Representative Bates could call herself giving a welcome from the chair, she might as well go ahead and have a word about civility on Capitol Hill, but she knows that nobody's listening, because nobody cares what she has to say. If I wanted to be undeservingly charitable, then the only thing I can say about the CBC is that they're a DC-based social club. And as you can see, not a very prestigious one. Why, they can't even get their own members to stick up for one another. This is what happens if you think you're going to beg your way to power. And it's not just professional do-nothings like Joyce Beatty who are finding out how it is to get backhanded by white supremacy. I posted for you on my Twitter page how Evelyn Williams worked as a receptionist at Alabama's, get this, first White House of the Confederacy. Well, she resigned from her position, retired from whatever you want to call it, and she's now filing a racial discrimination complaint after she was suspended last month. You heard me right. This woman happened to be a receptionist at a Confederate museum in Alabama. And the thing is, apparently she passed for the job. Now, she was on the job for 12 years. She's age 62. That means that she's been there since she was age 50. And as she puts it, I'm in a unique position because whites don't really want me here and blacks don't want to come here. Now, I know that for a lot of you, it's going to be irresistible to make the jokes, and I'll leave the humor to the comment section. But the point that I want to make about this is, You got black folks who are deliberately putting themselves into positions where they're around a bunch of white supremacists, a bunch of bigots. I mean, for God's sake, you spend 12 years working at a literal shrine to a slave owner who dedicated his life to preserving black people being held in bondage. As the article puts it, near the gift shop, they actually got a gift shop in a museum for a Confederate traitor. A framed article describes Jefferson Davis as an American patriot.
What the
who
fuck?
accomplished, quote, one of the most amazing feats in history by keeping the North at bay for 4 long years. Now, considering the fact that this scumbag led an insurrection geared toward destroying the American government and putting an end to the United States, what kind of patriot is that? This guy wanted to break away from the United States. That would be like saying the founders of the U.S. were great British patriots. And as for that second part about one of the most amazing feats in history, keeping the North at bay for 4 long years, do you know how many wars the United States have been kept at bay for longer than that? The Korean War ended in a stalemate after about 5 years. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, for God's sake, podunk countries that the illiterate hillbillies in Alabama couldn't find on a map if you pointed them to it. These are countries that actually had where the U.S. wasn't just held at bay for 4 years, where the U.S. actually had to leave without a victory. And yet they're trying to call a bunch of slave-owning inbreds who got their butts kicked for 4 years, calling that one of the most amazing feats in history. Well, if the only thing you know about history begins and ends with the Confederacy, well, I guess it makes sense you could think that. But on the other hand, if you actually read a history book instead of wiping your behind with the pages, you would know better. But then again, what do you expect? For these guys here, they're trying to literally live in the 19th century. I guess what I'm trying to say is that too many of us put ourselves in the trick bag. Now, while it would be easy to pile on to Evelyn England, or no, she's certainly given plenty of material to do it with, I'm not going to do that, though I am going to speak to the essential truth that both Evelyn England and Joyce Beatty suffer from the exact same delusion. This unshakable faith in the inherent goodness of these white supremacists. I mean, you can make excuses for just about anything if you try hard enough. Bootlicks live in a world of make-believe. They become suicidally aspirational. White power will feed that delusion. They'll hold out false hope like a carrot that you'll never be allowed to actually get no matter how hard you run. There are some black folks who have resigned themselves to the idea that basically being the occasional or even frequent punching bags, that this or that thing is just their lot, and well, as long as they feel as if they didn't get run out of the room, somehow to them that counts as a win. And this dysfunction is particularly prevalent among the older set. I mean, for God's sake, this Evelyn England woman was 50 years old. 50, for God's sake. When she's trying to figure out, how do I work at a Confederate museum? I'm sure the working conditions are going to be just fine. But my problem is, even if this wasn't just basically a taxpayer-supported clavern, how in the world do you go to work every day when you are surrounded by the trappings of the Confederacy that's trying to pay honor and tribute to a bunch of slave-owning, degenerate, inbred traitors? And apparently for 12 years, you're figuring as long as they're giving you a paycheck, you'll be fine. I'm not saying that Alabama has the most or the greatest employment opportunities for black folks, especially once you hit the 50 mark. But what I am saying is, surely Mrs. England could have done better than this. But as we've seen with Joyce Beatty, even if you get all the way to the United States Congress, why, you can still be brought in for some abuse by the very people who you're supposed to have as your peers there. This is the reason why black folks need to get comfortable with the idea of pushing these white supremacists around. Black folks need to get comfortable with making these bigots and racists uncomfortable. They need to know that when we walk in the room, it is already known that we're not going to be disrespected because we make some examples out of people what they do. But we have to understand that the Joyce Beatty's, and to a lesser degree the Evelyn England's, they're not trying to figure out how to bully white supremacy. And that's what we should be doing. Black empowerment is going to be about bullying the white supremacists. The white supremacists are not going to discover religion. We're not going to shame them into civilized behavior. They're going to have our size 10 foot of their size 1 behinds. Every day they must be reminded that black empowerment is in charge. and that is completely and thoroughly unapologetic about exercising power, complete power over them. If you think they're hollering now simply because a few black folks are making some demands, you can only imagine the screeching, wailing, and caterwauling that's going to come when we actually put some real pain on these white supremacists, when we actually got some real power. That doesn't appeal to the Joyce Beatties or the Evelyn Englands. They're trying to find a comfortable job that they can get under these white supremacists with a minimum of harassment and abuse. But Evelyn England stands as proof that why you can be a black person working at a Confederate museum, and you can be just the most nice and courteous that you want to be. These white supremacists, they're not going to respect you for that. They're going to have contempt for you for that, because they know what they would do if they went to a museum celebrating black people who held their ancestors in bondage and continue to oppress and abuse and mistreat them to this present day. You better believe if Evelyn England had been a white woman working at a black history museum, if she was a white woman working at any museum dealing with any aspect of black history or black culture, you know full well she'd practically be running the joint. And it definitely wouldn't have taken her 12 years to come up with some sort of racial discrimination suit. She'd have been on out with a hell of a lot sooner than that. But one thing's for sure, she wouldn't have been mistreated. Hell, she would have practically been the de facto manager of the place, even as a receptionist. But Evelyn England and Joyce Beatty are nothing more than cautionary tales. One happens to be an example of what happens when you have no power. The other one's an example of what happens when you've decided bootlicking is more important than power. And, at the risk of seeming messy, if you have people who truly aren't interested in being able to wield the power to punish those who mistreat them, then how much sympathy are we supposed to have when they're mistreated? It's an honest question. Good day, and be one.
What's that old saying? Don't sweat the small stuff, and hey, it's all small stuff. Well, I agree with the first part. I did a video essay about how black men need to build their own CIA, and I knew going in, just like when you talk about sports, there are just some subjects that black people, a lot of black people, not all, but at least unfortunately that 50+%, the hopeless irredeemables, I should say, are simply not equipped to handle. And it happened. I knew that as soon as you mentioned the word CIA, that's a trigger word for a lot of black people. They immediately started with the part of their hind brains, and hind it is, that's been consumed by years of all manner of conspiracy talk, both valid and invalid. But they love gossip. Religion and gossip. These are the two pillars that hold up black people as a group, black psyche, and as we all know, anything being held up by two pillars ain't too stable. And we really don't have the time for black people getting caught up in their usual confusion. The mayonnaise monkeys have gotten out of their single-wide primate pens again, and they're on a rampage. That is no small thing. That's what I seek to try to address. And as if that's not bad enough, we're still having to deal with our own in-house rodent infestation. We've got coons and mice and rats, oh my. My last video brought out a number of single-digit IQ having clowns who whined about why is it that I keep citing free Israeli Palestine so often? Why do you talk about the Jews and what the world they've done? You want to know why? Because they're winning. Point to an example of black people in the modern age who set up an intelligence network and used it to topple a non-black occupied power in their country and establish themselves as the dominant society in that country. Show me where black people have done that. I'll wait. See, this is what happens when you try to take a serious subject and you say it in front of a group where about 30% of them, well, at least the B1 Brigade, we have the exact opposite dynamic of the black community as a whole. Instead of it basically being that you got 60 or so percent who just ain't ready for nothing, and another 40% who at the very least are salvageable. In our case, we enjoy more along the lines of an 80% contingent who happen to be ready to discuss serious topics, but unfortunately a 20% or so who are either an odd amalgamation of lurkers, trolls, sophisticated hood rats, and dusty dudes in denial. And as soon as you start mentioning serious things, here they come. If you mention certain things, if I have any moment of criticism regarding black women, just even in passing, and I'm sure that this mention is going to trigger the same reaction, you can tell that a whole bunch of unreconstructed baby mamas will come out of the woodwork because they fear that what I was saying was somehow referencing them. And you know what? They're right. If something that I say you feel it has to do with you, well, it's probably because it does. You probably feel like I'm talking about you because it does describe you. And it should. I have no interest whatsoever in creating a comfortable place for the lowest common denominator. That's what the white media is for. They exist to give you comfort food. Psychological comfort food so you can feel better about all the things you're not doing but need to be doing. That's their job, to hold your hand while you walk through the doors of a slaughterhouse. That's their job. And you'll go along with it because you ain't too bright. At least that small contingent of you ain't. But the real B1 Brigadiers are ready for it. And that brings me to the subject of this video essay. I invited the brethren to give their thoughts regarding the formation of a black intelligence organization, just to put the subject on the table. I wasn't saying everybody get behind me or here's my plan for it. I simply said it's time to broach the subject. It's time to go ahead and bring it up. It's time to at least make this part of, if not the regular portion of intelligent black society discourse, at least make sure that it features. Now, while most of the comments were on point, as expected, this subject attracted a lot of black people who don't know anything. Typical fixation on things that don't matter reared their ugly heads, and it just went to show why you don't have a black intelligence organization of any sort, or any other black organization of any note. People who have spent years filling their empty heads with all manner of meaningless talking points in between hits of marijuana or shots of liquor or marathon bouts watching Love and Hip Hop, Scandal, etc. Black people don't focus on what matters because whenever there's a gathering, too many black people immediately try to figure out how to get people to think that they're the smart ones too. I've seen this far too many times to count. It's just a fact that a numerical majority of black people are irredeemably ignorant. And worse, they're ignorant by choice. You can't learn anything if you're constantly looking for an opportunity to project, which is exactly what we saw from a small contingent. And I use them as a case study because unfortunately, even though they may be a numerical minority here, to the point where most of you didn't even notice them, you understand them being uncontrolled. The problem is with the black community as a whole, unfortunately, they are very much the majority. If I had tried this kind of discussion, say in a black grouping, whether it be a church or what have you, I can promise you in very short order, you would have had probably a numerical plurality of the people there immediately going off about he's mentioning this is well, black folks ain't got the visas and they ain't Negroes can't do it. Why do you mention the Jews so much? Here we go off the rails. Remember what I said about black people hate and fear knowledge? Well, how many times have you seen a brother trying to bring knowledge to the people, speaking to a group of black folks, and almost on cue, some unthinking clod in the audience interrupts, shouts out some irrelevant nonsense as they try to take over the proceedings, or they attempt to get into some sort of argument with the black man presenting the information. The problem is when you're dealing with a group of people who hate and fear knowledge, that means that they're going to hate and fear the person who brings the knowledge. So when you see this constant need to argue with and fight against the brothers who bring information and knowledge, that is the irredeemably ignorant attempting to stop that person from bringing that information. That's what you're seeing. The low information clowns who act like retarded parrots who only know how to say one phrase. And I focus on one in particular because this was the one that brought up for this, but it seems like every subject that we talk about seems to bring up the brain-dead contingent's favorite talking point. Why you calling them fake Jews the real Jews, brother? The Ashkenazi is fake Jews. How come you always mentioning them fake Jews? Because them fake Jews put their heads together and got some real land for themselves. They got some real power for themselves. Black people love to find some specious, unimportant, totally irrelevant nothing that they can whine about. When they're presented with a subject and they don't know anything about it, you can tell because they listen to see if there is anything that they are halfway able to grasp, and then they try to glom onto that and see if there's something they can whine about. They don't really have anything to object to, but they're whining about something. This is what happens when you bring stupid people into a serious conversation. Arguing over semantics is meaningless, which is why I don't do it. I have one moron, and I'm not going to say any names to protect the idiots as well as the innocent, but there was one idiot who actually had the nerve to whine that, quote, using fake Jews as an illustration is a bad idea. Now, first of all, it's always refreshing when some half-wit with a puppet channel tries to tell me that I'm doing something wrong. This from a person who doesn't do anything at all. And isn't that the main internal dysfunction that stops black people from being able to get anything done as a collective? The people who complain and whine the most are also the ones who are doing the least. I don't know or care whether the white occupiers of Palestine are the real Jews, the fake Jews, or anything else. To whine about whether they're real or fake Jews is to miss the entire point. But that's exactly what happens when you got people who are only qualified to major in the minors. They don't really have a point. They just wish that they did. Black people are fixated on religion. That's why I bring up the word Jews. Whenever I do it, I always know that's going to trigger some people. Religion doesn't require thinking. It explains why you have so many black people who happen to be so interested in religion, why they love religion so much. Religion doesn't require you to think. In fact, religion prohibits and forbids thinking, and instead demands that you merely believe. Just take everything on faith. Even though a lot of these black people who you see arguing with each other online, they're doing so about what? Religion. And religion is mostly about memorizing things. Well, a lot of apparently black people are able to memorize things, but when it comes time for critical thinking, when it comes time for thinking outside of the box, or rather thinking outside of the book, they just fall apart. For a lot of black people, the invitation to turn off their brains and vomit back up some pre-canned talking points is simply too irresistible. So even when you talk about something that has nothing to do with religion, well, if you mention anything that even is tangentially religious, even in passing, all of a sudden here they come with the one talking point that they know. It doesn't make you look smart. In fact, it makes you look plumb dumb. And we see this whenever a black person has managed to get even a few people together in the same spot to listen to. If you have a black man who manages to get some black people on point, actually get some black folks to look in one direction and focus on one thing, on cue, you're going to be coming to clowns and clods to see if maybe they can disrupt. We know that white supremacy goes on high alert whenever there's too many black people congregating together. But the sad truth is that a lot of black people go on high alert too whenever they see too many black people in the same place together focusing on something. And just like white supremacists, these black dimwits want to break up whatever it is that they see us doing because we're not focusing our attention on them. Whenever they see some black person who others are looking at as a source of information, it makes a lot of black people feel insecure. And insecure people hate the ones who are secure. That's what's at work here. And it has been hundreds of years. In fact, let's be honest, folks. As black people, we have had this same contingent of insecure morons working against our interests for thousands of years. And as a group, we keep dignifying these morons by actually pretending as if they have some sort of point. That's the reason why I'm doing tonight's video essay. It's to put these clowns on notice. You don't have a point. You never have had a point. Your little brain farts that were actually given to you by some other source of intellectual flatulence, they were pointless. And you make yourself useless. In fact, you make yourself our enemy by coming here with that moronic behavior. When a brother is dropping the facts, you can bet that almost immediately the insecure, empty-headed chatterboxes are going to come out of the woodwork and begin trying to find something that they can use so that they can go ahead and give their own completely unqualified opinion, and opinion it is. Sure, it has nothing to do with the topic. Sure, it only serves for them to be able to say, well, brother, I'm afraid you're wrong about something, which is what they really want to say. What they really want to say is, I want people to think that I'm right. Well, in that case, then why don't you go ahead and do some video essays of your own, and let's see if you can set folks straight. But of course, that's the whole point. They can't. Nobody would ever listen to them. Well, it seems like at least a majority of black people do have the ability not to glom onto too many idiots at the same time. You know, if these clowns can't find something to complain about, they'll make something up, like they did here. It says a lot that out of a 2-hour video essay, for some folks, the only thing that they could think of, the only thing that they took away from it was, those aren't the real Jews. Now, if that's the only thing that you could think of to say, then that means you didn't have anything to say. Which begs the question, why did you say anything at all? Other groups don't major in the minors. Whenever a white man is speaking to a group of white people, you never see some white folks who decide that he said one thing and we have to speak about them. I want other people to know that I'm smart too. That's what it is. It's basically people who are envious of seeing somebody who happens to be at a lectern or on stage, or somebody that people are looking at and focusing attention on, and then these insecure, low esteem having clowns who haven't gotten over their baby issues. Here they are going, look at me, look at me, look at me, which is what they're really trying to do. You know, if we listen to any speaker on any subject, I think that we can all find some nitpick complaint about practically any subject that we hear. I cannot think of anything that if you have somebody speak for an hour, there's not going to be someone who says, I disagree with, or I take issue with, or, well, you know, I heard otherwise about this subject. Out of an hour, somebody will find something. You know, with all the misinformation, disinformation out there, whenever someone speaks on a subject, we can all easily find some microscopic thing in their entire discourse to whine about. Sure, our complaint may be minuscule and irrelevant, but it does give us a chance to feel smart. Well, for the people who suffer from chronic diarrhea of the mouth. And there are a lot of black people who suffer from exactly that. Unfortunately, the sad truth of the internet is it's made a lot of people think that apparently because they have the ability to speak, especially in places where they can speak before the other person even gives them permission to, apparently that also means that they have a right to be heard, and you don't. I have not, and I am not going to turn off the comments for my videos. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to punish the people with brains, the people with an IQ higher than their shoe size, which is the vast majority of my subs. I'm not going to punish them or restrict them simply because you have the 1 in 5 who are too stupid, drooling on their own shoes to figure out that they ought to keep their mouths shut. Too many of our people don't know anything, so they feel compelled to come bombing into the conversation, not to contribute, but to whine. And if you're one of the people who write, for example, by citing the Jews in Israel, then you're exactly what I'm talking about when I say people who have nothing to contribute to the discussion. I'm talking about information gathering and using resources to undermine our opponents, and putting in place a logistical infrastructure that will allow us to project force anywhere on the planet. And in the middle of all this heavy conversation, you come along and the only thing you have to contribute to the proceedings is that you want to call the Ashkenazi fake Jews. That's your contribution.
That's it.
Brother, them fake Jews! Them fake Jews! So out of a nearly 2-hour-long video essay, the only thing you took away from it was that you thought you had a chance to call the Ashkenazi fake Jews. You didn't have an objection, you just had a right, you had a why. But unfortunately for black folks, for a lot of black people, this is what constitutes a serious contribution to the discussion. These people think that they're actually saying something deep and meaningful. Who gives a two-bit damn whether the Ashkenazi are the real Jews, fake Jews, or the fake Martians? That's not the point. That wasn't even the reason why I brought them up. The point, which clearly flew right over these people's empty heads, was that the Ashkenazi built an intelligent infrastructure and then used it for their own benefit to devastating effect over their enemies. That was the point, stupid. And it didn't surprise me at all that these nitpicking know-nothings had zero to say about that. But all these people who apparently had something to say about the fake Jews, these are, in my humble opinion, fake black people. These are fake black people who are trying to cause real disruption and distraction. They had absolutely nothing to say about whether or not the fake Jews managed to get some real power for themselves. They had nothing to say about that. They had nothing to say about what was it that could be taken away from that historical epic. That's simply the point of bringing it up, simply to show that A, it can be done, B, hey, this is an interesting thing that happened, and C, is there anything that we can take away from that, perhaps? I notice how none of them say, well, brother, there ain't nothing for us to learn there. Yeah, because unfortunately, black people are always trying to find an excuse for what they don't want to do. These people don't know anything, and rather than keep their mouths shut, they instead decide to engage in noise pollution. Rampant diarrhea of the mouth. Spilling their feculent idiocy all over the place. If the best that you can do, as black people, we all know about the coup contender. We all know that these guys are a big problem, but you need to understand, we have a number of different rodent problems, not just one. You got the freaking bison. I think that's what we're going to start calling them. These people who suffer from what I explained happen to be one of the 4 motivations for people who defect, who work against their own. And for those of you unfamiliar with bison, what it stands for, I'm not going to keep spelling it out every time, look it up. But these people who come along and they start chitter-chattering just like bison, chewing holes in the furniture and in the walls just like bison, they're not really doing anything, they ain't contributing anything, but you know, to them, they're scurrying about, making a nuisance of themselves. They like to pretend as if somehow that's making a contribution. It ain't. If whining about some nitpicking point that had nothing to do with the subject is the best that you can do, then just stay the hell off my channel. In fact, I'll help you out by showing you the door whether you want to go or not. If you're one of these people, then you are an attention whore. And the house that Professor Truth built is not an intellectual whorehouse. You're not wanted here. There are plenty of other places where you can talk that stupid claptrap all the freaking time. I don't allow it here. This place is about discipline. It ain't about you just do what you want to do. There are rules that go along with the B1 Brigade. There are rules and regulations. It ain't anything goes. We always let the lowest common denominator around us throw in their 2 cents. And it's always irrelevant. These guys never actually contribute anything to the discussion. For the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say that whether or not the Ashkenazi are the real or fake Jews meant anything. What the hell does that have to do with building intelligence infrastructure? In 1900, the Ashkenazi, the fake Jews, whatever the hell you brain-dead morons who like to quibble over nothing want to call them, your fake Jews didn't have intelligence infrastructure in 1900. By 1920, they had the origin of it. By the 1930s, they already had several paramilitary groups. The Haganah, the Irgun, the Kibbutz. These guys had all sorts of freaking groups running around. Next thing you know, they're blowing up the freaking King David Hotel. They were making things hot for the British occupation there, and eventually made it so hot the Brits said, oh, hell with this. And before that, you had Jewish supply officers helping to funnel arms from whatever American and British military units they were in. Those trucks full of supplies would find themselves missing in North Africa. Yeah, because they put a hot soup and jump to Palestine there. Those weapons wound up in the hands of those Jewish paramilitary groups. How do you do that? Well, you don't do it by having a couple of do-gooder, or rather do-bad, Jewish supply officers. You got to have an entire infrastructure that can make sure that those trucks go missing in a way that the Allies couldn't find them, that nobody would talk about it. That takes a network, folks. A well-organized one. That's what I'm talking about. The Jews could not do that in 1900, but in 1930s they could. They had all the things that they needed. They had an intelligent network, they had operatives to populate that network, but more importantly than that, they had a solid goal, or rather a number of goals that they were eagerly working toward and effectively achieving. See, that was the whole point of the freaking bringing them up in the first place. A point that flew over the heads of black people who are always trying to say what can't be done. You know, I had people 10 years ago who were telling me that having some sort of actual black media or real black media, being able to create enough content that would make it where we could actually compete against the white media's black surrogates. Oh, brother, that's just like, man, these Negroes don't want to hear that. Yeah, but that's what they were saying 10 years ago. Just out of curiosity, if you look at successful crowdfunding for real black media, new black media, Tariq Rashid, others, you look at what's happening there, what's going on. If you look at the actual numbers that have been generated, more than what white media shills like Issa Rae are able to do. People like Goldie Taylor, and it needs to be said, Sean King and others, they do their little pass around the hat and don't get much. But the new voices of black media are blowing the doors off the crowdfunding efforts. What does that tell you? It tells you that there's always some black people who will gladly make excuses for what they can't do, which is usually just ignorance for what they don't want to do. Too many black people suffer from the don't want to do's. And they keep coming around those of us who are getting it done and complaining. We are steadily moving toward our goal. Now, unlike the Jews, and I call them Jews, because they have the power, and power means the ability to define yourself and your relationship to those around you in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. Those fake Jews have real power. So yeah, until the black Jews, whomever they may be, whether you want to point to the Ethiopians or whomever, until the black Jews get enough power where they can reassert their identity, guess what? Those fake Jews are the real Jews. They have successfully usurped the place of the quote-unquote real Jews. Okay, stupid? You got black people out there who don't have enough sense to fill a teaspoon, and yet these morons don't understand how the real world works. And this is the reason why they get blocked here. We live in a world that is governed by power. It ain't governed by how effectively you can whine about nothing. I don't care about your specious objections to this or that particular word. You find one word you don't like, and here we go. You're the reason why it is that our groups have to be torn apart from the inside out, because we allow too many morons like you around. Please tell me anything that you said about the fake Jews that actually changes the point that I was making.
None.
You low IQ chatterboxes never bring anything to the table. That's the reason why I don't allow you to talk around here. That's the reason why I drive you out. I deride you, because I want you scumbags to stick your heads up. You can't avoid it, but you suffer from a low IQ and diarrhea of the mouth, which are usually both flip sides of the same psychological disease. You can't help but speak, because that's what you want. You want attention. You can't get attention being quiet, so what I do is I provoke you. You're being manipulated. You're too stupid to even know it. From time to time, Professor Truth has to do a little house cleaning. You know what? I'm cool with that. Because Professor Truth likes to keep a tiny headquarters. Not everyone who says B1 is with us.
Yeah.
Not every person who comes in here and says B1 is one of us. That's why it doesn't impress me when you do that. I don't care about what you say, I care about what you do. And you have to prove it to me over time. That's the reason why you got so many black people who fall for so many fakers, frauds, and phonies. Because of the fact that black people hear something, they have somebody who says a little bit of something that sounds pro-black, and all of a sudden they're like, let's go ahead and give them the keys to the kingdom. That ain't the way that it works. You got to earn my consideration. You have to earn the right to be allowed to speak without any sort of encumbrance around here. I don't just allow any old kind of talk around here. I don't just allow any old person to be around. That's what I'm making sure gets reinforced here. So what? You say, so some person over here said black verse, so the person over there said B1, oh, I'm with you, oh, the white devil, so the hell.
Ah, fuck. Man, the cocksucker. Son of a bitch.
Power on. You are now paired. Enjoy. Disconnected.
Cultivating and aggregating resources so that
You are now paired. Enjoy.
And we can clearly see which one some black people opted for. Time is money, and to waste it on irrelevancies that don't matter is, in my opinion, treason. If you're going to raise an objection, shouldn't it be a substantive one? Well, that's the way that somebody with an IQ higher than their shoe size thinks. Sad truth is, too many black people are starved for attention, and they will gladly commit treason against us if it gives them 5 seconds to look in their direction. When they hear somebody who's talking about something, talking about it on a high level, it makes them feel insecure, and it should. People with a low IQ and no thinking skill, they should feel insecure whenever people are discussing weighty matters. It's clearly over their heads. But when they come here and decide that they're going to try to stop other people from learning, that's when I say no. You'll do anything to get attention on yourself. You're not bringing anything to the table. You just want to mess things up. And then you wonder why it is that as a group, we have such a hard time getting anything done. We let too many regressive, backward elements fester among us. Not here. The black community has a rodent problem. Well, good thing for us, the Professor Black Truth happens to be a damn good pest exterminator. You see a black person speaking at a lecture, or you see a brother who has a modest following on YouTube, look, I'm the first one to tell you, 20,000 people entertaining for a drop in the bucket. Though if you have 20,000 people, then truth be told, we gotta be honest, about a third of them, so out of 20,000 people, probably 6 to 7,000 of them, who are actually ready, willing, and able to do the work of black empowerment, of pushing that boulder up the hill. You can get a lot done with them. And as I keep telling people, and here's the thing, the people who have been whining and complaining like the 3-year-olds that they are, these guys just basically put their stupidity on full display. They become a sideshow to themselves. These guys are a joke. They're easy to spot. Real test is going to come when, as I've told a lot of you, I want you to stay available. You keep asking, is Professor Truth working towards something? And the honest answer to that is, we'll see. I have no interest in trying to broadcast to the world what the hell it is that I intend to do. That's not very intelligent. But what I tell everyone is, just make sure that you continue listening. Stay available. But I say no more than that. I don't tell you where you need to stand or what you need to do, but what I tell you is, you don't worry about the guy next to you. Worry about yourself. You don't worry about these chattering cockroaches and mice who are about to get exterminated. You just worry about your position in the whole thing. Just worry about making sure that you're ready, because when it comes time, there will be absolutely no place for hesitation. None whatsoever. And that's going to be what separates the real from the fake. I mean, if you want a good example, I posted a video on my old channel, which is still up, and I don't know, maybe I'm going to start using it again, because the white supremacist assault, the strikes against that channel have expired now. So what that means is basically that channel can be used again, which I'll probably start posting there again. We'll see. But the point is, when I posted a video telling you to come over here to this channel, posted it up, I couldn't help but notice that it seemed like not many people were interested in watching that video. Now I'm sitting here telling people I'm not going to be posting on this channel anymore, so you need to go to the new one, and people weren't interested in that. Now why is that? I guess because the video was so brief. And I guess for a lot of people, as soon as they saw how brief the video was, oh well, you know, I need something longer to listen to because I'm sitting here doing my taxes, or I'm watching porn online, or what have you, and I like hearing Professor Truth in the background. Oh, but whatever it is, it can't be too important. It was the most important message that I given the last few months. And the majority of black people missed it, to the point where I basically had to do it the old-fashioned way. I waited a while with these people on the old channel be wondering why hasn't Professor Truth posted in a month and a half. And then it was a matter of, now I'm going to go ahead and post there again, and let's see whether or not these folk get the message. Sure enough, they did. Once they saw that I wasn't there, then when a video went up, and all of them were watching. We cannot have that. That's exactly what I'm talking about, but I mean, I tell you to stay available, and you find people sleeping on the job. Let me tell you something. You folks who like to be sleeping, you folks who apparently cannot take even simple instructions, and there are too many black people even here who have that problem, I want you to know there's not going to be a second effort to get you. The days of black people having to be dragged like a freaking stubborn mule to their own survival, those of us who have been dragging you, we're not going to be doing that anymore. Those days are now coming to an end. What's going to happen is the black people who have shown that they get the message the first time, that they can follow simple instructions, and that they are able to do so without bitching, complaining, whining, and having to give pushback all the time, those are the black people who are going to be fine. We're rolling with them. Everybody else, you guys are going to get left behind. You have all these bad habits, and you're going to be begging for sympathy and go, but brother, I never gave you no pushback. Did I have to drag you all the time? Did I have to tap you on the shoulder to remind you of me the smallest thing? Did I have to be pulling you all the time? Then that is pushback. We need self-starters, not stubborn mules. So you see, it ain't just the people who are actively working against us. It's the people who are actively not working with us. The people who are slowing us down. We may not be pulling in the opposite direction, but damn, we got a lot of stragglers, don't we? The truth is that you got black people who simply aren't ready for power. Well, I am. And a lot of us should be. And what that means is we should have no patience for the ones who aren't. When I talk about that generation of iron Africans who are ready to take down white supremacy and ready to rule this planet at the highest levels, I got news for you. That starts with us. And you might wonder, well, is this what that generation of iron Africans are going to be like? Hell, they're going to be even more hardcore than I am. I'm at least sitting here telling you what the hell's going to happen to you. They won't even go that far.
Nope.
It's going to be just like those Jews did 100 years ago. You had some Jews who weren't on board with an independent state of Israel. They didn't argue with them, didn't debate with them, didn't try to persuade or convince them.
They just disappeared.
You just had somebody who one night said, hey, Abi, yes, pow. And the Negev desert went. They weren't having any of it. Gee, I guess that's how they got what they wanted, because they weren't wasting their time doing anything other than pursuing their goals. They purged their ranks of the people who were not on board with the program, and the ones who were left, that's who they rolled with. Yeah, that seems to be a formula that works. They did the same thing in China, too. During the Opium Wars, the emperor made it clear, anyone who got caught with opium, anyone who was falling for the British's attempt to soften up China for invasion, because that's what the Opium Wars were about. It was Britain trying to soften up China for colonization. The emperor made it clear, nah, we ain't going to be speaking the English language. So any Chinese who gets caught with opium dies. He didn't say we're going to start a drug rehab program. He didn't say we're going to try to figure out what's going on in your life that maybe you use substance abuse. They said it's real simple. You can't do the stuff you die. Simple as that. But aren't you going to try to convince them of the evil of British imperialism? Nah, this ain't no political science lecture we're holding. This is about power. And we've already told you not to do it. See, that's what happens when you treat people like adults who are facing a crisis. That's what's going on here. We are facing a crisis far greater than the Chinese ever did. And what's our response? Our response, well, I can tell you right now, my response is damn sure not going to be hand-holding and polycop. That ain't going to be my response. And it better not be your response either. I have no patience, and I'm not going to make any place for people not simply decide that out of a whole 2 hours, in fact, out of any video essay, if they hear one piddling point that disagrees with whatever clown they've been listening to elsewhere, that all of a sudden they've got to throw it. Well, brother, I got to throw in my 2 cents. No, you don't. But you do want to distract you. You want to disrupt that. You want to do. You could just say, you know what? Never mind the part about the Jews. The rest of everything I definitely agree with. The Jewish part doesn't matter anyway. But begs the question, why would you be focusing on why would you say about it? You know, not every brain fart that comes to your mind needs out of your mouth. Again, minuscule points don't require belaboring for smart people. Idiots, on the other hand, any brain fart that comes to their mind, they've got to spew it out. Diarrhea of the mouth starts with the brain fart. These clowns, they're not here to be part of something. They're here to show us what meaningless talking point that they know. If you're going to offer up some sort of disagreement, then it needs to be on something substantive, something having to do with the actual subject at hand. If the Jews called themselves Ugandan, Japanese, or freaking Martians, would that have changed even one iota of what I said? Would it have changed my point at all? Would it disprove anything that I said?
Nope.
But, of course, for these people to agree in silence would require maturity and intelligence, and, well, let's be honest, a majority of black folks just don't do intelligence. Petty is much more their speed. And it would be one thing if they were petty about something that I said, but you have clowns who whine and complain like a pig stuck under a gate about something that wasn't said. Something that didn't even matter. And you can tell that this is the one piddling, irrelevant point that they know, which they got from someone else. I mean, these idiots couldn't even come up with that talking point on their own. They heard it from someone else. These people tell us everything they know, and as you see, it ain't much. Other groups don't have these types of arguments because they know how to separate the important facts from the one or two nitpicky minutia that they may not completely agree with. Other groups are not threatened by knowledge because other groups aren't insecure, by and large. Especially not when someone's bringing them information. Without having to be told, these other groups understand that not every piddling microscopic bit of variance needs to be argued or even brought up. They don't feel this compelling need to try to derail the conversation or otherwise try to start some sort of murmuring against the topic at hand. They understand instinctively not to do that. Because instead of hashing out how to build an intelligence infrastructure, instead of contributing to that conversation, which clearly a lot of black folks who came to my channel are not qualified to do, we instead spend our time with people who are trying to get us to bitch and complain about the same old nonsense. Who are the real Jews? Who are the rulers of Israel? Who are the real Jews? The real Jews are whoever has the power to define themselves as the real Jews. That's who the real Jews are. Oh, you don't like that? Well, then you're going to have to get some power if you're going to tell the Ashkenazi that you're not the real Jews. That's going to take power. Oh, but that's what I was talking about. Never mind. You see how self-defeating these morons are? I'm not a supporter of the Jews. Any variety, by the way. I'm an observer of them. Same as I am with the Chinese. Do you think that I bring up Sun Tzu so often because I like the Chinese? I don't. I bring them up because I saw something interesting there that I thought needed to be brought to my peace. See, these other groups, whenever they see black people doing something they'll look at what we're doing, they'll take away from it what they think is going to be a benefit to their interest, what's going to enhance their power and standing, and then they just dismiss the rest. Black folks, on the other hand, apparently we're so backward in our thinking, a lot of us, that if we see other people who are doing might be onto something, we look at try to find somebody, oh brother, why are you bringing that up? Those are the people you can tell who don't have two brain cells to rub together. And by the way, whenever I mention Sun Tzu, there's always a few morons who come bombing into the comment section to whine that black people are the original Chinese, brother. Why don't you call them Han Chinese, the fake Chinese, brother? Don't you know, brother, that the original Chinese is black, brother? These people, in fact, a lot of these clowns don't even bother to call me brother. They just come in with the lecture. Look, these people contribute absolutely nothing to any conversation. Not everyone who says that says black first is black first. They're not here to build. They're not here to contribute. They're not here to fight. Well, they're not here to fight white supremacy. They're here to fight you and me. They're here to disrupt and distract. Well, we don't do distractions here. You know, when I saw my subscription numbers spike last month, I knew right away that I had a number of no-goodniks who had hopped on board. Well, I don't allow stowaways on the freedom train. And since they came here to distract and disrupt, it was guaranteed they'd stick their heads up because that's what they came here for. And you know what else is also guaranteed? That I'll be getting rid of. So it's once again time to deal with the rodent problem. If you're one of the clowns who suddenly found out that you're unable to comment on the channel, you're looking and saying that your comments are not posting, well, there's a very good reason for that. I'll let you go ahead and try to figure out what it is, but here's a hint, because I know you're kind of slow. It might be because I'm blocked. What I do here is dead serious. I have no patience for attention whores, disruptors, or any other brain-dead do-nothings who are just trying to disrupt us because they see some people listening to a black man other than themselves, and it makes them feel insecure. They want people to look at them as some sort of expert on the issues, but they bring no expertise to anything. You know, maybe people would actually look at you and give you some attention if you actually had something substantive to say, but you don't. And it's your petty ignorance that makes it where no one is ever going to listen to you. And when you poke your foolish head up around here, you'll be shown the door. Except it's going to be a trap door. Family, it is game over for allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harriet with a contrary comment to be allowed to throw in their 2 cents. If all you got is 2 cents to throw in, well then you ain't got enough resources to be part of this conversation. We don't allow pocket change here. We have to accept that there will always be some black people who come among us, say be one, claim that they're with us, but as soon as someone says something that they think they can start an argument from, here we go. We can't tolerate these clowns. We have to purge them and drive them out. Intelligent black society must remain a hostile place for the petty and the pathetic. Black people who aren't smart enough or aren't secure enough with themselves to know what's worth arguing over and what isn't are not fit to be here. And we have to have a zero tolerance policy for that. People who are constantly feeling the need to veer off topic, to distract off topic, to bring up things that don't matter, we gotta have a zero tolerance policy for that. As I've said for over a decade now, the purpose of real black media is to take control of the social discourse within the black community. Do you remember what the other part of our mission statement is? To elevate the debate. Clowns debating the fake Jews, they're doing it because that's a gutter subject. That doesn't elevate anything. It's one of those things where even if you're right, it doesn't even matter. But it is the one talking point they know. They can't really expand on it. They can't really tell you anything other than they're asking out that they the fake Jews. Okay, well, why don't you tell me some more about what the real Jews? Well, you know, brother, the knowledge been robbed from us, brother. Yeah, that's right. By the way, I noticed that out of a 2-hour video essay where I was talking about all of these private intelligence corporations, I noticed that nobody, absolutely no one, said a word about Stratfor or Fusion GPS or Booz Allen or any of the other private intelligence firms that I talked about. I noticed that nobody said anything about them. Well, it's clear to see whether or not black people are really prepared to have a discussion about power in the real world at the highest levels. We can't even have a conversation about the bad guys who are working against our interests. We can't even have a conversation about the people who matter. Yeah, you're going to stick to talking about fake Jews and all the rest of that because that's something you can actually spout out. You don't know anything about the real enemies working against us, and you can't be bothered to learn. Now, I don't know a ton about these private intelligence corporations, but I do know that they're working against us. I know that they work against our interests. They are owned by the very people who daily run us to the ground, who finance all sorts of efforts geared toward harming us and manipulating us and undermining us. So it does. So Stratfor does matter. Fusion GPS does matter. Booz Allen does matter. But I don't see any of the morons of vice who are talking about that. I guess they can't find any YouTube video lectures talking about that, so they can't find, there's nobody from the conscious community talking about that, so those of you whose previous black conversation was informed by and dominated by the so-called conscious movement, you're showing us all why these guys haven't really fixed too much. Dr. John Henry Clark once said during a lecture that in a previous lecture he had been talking about the importance of building black industries, and he talked about how there was just this one young man in the audience who kept interrupting to tell Dr. Clark that black folks need to rebuild the pyramids. And what about the greatness of antiquity, the pyramids? And Dr. Clark went on to explain that this young heckler, which is really what he was, no matter what he may call himself, he was a heckler. He kept interrupting Dr. Clark, asking about the pyramids, and need to rebuild the pyramids, Dr. Clark. Until finally Dr. Clark said, do we need the pyramids now? A Grand Master Teacher. One of, and in my opinion, Dr. John Henry Clark is our greatest Grand Master Teacher. And some young punk actually had the nerve to interrupt and call himself interrogating Dr. Clark about what our priorities ought to be? Really? You got a Grand Master Teacher who every syllable from his hallowed lips is a jewel that you're not even worthy of, and the first thing comes to your mind is, I need to tell the Grand Master Teacher that he's wrong. Well, gee, if you got enough, you have enough on the ball that you can call yourself correcting a Grand Master Teacher. Well, I guess you figure that makes you. And again, it's the people who know the least who are running their mouths most. This is how some black folks are, even with one of our greatest experts ever speaking. Some black people are so overcome with insecurity that they feel they gotta spout out what little they know. And by the way, for that disrespectful clown, it wasn't about the pyramids. If anyone had been dumb enough to ask that punk to tell us what his ideas are on rebuilding the pyramids, he wouldn't have had anything to say. He wouldn't have had anything because he didn't bring any resources. He just brought his mouth. And he didn't even bring anything substantive to say. He just brought disagreement for disagreement's sake. He wasn't there for knowledge. He was there for attention. And he got it, but not the way he wanted. What I've seen the last few days is the same kind of self-aggrandizing insecurity. These people are hecklers. They're essentially online hecklers. That's what their job is. Heckling is about more than the person who screams out obscenities during a political speech, or somebody who calls themselves saying, vote for Hillary at a Trump rally. No. Or what about the P-tape, at a Trump rally? No, heckling comes in a lot of different forms. The most common form of heckling is the person who is trying to discount or discredit the information that's being given. That's what heckling is about. That's what it's meant to do. I'm talking about building an intelligence infrastructure, which we all, if we got any sense at all, if we have any intelligence at all, we should recognize the need for. I point out the efficacy of doing so. I point out how effective it is. And nobody can argue with it, so instead what they say is, but what about the fake Jews? This is what constitutes a conversation for black community about things that matter. The truth is, bringing up the fake Jews to get yourself some attention is a bad idea. That's the bad idea. As the old saying goes, no one will ever know how dumb you are
until you open your mouth
and tell them. Bringing up the one talking point did it make anyone look at you as being an expert? Huh? Did you impress anyone with your amazing observation?
No.
Did you get people thinking differently about anything? Did you bring attention to anything that people just didn't know? Please tell me how much illumination your brain fart brought to the proceedings. That kind of low-brow, hood clips nonsense, that world star hip-hop type of conversation, that is going to get a lot of black people killed for no reason. It has no place here. The people who do it, they show us all where they're coming from. Well, I know where they're going to. Out. Every once in a while, you get some clown who understands exactly what's happening over here with the new voices of black media. They realize that they missed the train, they missed the boat by millions of miles. People who have been focusing on gender warring or kundalini energy, or trying to focus on whether or not black people should become Republicans or what have you, they can clearly see that white supremacy is making it very clear which way the wind's blowing, and they're finding that there's not going to be a place for them. These other specious bits of detritus that they obsessed over don't matter. They see what the real issue is, and they also see that they position themselves wrong. That's what a lot of them do. They went online and they figured that they were going to position themselves to basically find the biggest parade they could jump out in front of it. And they chose the wrong one. See, that's the way it works when you don't have foresight. What happens is you wind up doing the wrong thing and you do it the wrong way. And there are some people who call themselves trying to start some sort of online beefing with me because these clowns understand that their time is up and they're trying to find some way, any way, to make themselves relevant for a few seconds longer. They see which way the winds are blowing. And a lot of you ask, why is it, Professor Truth, that you don't debate with so-and-so? You want to know why? Why should I?
John Henry Clark.
My side is winning.
Man.
As Dr. Clark said, I only debate
my
with my
equals.
all
Others I teach.
But in this case, debating with people who are opposed to us, who have declared themselves our enemies, these people, their minds, such as they are, were nailed shut a long time ago. I don't waste my time even trying to teach them. This is not about teaching anything. It's about informing. My people need information so that they can have it of maximum use for the moves that need to be made. I will inform. But I'm not going to attempt to teach, because a teacher has to keep coming back over and over again when people hit too hard to get the information the first time. I'm not doing all that. And my side is the one that's the going concern. People have seen that if you gather the right people, even as a small group, even black people, in our degraded state, if you get enough of the right black people together, you can make some real moves. You can shock the world. Issa Rae had to hike up her skirt for HBO. We don't have to drop trowel for anyone. You want to know why? Because we got the right black folks backing us. And it ain't the black folks who apparently think that debating the identity of the Jews is a relevant thing to talk about. It's not going to work if you're trying to figure out how to get Professor Black Truth to give you some shine so you can get a new lease on relevance. When I see some moron drowning, I don't throw them a lifeline. Hell, I don't even bother to watch them go under. Occasionally, when I see some chump whose comment clearly is a troll account, I'll check to see if it's one of the usual suspects. I do have a few clowns who, their screen names will only be a little bit different, so they got like 3 or 4 different accounts. Usually I have to make sure that I get all of them. But normally it's an account with no content. I mean, you can look at it and say, okay, this is somebody's son of an account. Nothing more. Though from time to time, it will be some moron whose channel has like 10 uploads. They got 3 subscribers and practically no views. They've been on YouTube since 2010. This is the best they can do. Now, if you've been posting content for years, and you still only have like 100 views, no subs, no presence, then it's obvious that you're desperately hoping to get some views so you can finally get your channel monetized. So you go trolling for someone who is relevant. Well, my audience ain't gonna help feed you either. I've spent over a decade disciplining my troops. And a key component of that discipline is filtering out the trash who don't belong here. I relish in weeding out the unfit, the undeserving, and the undesirable. I get a kick out of letting you know that you're getting blocked. I get a kick out of that. Every time I do that, I feel a little bit better about it. Over a decade, gearing my content to a certain type of viewer has yielded a following that's actually about something. You look at the dislikes for my videos. Yeah, a lot of them come from white supremacists. Some of them YouTube employees, believe it or not, who lurk here. But a lot of them are black chatterboxes who got blocked, and now the only thing that they can do is hate watch. That's cool with me. The only contribution that you can make to the channel is to let me know that you're still angry. Yeah, you're still angry, you're still locked out too. I get a kick out of it. It lets me know that blocking them keeps them alive. While we continue the work of exposing white supremacy and informing the people, the insecure trolls have been put on the sideline, but the truth is, that's where they wanted to be, and that's where they're going to stay. We deal with issues that matter. The white supremacists and their open black bootlicks, they ain't the only ones getting put on notice. We're putting the mice on notice too. All of you clowns who want to be little chitterboxes trying to murmur against us and mumble against us, and you always got something to say, you're getting put on notice too. It's a brand new day for you too, stupid. In the B1 Brigade, we don't major in the minors. We take a very hard-nosed approach to our power, and power starts within. Not just within yourself, but within your group. And what's true for the individual is also true for the group. The same way that you have to purge your bad habits, you have to get rid of whatever practices you've taken up that are holding you back. You got to get rid of whatever weaknesses you've been holding on to. You got to get rid of that weakness. The same thing goes for the group. You got to purge those people who have all those bad habits. Either they drop the bad habits or you drop them. But what you don't do is try to figure out how to hem and haw with them and waste time, and can I persuade them? Nah, forget about all that. That day is over. The day of trying to figure out who we can save. Man, let Superman save me, right? I'm no superhero. I'm not trying to figure out how to save anybody. If you ain't got enough sense to save yourself, then you need to go under. Nobody's throwing you any lifelines. No life preservers here. No lifeboats. The people who are ready for the fight, they're going to be able to swim to victory. The others are going under, and we're going to let you. This is going to be a purging process. The march is going to be long and arduous for a reason, so that we can get rid of the ones who don't belong here. So this little video essay was simply being put up to make a point. In the B1 Brigade, we don't major in the minors. And we will not tolerate anyone who does.
Partner? Come on! Out of the way! I'm gonna shoot you down! I will! All right then!
Yeah.
Not so long ago, a total and irrelevant fool had said that if you don't vote in the recent midterm, if you didn't vote in the recent midterm, you're a traitor to the race. Well, here's the reality. If you did vote in the recent midterms and nobody promised you specific tangibles as a black person, then you're a traitor and a fool. You're empowering people to take us for granted. You're putting people in positions of power where they can enact policies that harm and kill us, and you did it even though they told you that they weren't going to give you anything at all. That is what you call treason. Knowingly aid the enemy. Now, around these parts, those of us who are the new voices of black media really like to use Rolling Coleman Martin as a type of ideological metaphor for all of the corrupted, crumbling bootlicks who the white media likes to trot out to deceive and mislead us. They have whole groups of them out there, though the groups are starting to get thin as white power realizes that these guys' usefulness is nearing its end. But we never want to forget that there's an entire team of these paid liars who are out there lurking, working, if it can be called that, against our interests. These clowns make their daily bread by telling our people dangerous lies, lies meant to distract and deceive us, to get us to sit on our hands while our enemies sharpen their blades against us. Though these days the paid liars' tables are looking a little empty. Seems white power ain't serving up the bread or the butter biscuits like they used to. Just take the Rio, for example. Byron Allen's online gay lifestyle magazine, and I mean that literally. If you go to their homepage, and you should keep an air sickness bag on standby if you do, then this is what you'll see. Stripper turned mumble rapper Cardi B, who has more pancake makeup on her face than anyone I've ever seen. She's talking about some other chump who I've never even heard of, some guy named Offset. I know next to nothing about Cardi B, and I know absolutely nothing at all about Offset. Apparently they're talking about baby mama drama, and this is the biggest image on the Rio's homepage, so that lets you know this is what Byron Allen little minions over there in that sewer think is the most important issue of the day regarding black people. They think that this is the thing that ought to be front of mind for us. Whether or not a couple of bootlicks for the white media, a couple of people out there who are promoting and pushing stereotype, damn sure not pushing anything that's empowering us. Apparently they're sitting here having some baby mama drama. That's what black folks need to be hearing about. This kind of media sends a powerful message, not just to black people, but to everyone who comes in contact with it. You better believe the white media who pushes and promotes these chumps, they're all over this. They like to use this to promote all sorts of denigrating ideas about black people. The message that it sends is that no matter how much money a black person gets, there's still going to be nothing but ghetto gutter behavior. That's all they're going to engage in. So talk about building, nobody's talking about building anything over in Rio. It's just two dysfunctional people bickering. Cardi B doesn't even consider herself black, by the way. She calls herself Puerto Rican. You call her black and she'll correct you in a heartbeat. But the Rio isn't done with the mind rot yet. We got Drake, who apparently shows up on in front of every one of the white media group's front websites. And apparently some chattering about a beef with Kanye West. Oh yes, the most important issues of the day, brought to you by the Queen. And some rapper named Kenny Ma. These guys seem to have a monopoly on all sorts of chumps that I've never even heard of. And I know I'm not a spring chicken anymore, but for God's sake, I'm looking at these guys and going, I haven't heard of any of you clowns. Well, Kenny Ma, in no relation to Yo-Yo Ma, I hope, is having a baby with some woman who I hope is not really named Boots. And if that's a stage name, it's just as unfortunate. And in what for the Rio, I guess is supposed to be serious conversation, just in case there's anybody who stumbles onto their website and actually isn't into rapper, athlete, celebrity gossip. They've got one measly article about Mark Lamont, you big dummy Hill, talking about getting fired from CNN. That's it. That's all that the Rio is serving up. in the sense of serious commentary, just one article. And on the bottom right, there's 3 articles, 3 unique articles, not copies like they got at Mark Lamont Hill and Drake. They got copies there, but when you want the original stuff, the stuff that they don't just copy and paste, you got 3 articles, I guess, about gossip. First one is, this is all of them about some sexually suspect, moist as hell hairstylist calling himself Johnny Wright. And he's chattering about something called glamping in the first article. I can't even get disgusted enough to care what that even means. Second Johnny Wright contribution is him swapping makeup and beauty tips with another voice dude. And finally, he's talking to some woman who calls herself Unique Dandridge. And apparently they're discussing how to help black women embrace their natural hair. And this unique woman is bald, by the way. If she ain't bald, she's damn near getting there. I'm not kidding. She's literally only got about 2 or 3 strands left on her head. Hey, ladies, wouldn't you like your hair to be just as glamorous as hers? And in case you were doubting that Johnny Wright was batting for the other team, just take a look at this still frame. Now, when a man's wrist is bent more than the woman's, you know something's wrong. And just for the record, this guy's LGBT infomercials are sponsored by Toyota. So you have major corporate backing for this nonsense. Just so you wonder, who is it? Is it really all sorts of anti-black interests that are propping these guys up and funding them? Damn right. You're not the ones funding this garbage because you wouldn't, at least you better not. Plenty of non-black folks out there who see the value in keeping our people confused and distracted. See, they're not going to be pushing this stuff in Japan. Toyota's not going to be pushing this stuff over there in the Japanese market. They're not going to be pushing the image of a homosexual as being the everyman, which is what they do whenever they have homosexuals like this guy out there. Who's the black everyman? Why, it's Johnny Wright. Limp wrist, sitting here giggling like a female, swishing his hips. That's the black everyman. White media damn sure ain't promoting someone like this, a homosexual, as being the default for men. He could be over here. We might decide not to give him the Matthew Shepard treatment today, but we're not going to be considering him to be the default. We ain't trying to push that. Yeah, but we will try to push it in the black community, though. I want you to think about that for a minute. Out of the 12 articles that are visible on the Trio's homepage, 5 are about rappers, 3 are about a homosexual, and 1 is about an irrelevant bootleg who thought that he was going to impress white liberals. So 25% of the Trio's front page content is promoting homosexuality. And nearly 50% of it is promoting white record labels, because that's what Drake and Cardi B and Offset, the other chumps, clowns, fakers, frauds, and phonies work for. Who gets paid whenever Cardi B does her freaking song? You better believe it's a white record label get paid. So that's who the Trio's interests are geared toward, making themselves as useful to white power as possible. This is what tries to palm itself off as media for black people. And this Johnny Wright character, this is who the white media, through their black surrogates, want to promote as an acceptable black man. In other words, a woman. And you see this across the board. The only black men who the white media can hold their noses long enough to put on the air are usually chumps like Roly-Poly Martin, who, let's be honest, this boy, if you ain't gonna call him moist, at the very least, he's damn. Or you got chumps like Bushbow. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Do you love everybody? Or Mark Lamont, you big dummy hill, who every time he opens his mouth, something stupid falls out. They only want to see black men who are lacking in some capacity. Either they're lacking in virility, lacking in intelligence, or lacking in courage, preferably lacking in all 3. And you see Byron Allen's little toilet leading the charge on that one. But the black surrogates for white media's effery ain't over yet, because no examination of fake black news would be complete without scourging that toilet of degeneracy, the weed. Their website's front page also has Cardi B on it. What a surprise. I suppose idiots think alike. They mention that the NYPD is still abusing black people and they're targeting black women. What a surprise. And they report how Puff Daddy is paying his respects to Kim Porter. Though you can barely finally see an article mentioning how Florida's Supreme Court has ruled that the state stand your ground law applies to police too. Now, while this is hardly news, it is nonetheless relevant to black people, which explains why the weed buried underneath all of the rapper and celebrity gossip. Yeah, they know what their real job is. Now, if anything, this should have been the header on their website, but the weed, they don't do the whole informing black people thing. Infotainment is their shtick. Telling black people that the courts are sending a clear signal to police that it's time to step up the total war against black people, well, that wouldn't interest the weed's readership. The weed doesn't do journalism. So even when the weed makes a half-baked attempt to discuss something meaningful, well, they just can't bring themselves to follow through. The courts are encouraging stepping up the killing of black folks, and the weed's going, well, we'll throw that in there mostly as an afterthought. See, celebrity gossip is what really matters to the weed. Life and death issues, well, if they run out of rappers and athletes to chatter about, then maybe they'll devote a little bit of page space to something actually meaningful, but only if they've got no other choice. Oh, and by the way, it didn't surprise me, it shouldn't surprise you, that the weed also has posted a piece today about Offset, showing him in an outfit allegedly covered in diamonds. See, that's all they're interested in. Where are these rappers and celebrities showing up at? We bring you to the red carpet. Yeah, that's what the weed is all about. Informing black folks, now we're gonna give you access like you've never had before. Come on. Are you guys trying to be entertainment tonight? Apparently, yes. And it's obvious who the weed is attempting to cater to. They figure by having most of their content featuring black women, at least prominently on their front page, they figure they're going to be able to draw in some of the Madame Noir, shea butter content, which means that they're going to have a large audience that is worthless. The weed wants to appeal to the hood rat demographic. And if you're a regular reader of the weed, that's exactly what you are. Look, let's just go ahead and come straight up the middle for all you clowns who I know that I'm not so naive as to think that there's not a few of the weed's sympathizers and supporters who slither over here. Let me put you on notice. For all of you shea butter idiots who keep coming over here, all of you ancient provocateurs, black women don't need psychological masturbation. That sets them up for destruction. Black women don't need to have their egos catered to. That's what you do to a child. Black women are not children. Black women don't need to have their egos stroked. That's what you do to somebody who's your flunky and your lackey. A black woman who's got her head on straight, she is not a flunky or a lackey. Black women need the same thing that black men need. That is empowerment. And you can't get empowerment by consuming gossip about baby mamas. Some people try to say, ooh, they're talking about black women, child. No, they're not. They're talking about black dysfunction, particularly black female dysfunction. What was it Noam Chomsky said? That the most sophisticated form of propaganda is when something presents itself as opposition when in reality it's actually support. These guys over at the Weed and the Rio, they present themselves or try to present themselves as opposition to the white media when in fact they are support for the white media. The exact same imagery of black denigration and dysfunction. You got the Weed sitting here saying, you go girl. Don't these two websites give us so much worthwhile information? Why? This is the news and information you need. You need to hear about Cardi B and Offset's baby mama drama. You need to get makeup and beauty tips from Johnny Raw. That's what you need. Survival, keeping up to date on what black people are doing to build. These are all irrelevant nonsense. These are just distractions from the real information you need. Hey, Drake and Kanye beat. The Weed and the Rio are online tabloids, nothing more. That's how they should be treated. That's how they should be regarded. That's how much respect you should have for them. The Weed and the Rio belong in the same category as the National Enquirer and Weekly World News. That's who the Weed and the Rio are catering to. The Rio and the Weed are totally interchangeable. You can just take these, they sit there, just copy and paste the same garbage. You go to one, you get to the other. The Rio's talking about nothing with Offset, and the Weed is also talking about nothing with Offset. Same so-called content about the same nobodies. Media geared toward us is supposed to smarten our people up. We are at war, been at war for 500 years. Every bit of information that we take in needs to be about our empowerment, or as Dr. John Henry Clark beautifully put it, you need to leave it wherever you found it. Put it in the trash. If it's not empowering you, you're not supposed to be fooling with it. To give us empowerment matters because the situation for us is just that serious. Hell, even the Weed had to take off a few moments from gossiping about Cardi B to mention, hey, by the way, the Florida Supreme Court has said that black folks are going to be targeted. Understand your ground. So now it's a matter of the police are making it clear they're not even going to say that I was afraid for my life. It's a matter of this nigger refused to walk away when I said, nigger, get off the street. So I shot him because I'm not obligated to back down from a nigger who doesn't know his place. We all know that that's what it's about, but apparently the Rio and the Weed are somewhat ambivalent about it. Apparently their white masters haven't told them what's really up, so they don't know. We don't have time for the white media's hand-picked moves. What is any respectable black media outlet doing talking about crap like this celebrity gossip garbage? And all sorts of hairstyling. Well, we're going to make it where black women can be comfortable with their natural hair. What the world is any respectable black media outlet doing trying to headline garbage like this? That's the thing. The Rio and the Weed are not respectable. They never have been. And they're not black either. They're the white media's black servants. Their job is and has always been to cater to the lowest common denominator among us. As black people, when it comes to the kind of information that we take and the kind of media that we consume, our minds require intellectual vegetables, fruit, whole grains. And instead, these guys are doing their media master's bidding and serving up nothing but pig slop. I can't even call this garbage junk food. That would be too much dignity for it. This is pig slop. We need to be, as Dr. John Henry Clark put it, eating from the fields when it comes to our intellectual fare that we consume. Black people need to be eating from the fields. Instead, you got the Weed and the Rio telling us that we should eat straight out of the toilet. This is what Byron Allen was his $1 billion into. This is what he's doing for money. This is what's supposed to be media for black people. This is what he's pushing. This is who white media outlets like MSNBC and CNN put on their airwaves to try to give mainstream consideration, not legitimacy, but to say, well, these are some acceptable Negroes that we found. Yeah, you're acceptable until it's time to break you too. Well, at least they used to put chunks from the Weed and the Rio out there. These guys have been pretty scarce on white media outlets lately. It's obvious why. Ever since we cut off the little baby nuts a few months back with the Weed, ever since we said it here, went in on Roly-Poly Martin, yeah, but the white media only saying that these guys don't have a false. They're not going to be able to mislead these Negroes like we need them to. If you can't lead these Negroes in the direction we want, we ain't got any use for you, buddy. So that's the reason why they're going in this direction. They're going even harder in this direction because it's the only trick that they know. Black folks have a real alternative now, and these other chumps, they don't know whether to spit or go blind. So this is what they choose to talk about. And you wonder why whenever people like myself talk about the Weed and the Rio and these other white media surrogates, we got nothing but scorn for them. This is what the white media tries to present as black media. This will be media. And all they're giving you is celebrity gossip, a bunch of name dropping. Have you noticed that? All of these articles sit here mentioning names. They're not talking about anything important. Florida Supreme Court sanctioning the police to just go hog wild on black people. You see, that doesn't give them any name news. We need something that can drive traffic. Something that can drive traffic, you know. Oh, we need some names, you know. What happens is when you make it where most of your headline content is about celebrity, what it also means is people figure that's what you're about. They never actually get to the part about the Supreme Court. They never get to anything meaningful if you have anything meaningful to say. Because what happens is you've made it clear to everybody, hey, we're not actually promoting that. That's just kind of something else that we do. It doesn't really matter. I mean, if you really want a slap in the face from the weed, they had an article farther down on their page talking about how a 7-year-old girl, Hispanic girl by the way, in U.S. custody at the Mexican border, she went for 90 minutes without medical care and she died. Now, I'm not going to say there's anything good about that because there's not. Is it tragic? Of course it is. The death of a child is always tragic. Problem happens to be, you go look at those Hispanic websites. You go look at any website geared toward Hispanics, you ain't going to see them pointing out that some Haitian children or some Jamaican children or some Dominican children who happen to die because they didn't get medical care. You're not going to see them sitting here catering for you. They're not going to be promoting any black children who die because of lack of medical care. They're not going to be playing the sad violins for human beings. They're not doing that for black folks. Yes, it is tragic that this child died, but I'm willing to bet you that her story is being told by all sorts of Hispanic outlets. Now, who the hell's telling the stories about your kids who died? Who's telling yours? Hispanics aren't. I think that little Jacqueline and Mary Rosemary, whatever her name is, that's one of the issues that I have. It's a matter of these names go on too long. Sorry, but I ain't reading. Whenever one of these Hispanic children dies, you're going to really there's some Hispanic outlets out there who are going to be telling how tragic it is, and who are going to be waving the flag. And they should wave the flag for their own. And that being the case, what the hell do you look like when they're never waving the flag for you? We only do business to the extent that others do business with us. If these other groups do moderate business with us, then we will do only moderate business with them. We will not allow them to try to fool us into, oh, it's going to be just all wild in the business with you. Nah, if we do a little bit of business with me, then I'll only break a little bit of bread. And if you do no business with me, then guess how much business I'm doing with you. That's the way it's got to work. The taking with the giving. Black folks got to stop sitting here thinking that we're going to behind kiss these other groups. And that somehow this is going to make us human in their eyes. It don't work that way, folks. The Rio and the weed are making it clear that they're trying to rent everybody except black people. The only black people they're going to be renting are going to be those they think are able to drive traffic, and then only a certain type of internet traffic. Nothing controversial, nothing that might give white power to be heard. Nothing like that. They're just service garbage. This is the kind of crap that I would expect for a media outlet catering to 14-year-old girls, by the way, when I see all this celebrity gossip, all this name dropping. This is what attention-whoring chumps do online. Whenever you see these videos or articles that are sitting here all the time, all they do is just talk about celebrities. I think that that's going to be the force that they rise to. They don't really have anything to say, so they're trying to find a celebrity to talk about. They post crap with the names of a bunch of celebrities and non-stop blood. They figure, hopefully this will give us attention. But this is what the weed and the Rio do. I guess they're trying to appeal to teenage girls. And they don't come off as outlets that are supposed to be aimed at adults because they're not. But it's organizations like Weed and Ebony and Food Entertainment Television who have spent decades dumbing down the black community. For at least 3 generations now, this is the kind of infotainment that black people have had presented to us, and this is what we're supposed to think of as proper black media. This is what real, general, standard black media consists of. Infotainment and celebrity gossip. About a bunch of dysfunctional chumps with dysfunctional problems. A lot of black people, so many black people have been conditioned to think that this is what real news for black people is supposed to be. This is what it's actually about. This is all the black news that's been to print. A lot of black people have been conditioned to try to live vicariously through black singers and athletes. Ain't that been the formula ever since the days of Jet? Every time you look up, they're just presenting to you something. They tried it at first saying, oh, Jackie Robinson, he's a black first. Yeah, that's good for him and good for everybody else. Then it became about, oh, let's talk about all these black first. That way, hopefully, we can make white people take us into. That might work for a few black we've decided is, well, I'm going to try to live vicariously through black celebrities and athletes and singers and rappers. I'll just read about the success of Barry Gordy. I'll just read about the success of Jack Ross, or read about Billy D. Williams, or I'll just read about Eddie Murphy, or I'll just read about Will Smith, or Drake, or Kanye, or whomever. So when real black media comes along and we tell black folks what the real deal actually is, most black folks reject it out of hand. They can't fathom it. It's a shock to their systems. They've gone so long subsisting on big slop that when you bring the real stuff, it just shocks them. They can't metabolize it. They can't consume it. It's just too strong. The few remaining brain cells that they have left begin to burn out. A lot of these folks, they're waiting for people like me to start talking about the gospel full time. We're going to lift the air of credibility and legitimacy talking about Drake and Kanye being. We're going to try to say that's important. The hell it is. I don't dignify that crap. There's nothing dignified about it. Dignity only comes from power. You got to have some power within you to stand up some dignity. What the hell is dignified about Cardi B and Offset sitting here talking about their baby mama Trump? And Offset, apparently, he can't be too concerned about child custody. He just run around in a cloud with a freaking suit that's open to have diamonds all over it. Apparently, that's the most important thing that he can be doing. Yeah, so many Negroes who are only too glad trying to tell you exactly how much money they've got. That's the level of the mentality that we as creators cater to. That's the level of mentality that they want to bring you to. They're not presenting that stuff to you as a means, ridiculing these guys. Going, look at these fools. Instead they're bringing it to you going, oh, look at them, baby. Oh, they just get so much attention. Wow, can you believe it? That's what they're bringing to you next. And black folks, I guess, are expecting me to do the same thing. To hell with that. I suppose, though, unless we're talking celebrity gossip, black folks have been conditioned to figure it's not relevant. Oh, you're not talking about Cardi B, you're not talking about Drake, you're not talking about Kanye, you're not talking about Offset, you're not talking about some other rapper like Kenny Hogg who nobody ever heard of, it doesn't matter anyway. Well, that's not relevant. What's relevant is this stuff right over here, man. This real music, man. That's what's relevant. This is the damage that's been done by having 3 generations of black people raised, living their lives, consuming crap like this. Black people are pretty much bigger than a lot of black folks who are going to become singers. That's why so many black people, especially in the 60s, 70s, 80s, everybody in their bombing scene is trying to get a record deal. And the ones who aren't trying to get a record deal are trying to make it to the NBA or the NFL. So because of that, you have so many black people who their standard base internal culture has been one of, we're going to become rappers one day, we're going to become singers one day, we're going to become athletes one day. So that's what their minds are geared to. That's the radio signal that they have conditioned themselves to receive. They can't pick up any other frequency outside of it. If you're not on frequency SPORT or frequency NUSIC, then, well, they just can't be alive. That's what's going on. They've been conditioned to be like that. This is the only culture that they're interested in. Rap like me was on their website, and these bastards are proud of what they've done to black people. They are proud of how they continue conditioning black people to be on this dumb stuff. Well, I'm not proud of it at all. I'm embarrassed, believe it or not, whenever it is that I take it upon myself to post anything that mentions a celebrity or an athlete. Now, a lot of you out there, you might have thought, oh, Professor Black Truth, you're mentioning Kareem Hunt. I could give less than a damn about Kareem Hunt. In fact, I was trying to figure out, is there any way that I could go straight up the middle without even having to mention his name? And since there wasn't, I decided, you know what, let's not beat around the bush, let's not dance around it, let's go ahead and go straight up the middle. But the truth of the matter is, I made it very clear. This ain't about some nonsense of who is it right or wrong. Should he be in the NFL or not? I'm not talking about the white media. That's all I was concerned about. I was showing you how the white media is using Kareem Hunt as a proxy. Now, for a lot of black folks, that's going to be hard to understand because I'm not talking about the garbage that they think this kind of story ought to be about. And maybe they should see now that's the problem. The problem is you told yourself, you have made yourself believe that these stories should only be about what the white media tells you it's about. I understand that black people simply cannot handle certain types of discussion, especially those involving around sports or celebrity gossip. Too many black folks want to try to live vicariously through these people. Too many black folks, the second you talk about music, now we're all to the races. You talk about sports, oh, it's going to be all about who's going to make the playoffs. You've lost them and you won't be able to get the facts. That's why I'm very wary of bringing up these subjects. Because I know that most black folks, the second you bring up those words, that's it. Their ideological trains of thought have derailed and you're not going to get back. But this is what the weed and the Rio, this is their stock and trade. This is standard operating procedure for them. This is what they specialize in. They specialize in keeping your mind derailed. But I also don't care about celebrity gossip because these people don't matter. Kevin Hart doesn't matter. As an individual, Kevin Hart does not matter. Kareem Hunt only matters to the extent that I can use him. Kevin Hart only matters to the extent that I can use him to expose how white power is working against us. Aside from that, these black celebrities don't matter a damn to me. And they shouldn't matter a damn to me. This is what the liars who try to call themselves black media think are the most important things that you and I can be focusing on, however. This is the kind of content they bring you. You need to focus on Cardi B. Hey, who's she going to be dating next? What they really mean is who's she going to be getting knocked up by next. Yeah, because we don't have enough out-of-wedlock births within the black community. We don't have enough black women who apparently think that their crotch is their power. We don't have enough capacity to encourage a glorified format. You don't see them doing that in white people do. Sarah Palin's daughter got knocked up. You didn't see white media. You're sitting here talking about baby showers and planet. Far living serving the Fairfax. Ooh, what about Barack Obama's speech? Yeah, we can't have people focusing on all these white people getting knocked up by wedlock. We do have their image to
Oh
thank.
no, you get them just shooting at the cops.
The so-called black media, who white folks want to tell you is your black media, they do and say nothing that speaks to your power. They do and say nothing that identifies
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Our power and attack us. Put a name on it. Nah, the weed from Rio ain't doing that. Because if they did, the question would be, well, you need to name more people. Name names. Put a name on it. They ain't doing that. Because after all, if the white media is not putting a spotlight on the bad actors, specifically, well, they're black bootlegs, damn sure they better not do it at all.
Be careful, because they
their
might
goal is to
accuse you
serve
of
their
working
white
with me.
masters by proving that they can lead us around by the nose. Oh, you guys are over here attacking white power? Well, we need to mislead you. Get away from that. Here's Drake and Cardi B. We're supposed to be mindless sheep, being herded in whatever direction white power's black bootlegs are trying to coax us into going. You know, among ranchers, there's the practice of what they call the Judas goat. This is the goat who the farmers will have fed and treated very well. It's a goat who they take special care of, and they train this goat to obey their commands. Well, there's only a couple of commands that the goat actually needs to obey. There's only one command that the Judas goat actually gets taught. You see, the reason that ranchers take such good care of their chosen Judas goat, it's not because they like that goat in particular. It's not because they care about the goat. They have absolutely no long-term plan to goat. The entire reason that you take care of, pamper, and cater to a Judas goat, it's because on the day that the farmer wants to slaughter his herd so that he can take them to market, he has a plan that leads directly from the sheep's head up to the slaughterhouse. Now, the problem with sheep is they're very hard to direct close quarters. So you need one of the goats who will go up the ramp, and the others will see that and follow suit to follow after this one goat. And that's why they're called Judas Goat. Because he betrays the others. They think following him means that they're going to get some of the benefits. So that's what the other sheep see. They see the Judas Goat. Maybe he's being treated a little bit different. Maybe the farmers are sitting there patting him. The other, they yell at the other goats, move, move! But the Judas Goat, hey, Judas Goat, good buck, you such a good buck. The Judas Goat, he gets treated all kinds. And the other goats see this, they think, no, That would be nice to get some of that. And I'm thinking, you know what? If this Judas goat identified what identified us, we might want to stay away from this guy. Now, that's not what happens. Don't see this, they decide, well, hey, if he's going up here, I'm going too. Where he's going, he gets some benefits. I want some benefits too. Well, they don't get any benefits. All they get is a violent and painful death. You see, the white media uses black movements in the same way for the same purpose. It is not harmless to allow these paid liars to spew their falsehoods. It is not harmless when you have paid-off con artists who tell us to take all, to consume all manner of self-destructive practices. We ought to adopt all this garbage. Oh, it's not harmful. Ain't nothing harmful about this. Oh, you see Johnny right over there? Ain't nothing harmful about that. You got these chumps who encourage anti-black behavior. Try to sweet-talk us on the idea that we need to get up and vote. On election day, you need to vote. Vote for what? Well, for politicians who do nothing for us. And who in most cases pass legislation that harms us. See, when the lead or the Rio talks about Florida Supreme Court, making where the police now have stand your ground that applies to them, the question is, who are these Supreme Court judges? Who are these individuals? Who put them in office? Who installed these judges in the Supreme Court? Who did this? Who voted for them? What political party they come from? See, nobody starts asking those questions. Rio ain't going to do it. The weed's not going to do it either. And Roly Martin won't do it either. And which of the politicians down in Florida are talking about this and saying what the Supreme Court has done in Florida is an abomination, it's unconstitutional. In fact, they've already committed some form of malfeasance where they should anyone who voted and said and tried to accede to this and say, oh yeah, stand your ground, apply to the police, these guys beyond any boundaries, acceptable boundaries, and all of them should be punished. All of them should be punished. All of them should be removed. They're not doing it. Nobody's running on that platform. Nobody's saying, I want a platform to clean up the state Supreme Court. Nobody's talking like that. Your black bootlegs damn sure ain't. And none of your so-called politicians down there are either. So you see, on election day, what are you voting for? You're voting for nothing. You're voting for a bunch of chumps who have learned the fine art of talking around black people's interests. And black people have allowed this because we have black media outlets who tell you that there's nothing wrong with it. Roly-poly Martin will curse and yell at you, but he ain't cursing and yelling at any white politician. Certainly not as Hillary Rodham Clinton. Oh, sure, she gets triple charge of the present industrial complex with black folks. Roly-poly will get out there and dance and jig with her. I'm sure that he's dancing with Hillary Clinton, who helped to spearhead three strikes laws, who helped to spearhead all of that Rockefeller laws, zero tolerance, and mandatory sentencing guidelines. And when she got to the Senate, she didn't even say boo about any of it. She didn't even say, you know what, there's a lot of stuff that happened when my husband was president, and I sat on my hands for it. I got to reverse some of this. She didn't even apologize for it. Roly-poly Martin never confronted her about it. I'm sure for all the black folks who have gotten hemmed up, jammed up, sent to prison, who have either served sentences that were far too harsh compared to white people, or black folks who got hurt to prison by the thousands, serving sentences they shouldn't even be in prison for because they didn't even commit a crime. Black folks who were sitting there for no reason other than Hillary Clinton and her pals. They, the laws are so tilted in the prosecutor's favor where all they have to do is accuse you. They don't have to prove you did anything, just accuse you. And you go to jail. That's what happened in Tulia, Texas. How many black people are in jail, especially at the federal level, for so-called ghost dope? That means that you have some crooked racist cop who claims so-and-so sold me some drugs, and the thing is, you don't actually have to produce these so-called drugs sold. You never actually have to produce them. All you have to do is just say it. That's what happened in Tulia, Texas. Had a little redneck running around saying that all the black people in town were drug dealers. And when they asked, well, can you produce the drugs that they allegedly sold you? Well, I ain't got them. None of them? So you've accused like 24 black folks of selling you drugs and you don't have any of the drugs? Well, they sold them to me, and the law says I ain't got to produce it. Now, who's the world's responsible for that? That ain't no accident that it happened when it did. Hillary Clinton was the one who helped to spearhead that crap when her husband was president, and she helped to defend and sustain those laws when she was in the Senate. How many of those black folks who are languishing in prison are going to be comforted by seeing Roly-Poly Martin sitting here smiling, just wide as a doggone country fence while he's dancing a jig with Hillary. This is the reason why we heap scorn on Roly-Poly Martin. The kind of crap he does is not fun. Black folks are in prison because of Hillary Clinton. And Roly-Poly Martin didn't have a damn word to say about that. Oh, but you're a traitor to the race if you don't get out and vote the way he tells you to. Roly-Poly Martin's not a traitor to the race. He gets out there dancing with people who put black folks in jail for no reason, but he's not a traitor to the race. If you say, well, there's nobody on the ballot to vote for, yeah, you a traitor to the race now. If you stay at home, you a traitor to the race. Yeah, meanwhile, the real traitors are calling themselves pointing dirty in the stick at us, don't drink. An absence of truthful information is every bit as damaging as a daily diet of lies. And a lot of you soft-headed fools out there who keep trying to sympathize with these liars, you're part of the problem. You keep making excuses for these clowns. But Professor Truth, ain't we all black folks? Brothers is always arguing. Surely you have a lot of things y'all can agree upon. Why can't y'all all just come together and find some common ground? Let me tell you something stupid. What possible common ground can I have between the truth and lies? What common ground can we possibly share on that? What possible common ground can I have when a man dances beside a woman who oversaw the wholesale incarceration of black people for no reason whatsoever? What common ground am I going to have with that when I could be one of them the very next day or the very next minute? We want power. White power, however, wants to exterminate us, and turncoats like Roly-Poly and the weed and the Creole are helping them to do it. So tell me, what possible common ground is there between extermination and power? How do we come together on that? We're fully toward empowerment. They're fully toward our destruction. So what common ground do we share? We're not going in the same direction, stupid. What possible common ground is there between empowering my people and deceiving my people? What common ground can we share when I'm trying to empower black people and these bootlicks are trying to destroy my people? Tell me where the middle ground is there. Tell me where we're supposed to have a meeting of the minds on that. Where's the acceptable area between those two polar opposites? How much should I compromise on the destruction of my people? Just tell me that. How much should I compromise on it? How many of my people should I allow white supremacy to incarcerate or destroy, denigrate, to keep disempowered and poor? What's the acceptable number of black people that I can sacrifice to the sick and degenerate whims of white supremacy? How many black people should I give up before I look and say, oh, well, now you crossed the line, that's too many? Is 10% enough? Is 20%
Hello there, pleased to see you.
Is 50%? Where's the number at? Right now, if you look at the numbers of black people who are in poverty, it's well over 50%. You look at the number of black people who are actually making it, it's well under 5%. So please tell me, where's the common ground at? Because you see, we've already ceded all ground. We're damn near the gates of oblivion now.
All right?
So that being the case, they need to move in my direction, because we've already gone too damn far in theirs. What common ground are we going to have with the idiots? You see how crazy that sounds, but black people are the bare minimum people. And sadly, for a lot of us, that bare minimum that we're willing to concede, it also includes reality. We're willing to settle for a bare minimum of survival, which means you won't survive at all. Survival is people are razor's edge. You need prosperity, power. You don't need a fair subsistence. We can never have a meeting of the minds between the voices of new black media and the white media's black surrogates because our goals are diametrically opposed. The white media's black bootlicks are fighting to keep our people weak and disorganized so that white power can complete its goal of wiping us out. They have sold out. They make their money on keeping black people distracted with nonsense. That's how they make their daily bread. They don't make, as far as these guys are concerned, there's no way to monetize black power. We can't really acceptably monetize giving black information they need in order to keep their freedom, to keep their lives, to gain power. We haven't figured out how to monetize that. What it really means is we haven't figured out how to do that and still be accepted within white circles. We can't empower black people and still be invited to the cheese and croissant circuit. Oh, these white folks, they'll cut off my invitations to their parties if I get out there and talk the way new voices of black people. So I ain't talking like that. My Toyota endorsements would dry up if I didn't have Mr. Larry Limprist out here, along with this woman who looks like a refugee from Wakanda, and apparently they're going to be talking about such important things as being comfortable with your natural hair. Those of us who are B1, we've never been uncomfortable with our hair, so you can't teach me how to be comfortable with it. That's the thing. You're late to the party, stupid. If you actually need if you're a woman who seriously needs a man who desires other men, by the way, if that's the guy who can get validation for your looks from, then you're a lost cause. Which explains why you go buy the Reed, or the Grio, the weed. The white media's bootlicks are on the march. Somebody needs to be marching against. There ain't going to be no common ground because I am not looking for common ground. I am looking for victory. I am not looking for these guys to merely be sequestered. I am looking for them to be defeated. Our mission is to empower black people, to make us strong enough where not only can white power no longer threaten us, but we're strong enough where we're the ones calling the shots. That bothers me. That bothers the weak. That bothers roly-poly parties and black folks to be in charge. As far as they're concerned, their entire existence is summed up by getting a pat on the head of white folks. That's how roly-poly Martin can sit here dancing and jig beside the new American Lenny Riefenstahl, the 21st century Margaret Sanger, Hillary Clinton. He can sit there with a smile on his face dancing beside a woman who has orchestrated the wholesale turbocharging of the prison industrial complex against black people. This woman would have black men like him put the prison in a heartbeat. She's been doing it every day, helping to make sure that stays in place. But he has no problem dancing right beside her without a pang of remorse. The roly-poly Martins never talk about putting black people in the driver's seat. Only thing they ever talk about is coalitions and alliances. In other words, it's always about black people having to ask other people's permission to do anything. It's about us bowing and screaming. We always have to keep an eye toward making sure that we're acceptable to all of these other groups. Now, that's not a two-way street, by the way. They never have to make themselves acceptable to us. We have to have understanding, and we have to have sensitivity, and well, we got to have patience. Now, these other groups, they ain't got to have understanding. They don't have to have sensitivity. They don't have to train any sort of patience when we're concerned. Everybody else, they just do what they please. Black folks, well, we're the ones who need to be understanding. Because when roly-poly talks about black-brown alliances, he's not talking about Hispanics ever listening to, much less doing what black people say. When he talks about politics, all he ever talks about is black people towing the line for Democrats or whomever. He never talks about us getting things all our own way. It's never about what these other groups are going to do for black people. It is only about what black people can do to curry the favor of these other groups. That's what he considers white power. When we make ourselves more useful to white power, they accept you to their parties. If Hillary Clinton's willing to dance and jig with you, why you in? That's coming up, man. That's coming up. That's what it's all about. No, it ain't stupid. So for all you black folks out there who apparently are thinking to yourselves and you're trying to figure out how to hold on to the roly-poly art, you don't like it that Professor Truth said that he's part of the plots of the jettison, part of the human debris we got to jettison. That bothers you. Well, tell me what possible common ground there is between black people calling the shots and black people obeying the orders of others. Where's the common ground there? We can never come together because we don't share any common ground, nor can we. And it's way past time that things went all our way. That'd be a first, wouldn't it? It's way past time that we were the ones calling the shots. Because for the last 500 years, we've been enduring the living hell of what happens when black people are not in charge. A black-brown alliance is completely impossible in the United States because Latinos refuse to so much as get along with other Afro-Latinos in their own home countries. Now, if these people practice racism in Latin America, why should I expect them to suddenly find their manners in the U.S., which is far more racist than Latin America? The white media's black bootlegs don't talk like this because they're trying to sell you a pack of lies. They know that black people become an aspirational people. We become a vicarious people, which means we live largely in our imaginations, and they play on that. Imagine a black-brown alliance. Hell, we've been imagining prosperity for this long. Imagine if these other groups acted respectfully towards you as you respectfully act towards them. Imagine. That's all you'll get. You'll get to imagine. You won't actually have it, but you get to imagine it. Ooh, it's so close. That black-brown alliance is so close. I can practically taste it. Kind of like butter biscuits, you know. Here you are craving alliances with groups who never respected you. That is lunacy. You see, requires intelligence. So tell me, what possible ground is there between wisdom and lunacy? By the way, on a side note, a lot of people wonder, why is it that I started calling these guys white media, and I bang that drum all the time? Why do you call them the white media? Well, because to call them media in general, or to address them in formal terms, that would be give them legitimacy. That is the very first thing that I want to take from a propaganda arm of white supremacy. I wish to deprive them of their legitimacy. Words that we choose to use matters, not merely in terms of debate, but also in terms of whether or not we win. Power is the ability to define yourself and to define others in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. I call them the white media. Their definition of media is not mine. I don't accept it. These black movements can call it whatever they want. Oh, bias. They can call it whatever their white bosses tell them to call it. As black people, we're a cynical. We know what we've earned the right to be cynical. We've earned the right to be sarcastic. We've been drowning in racism and brutality for half a millennium. They better be damn glad that cynicism and sarcasm is all that we've been serving up so far. Most of all, black people are really right to be selfish. We're the only people on earth silly enough to be sharing everything we have with everyone else. We're not sharing a damn thing with us. We share our money, people who attack us. We share our culture with people who denigrate and diminish us. We share our history with people who vote us out of the history books and who deny our accomplishments. Worst of all, we share what little power we pretend to have with people aiming to obliterate us from the face of the earth. Every time you look up, we're always watering down our agenda so that it can accommodate all the non-black groups. We're pushing everyone else's interests but our own. As black folks, we refuse to have something that is all about us. To us, that would be offensive because that's a slave. A slave puts the interest of others before his own. A slave can never speak about himself without referencing massa. Hey, massa, we sick? Wheezy. We got a good house here. We do. Where everybody's front men except our own. Black people want to be the front women for feminism. Black people want to be the front men for the gays. Black people want to be the front men for the Palestinians. Well, who the hell is going to be the front man for you and me? And I don't mean some moron who white power pushed, propped up, packaged, and presented to us. I'm talking about somebody who we chose. Somebody who sees our interests and represents our interests aggressively. Because when we allow people to always interject everyone else into our discussions, whenever we allow the white media to present black folks who are speaking to everybody else's concerns but ours, and what we're doing is we are showing the entire world constant images of black people who are ideologically and politically schizophrenic. And that's the impression that they give us. Oh, these black people, they don't really have any real concerns of their own. Well, their concerns are no more important than feminism or gays or the environment or whatever. Why should anyone listen to black people's concerns when we have made where our concerns are equivalent with everyone else's? Yeah, our interests may not be less important than anyone else's, but they're not any more important than anyone else's. Well, what the hell do gays have to complain about? We're not socially accepted. Black people ain't fighting for social acceptance. We're fighting for mere survival. So you cannot compare us to gays. The feminists, we need respect. So you see, you can't compare them with us. This is why these intersectionalists are so damn dangerous. You got these people, and it's only among the left circle you see this garbage most, talking about how my identity as a woman is not more important than my identity as gay. My identity as black is not more important than my identity as woman. My identity as black is not more important than my identity as a gay or a lesbian. My identity as black is not more important than my Jewish religion, my Jewish heritage, or what have you. My identity as black is not more important than X, Y, and Z. And that's how it always goes. It's always my identity as black is not more important. They never say that my identity as a woman is not more important than my identity as black. White media makes sure that whenever somebody gets out there and tries to draw some sort of false equivalence between black people and something, it only goes one way. It's black is not more important than fill in the blank. And that's the message that the white media wants out there. That's the message, the propaganda that the intersectionalists have been trotted out in order to promote you. You black people are not more important than gay or feminist or whatever. You're not more important than them. And these guys don't even have any trouble. So what they're really saying is that black people don't have any problems at all. Everybody knows gay and feminist, they ain't got real problems. Black people have real problems. But without these con artists, you get out here and say, no, black people, we have no more problems than the gays do. Yeah, but the gays ain't the ones getting gunned down the street by the police. The feminists are not the ones getting gunned down the street by the cops. The feminists are not the ones being redlined and gentrified out of existence. The gays ain't the ones getting that kind of treatment. Black people are. Oh, black people's concerns are no more pressing and no more important than these others. All of these false equivalences, this is the propaganda used to set up a genocide. You say that these guys have no grievances. What that also means is nobody's oppressing them. So what that means is any sort of disadvantage that they have, any the position they're in because of them. They're the undesirables because they're unworthy. Nobody enters to them. These people are just hopeless. That's what it is. These intersectionalists, they have as much anger and much hatred toward black people as the most dyed-the-wool white supremacists. As a people, we are being teed up for a genocide. And we have these morons saying that, well, I'm black, but that's no more important than me being female or gay. You know, the majority of people in this country are already biased against this. And so they see these intersectionalists as helping to give them permission to go in on this. And why not? We've allowed these black surrogates for white media to make it clear that black is no more important than anyone else, which means we have no real problems at all. So the next time that you see some clown telling you how important it is that we have common ground with Rio and weed and the roly-poly Martins and the Madame Noirs and the rest of the fakers, frauds, and phonies, you remember that is genocide by the side door. These guys are sitting here promoting all sorts of anti-black nonsense, doing it in your face. And that is never, ever okay.
I don't have much time with you, and I wanted to get that out of the way because I'm sure the viewers have that obvious question. But let me talk about the Vice President here. And we heard from Senator Harris in that piece from Arlette about her refuting a claim that the Vice President made this week that the 1994 crime bill that he wrote did not contribute to mass incarceration. I want you to listen to former President Bill Clinton. This is President Clinton who signed that into law in 2015.
I signed a bill that made the problem worse. And I want to admit it. In that bill, there were longer sentences. And most of these people were in prison under state law, but the federal law set a trend. And that was overdone. We were wrong about that.
President Clinton says that they were wrong about that. Senator Harris has said that it contributed to mass incarceration. Why is it Vice President Biden admitting what we're hearing from the former president?
What was happening in the early 90s, the reaction was an overcorrection to a very real issue. But we are going to see some policy rollouts from our campaign very soon, Victor. I know folks have questions about what is Vice President Biden's criminal justice policy.
Is it now that
those are going to come. But I mean,
that the crime bill did contribute to mass incarceration?
Victor, I think the vice president, his comments speak for themselves. What is very clear is
But his comment was that it does not contribute to mass incarceration. The former president who signed it said...
Look, Victor, if we play the whole clip, what he also said was, his comment, what he also said was, that the majority of folks that are incarcerated were incarcerated at the state level.
And there's a reason for that. Let me put up the truth in sentencing.
And there is a reason for that.
But there's a reason. Let me put it up. Let me put it on the screen, guys. In sentencing section of the 1994 crime bill, page 21. It incentivized, they offered billions of dollars to build new correctional facilities if states would increase the percentage of convicted violent offenders, increase the average prison time, increase the percentage of the sentence was there. Did this bill not incentivize putting more people in jail and keeping them there longer?
Victor, I am not going to sit here and tell you the crime bill was perfect. There was some really great things that it did. It took on the NRA, and then there was an overcorrection. What you're describing was an overcorrection. There was a reason. Some folks went too far. The bill wasn't perfect. Republicans fought to put a lot of things in that bill. Democrats fought to get a lot of things out of it. At the end of the day, no one is suggesting that what has happened with the ravaged community over the last 27 years does not need to be fixed. No one is suggesting that there's not a real issue, there's not a real problem or a real issue. And I'm here to tell you that Vice President Biden will roll out, you'll see a criminal justice policy soon. We are going to continue to have this conversation about the crime bill all throughout the campaign trail. But we're also going to put forward some policies. So just wait and see. Give us a minute. Wait and see.
We will look forward to those. Simone Sanders, thanks so much.
You know, if Simone Sanders is going to keep turning in performances like this, she might want to go ahead and pass out her resume and start looking for a new line of work. Given how broad her shoulders are, I recommend the Dallas Cowboys start. This is who Bernie Sanders had working for him, and you wonder why Bernie got spanked at the polls. And now she's working her same magic for Joe Biden. Before we go any farther, I just want to remind people that if you want to pull up the rear, if you want to be the last one to know anything, just go ahead and keep listening to the white media. Let them be the ones you get your information from, and that way you can be the last to know. On the other hand, for those of you who actually want to be in the know, and you're not satisfied with the cutting edge, you get your news and views from black media. Because we're not cutting edge, we are bleeding edge. We don't merely tell you what's going on, we tell you the future before it happens. And our batting average is far higher than the white media. Days ago, I was the one who posted a video, Arrogant Biden stands by the 94 crime bill, but who else voted for it? And one of the things that I hammered over and over and over and over again was the fact that the main defense, the rhetorical defense that has been used and would continue to be used to defend Biden from criticism is that you can't say the 94 crime bill resulted in the prison industrial complex. Why, that was the states who did it. That was the states. And who wasn't told you that was a load of crap. And here's a couple of excerpts from the last video that I did where I called out this tactic and I pointed out that it was going to be used. Whenever black people bring up the incarceration state, or rather the black incarceration state as it should be called, you always find right-wing funded think tanks and left-wingers who claim to be criminal justice reform advocates who are all tripping over each other, screaming in unison that the majority of prisoners in the United States are not in federal prison, they're in state and local prisons, as if anybody has ever argued that point. And they will all scream from the rafters that the majority of people incarcerated in the United States aren't there because of drug convictions, rather for violent criminal convictions. So all the talk about how the drug war fueled the black incarceration machine is wrong. So no matter what any white power propagandists try to tell you, the states are not acting independently of the federal government, not when it comes to this black incarceration project. The states got the green light to mass incarcerate black people from the federal government. They damn sure couldn't have done it if the feds hadn't subsidized it. And they damn sure wouldn't be able to do it if the feds wanted to stop it. So no, you don't have any pointy-headed white supremacist academics, whether they be on the left or the right, who try to lie and say that, well, it's the states who did it, not the feds, it's the states. Now that was days ago when I warned you that the white media with their academics and their political type that they would put on TV and give them endless airtime. I told you exactly the lie that they were going to use. And in comes Simone Sanders yesterday to prove me right.
And look, Victor, we played the whole clip, what he also said was, his comment was, what he also said was, that the majority of folks that are incarcerated were incarcerated at the state level.
And there's a reason for that. Let me put it
I mean, there is a reason for that.
There's a reason. Let me put it up. Let me put it up on the screen, guys. The Truth in Sentencing section of the 1994 crime bill. It's page 21. It incentivized, it offered billions of dollars to build new correctional facilities if states would increase the percentage of convicted violent offenders, increase the average prison time, increase the percentage of the sentences. This will not incentivize putting more people in jail and keeping them there longer.
Look, Victor, I am not going to sit here and tell you the crime bill was perfect. There was some really great preventative things that he did. It was on the interact with NRA, and then there was an overcorrection. What you're describing was an overcorrection. There was a reason. The bill wasn't perfect. Republicans fought to put a lot of things in that bill. Democrats fought to get a lot of things out of the bill.
You see what she just said? There were Democrats who were trying to take things out of the bill. This is just her trying to do a roundabout, just trying to tell the same lie from another angle. It's now that she got cornered on, we exposed her in the lie that it wasn't the states and local governments acting alone. The feds will lead the charge. But, well, there was some overreach. It went too far. That's sanitizing it. Like Hillary Clinton saying that stop and frisk was inefficient. That you see Simone Sanders out there selling the same soap, and to sit there and tell a lie like the Democrats were trying to take things out of the bill. Well, one of the people who wasn't taking anything out of the bill was Democrat Senator Joe Biden, who said, and I quote, "We do everything but hang people for jaywalking." He was bragging about what was in Biden's law, the 94 crime bill. He was bragging about it, bragging about how tough it was. He wasn't sitting there saying, there's some overreach here, you know. This gives way too much power to prosecutors and to the system. And we're going to be railroading people. He wasn't talking like that at all. He said he was bragging. When what was happening was you had some Republicans saying, well, are you sure that Biden's law is tough enough? And Biden was going, we do everything but hang people for jaywalking. Look up that quote. We do everything but hang people for jaywalking. He was proud of how strident Biden's law was. He was proud of the 94 crime bill. And here you got Simone Sanders trying to rewrite history, and she's trying to make it sound like, oh, Democrats were trying to take things out of the bill. Who the hell was it? Who was trying to take things out of the bill? Was it Nancy Pelosi? She was a congresswoman from California back in 94, and she voted for the 1994 crime bill. Didn't take a damn thing out of it. Maybe she was talking, perhaps Simone Sanders was thinking about Chuck Schumer. He was in the House of Representatives back in 94. He wasn't senator yet. Oh, wait a minute, he voted for the crime bill too. Well, maybe she was thinking about Bernie Sanders. Wait, he voted for the crime bill too. Well, how about James Clyburn, the only black representative from South Carolina? Oh, wait, he voted for the crime bill too. And so did Cynthia McKinney. And so did Kwasi Mfume. Yeah. And Barney Frank, the quintessential gay liberal from Massachusetts, who's supposed to be the tip of the spear when it comes to progressive policies, he voted for the 94 crime bill. Didn't take a dang thing out of it. Nobody was filibustering it. Nobody was trying to find a way to jam it up in committee. They just said, well, either you're for it or you're against it. Nobody was taking anything out of it. So it's a lie that Simone Sanders telling. Well, Democrats were trying to take things out of it. Joe Biden wasn't taking a damn thing out of it. He was telling the Republicans, oh, this law is tougher than anything you Republicans are asking for. So what the hell is she talking about? She's telling bald-faced lies here. In fact, if you look at the vote totals for the 94 crime bill, what you find is that 188 Democrats voted for it. Only 46 Republicans voted for the 94 crime bill for Biden's law. And if you look at who decided to go against it, 64 Democrats said no, compared with 131 Republicans. Now, this is not to say the Republicans are the black man's friend. They're not. They're both right and left wings of the same white supremacist demon that we're fighting against. Well, the point is, this is one of those little internal games that they play. Well, we're for the law, but we want to Republican president. We don't want Bill Clinton to get the credit for. We don't want this to get passed under a Democrat. It needs to pass under a Republican. That's all that matters. The Republicans are all for it. It's just a matter of the game vote. We don't want the up-on crime measure to get passed under a Democrat president. They're just playing games as they try to all try to appeal to the casual racist that is white politics. That's the game that they're playing. But Simone Sanders telling bald-faced lies about how the Democrats were trying to take things out of the bill. Gee, was it the 188 Democrats who voted for it? Were they the ones trying to take things out? You had more Democrats who were for Biden's law than you had Republicans against it. So don't let them run that game on you. I was the one who warned you about it because I understand that if you want to know when a white supremacist or their black bootlick is lying, see if their lips are moving. Who was it who broke down the 94 crime bill? I was the one who broke down for you the so-called truth in sentencing provisions in the 94 crime bill that demanded that if the states wanted a piece of that juicy $12 billion that Joe Biden was dangling in front of them, first they had to put laws on the books that the federal government mandated. The federal government said, here are the laws we want you states to enact. Oh, sure. We're not forcing you to do it, but we know that you guys are strapped for cash. And since Congress has the power of the purse and is the only group that has the ability to print money, well, you guys are looking to build prisons. And if you're looking for an infusion of cash, because God knows people will starve for it, well, you can get it. But first, you got to put laws on the books the federal government demands. And I was the one who broke down for you some of the parts of the 94 crime bill, how the money makes it to the states, and practically all of it, at least 3/4 of it, goes to nothing but incarceration and the tools of incarceration, like the police, judges, and probationary services. I broke that down for you. And CNN, the Klan Nazi network, as usual, pulling up the rear, and I told you what the defense was. Anytime some idiot tries to say, you can't blame Biden for that, you can't blame the 94 crime bill, it's all about the states. The states were doing that. The states, well, you just saw what happened to Simone Sanders. And yeah, I would imagine that the chumps over at the Clown Nazi Network crib note from the black media, because it's no accident that here they come. When it's time to shut down Simone Sanders, first thing they do is they put the talking points that Professor Truth put out there. And you saw how easily that happened. The guy didn't have to get into some long, drawn-out tongue wrestling match with her. Didn't have to go back and forth with her. All he had to do was say, let's take a look at this truth in sentencing provision here. Let's take a look at how the federal government talked to the states and told them, we're not going to give you any money unless you enact the laws that we prescribe. The federal government dictating to the states what their punishments were going to be. And really interesting, Simone Sanders' reaction to that. Not what she said, but rather what she didn't say. Yeah, we know she's going to do some explaining, because that's her job. If you ever wonder why it is that she keeps finding work with these campaigns, that's because this is one of the few Negroes who can dependably get out there and sell the soap, no matter how blatantly anti-black the candidate is. Doesn't matter if it's Bernie the bigot Sanders, or if it's Joe Klansman of Scranton Biden with his cokehead son. As I told you, Simone Sanders is not there because she's smart. Clearly she ain't. She sits here and says this garbage, and the point that I'm trying to make is what she didn't say was, wait a minute, Victor, all this stuff you're talking about, this truth and sentencing, I've never heard about this. Where are you getting this from? How is that in there? Well, I don't know if you're right about that. Well, what's your source? Notice that Simone Sanders didn't do that. She went from, it was the states, to, as soon as the guy points out just the truth in sentencing provision alone, she immediately, on a dime, goes, well, the crime bill's not perfect. So what does that tell us? Simone Sanders already knew about the truth in sentencing provision. This is why I keep telling you about the white supremacists and their black bootlicks. They're lying through their teeth. They've always been lying through their teeth. They know that they're lying. What they want to find out is whether or not you know what the lie is. Now, if you get your information from the clowns, the chuckleheads over at the breakfast schlubs, or if you're one of the idiots who actually thinks that BET is going to tell you something, or if you're listening to Tom Joyner, or if you're listening to Joy the Jackass Reed, Roly Martin, or any of the rest of these black bootlegs, these fakers, frauds, and phonies, you wouldn't know all this. On the other hand, if you listen to the black media, the new voices of black media, if you happen to be one of the enlistees in the B1 Brigade, you already knew about this. You know what the talking points are, and it just goes to show that even one of the addle-brained chumps over there in the Klan Nazi network, all they have to do is to simply use one of the talking points from the black media and you shut down the bad guys. This is why I keep telling you guys that you need to take what it is that you hear in places like this, and you need to go confront these bastards with it. Hell, if a clown like Victor, what's his name, from CNN, if he could simply bring up the TIS provisions of the 94 crime bill, and Simone Sanders starts stuttering and stammering like a son of a gun, if that's all it takes, what happens when you put B1 brigadiers in there? You see how easy it is. You see that it ain't rocket science. I'm not giving you theoretical anything. I know exactly how to dissect these bastards. I know exactly how to shut them down without it being some long, drawn out, we're going to have some tug of war, some world war. I ain't got to go through all that. All I got to do is use one sentence and you're done. All I got to do is just bring up one small point and your entire house of cards comes crashing down. This is the reason why these bastards stay away from the black media. You want to know why it is that Joe Biden ain't about to talk to us? You want to know why it is that Simone Sanders ain't about to let herself get cornered by us? You just saw why. They know about the talking points that we're putting out there. It percolates and circulates because you guys are the force multiplier. When you guys give videos like this thumbs up, you help to raise its profile. When you guys repeat the talking points that you hear in places like this, it gets out and about. To the point that you got some chumps in the white media, and I'm surprised that Victor, what's his name, still has a job. It's kind of a gift. Everybody said, well, Victor, you know, you were kind of hard on some senators. You know, talk about not blocking the nurse. What the hell is coming from, buddy? That's the kind of thing that can look losing your job. But you saw how it worked, how she got locked down like that. She had no answer for it because she was lying. She knew that she was lying, and she actually had somebody who would tell her, no, that whole crap, that dodge, that deflection, that lie about, oh, well, it's the states. See, the states did that. I told you it was a pile of crap. And now Simone Sanders has proven it. The next step is to confront Biden with it. Because he tries to do the same thing. This is supposed to be what counts as the so-called left wing of American politics, using the exact same talking points that you can hear on Fox News or right-wing hate radio. But this ain't coming from the right-wing so-called reactionary wing of American politics. This is coming from the so-called progressive wing. And look at how they talk. I mean, it sounds like it came from the Manhattan Institute or the American Heritage Foundation or any of the sawed-off right-wingers that you can imagine. But no, instead this is coming from Joe Biden's little house man. This is coming from Simone Sanders, Aunt Jemani Supreme. Yeah, I guess after cutting her teeth, telling all sorts of lies for Bernie the bigot, she figures it's time to graduate to the big leagues now. Yeah, but she ain't big enough for the black media. She can get out there and do all of her crap that she wants. At the end of the day, Joe Biden has a lot to answer for. He has not done anything to repeal any of the crime bill. He has not done anything to either reduce the sentences for crack cocaine or to increase the sentences for powder cocaine, but then again, given his son Hunter's long-standing cocaine use, no wonder Biden ain't too eager to do that. Because if he started demanding harsher punishments for powdered cocaine, he might as well call his son and say, well, son, here's the number for your probationary officer, and I guess we'll be seeing you in about 25 years. So no, Biden understood exactly what he was doing. This was racially coded. This little trick has been going on since the 19th century. When slavery ended, it became a matter of, let's find any activities that black people do. It's not even a matter of, are black people more likely to do it? Black people are no more likely to use marijuana than white people. In fact, white people are slightly more likely than black people to use marijuana. And yet, who do you see getting arrested? Who do you see going to jail? Who do you see doing long stretches in prison? Black people. So why the world are you not seeing white people? I think it's a matter of, we're going to, first of all, we're going to target things that we think black people are more likely to do, and then we're going to write laws that criminalize things that previously were either misdemeanors or not crimes called. And if it turns out that white people are doing it as well, we're just going to overlook that. Well, that's where Joe Biden's coming from. What are the punishments going to be? What should Joe Biden's punishment be? He has not done anything to atone for his crime, and he knew it when he did it. He is sitting here apparently expecting us to overlook what? He told us that he did wrong. Some of you idiots out there say, well, can't we just forgive? Forgive what? He hasn't said that he did anything wrong. How can I forgive someone who has not come to me and said, I have sinned and here's what I did? In order to be forgiven, not only do you have to ask for absolution, but you also have to make recompense. You got to show what you're going to do to make this right. Joe Biden hasn't done anything. No, he told the truth back in the 1970s, that little interview that he did in the People's Paper, which you can also get excerpts from in my earlier video, A Brief History of Joe Biden's Racism. He already spoke on that one. He said, I'll be damned if I'm going to pay for something that my daddy did or that my grandfather did. Yeah, well, how about the racism that Joe Biden did? How about Biden's law? Is he willing to go ahead and pay for that? No, as far as he's concerned, I ain't paying for that either. So I'm not going to pay for anything my grandpappy did. I'm not going to pay for anything my daddy did. And I'm not even going to pay for anything that I did. This is an evil bastard. And now he's seeking the presidency. This is a man without conscience, without morality, without decency. He is a creature of anti-black racism. And Simone Sanders is running interference, but it shows you how low some black folks will stoop. Yeah, white supremacy understands that if they're going to be able to sell black folks up the river, they're going to have to get some of our own to help them do it. And this explains James Clyburn. He's been doing the most to stump for Joe Biden out in South Carolina. South Carolina is one of the early Democrat primaries. And it's also got a substantial number of black folks. As far as they're concerned, it's a good litmus test for whether or not Biden can hoodwink us. Or we'll go ahead and get some black faces out there. Hey, James Clyburn. Oh, Negro Jim Clyburn. He's going to have his kids and his in-laws who have been eating because Democrats, power brokers like Biden and the Clintons, throw him a couple of crumbs, make sure they get some El Cheapo freaking government contracts and some company jobs and such. Make sure that you throw a couple of pennies at the Negro operatives that we got in the black community. Those guys will tell the rest of the Negroes who are planting the open air plantations known as the ghettos. Tell them, oh, you can't say anything about Biden. Biden, he's on our sideline. He's so good to us. The black man has no better friend than Joe Biden. Yeah, and you'll believe it if you don't have the black media there to go ahead and tell you who and what Joe Biden actually is. But this is to show the impact that the black media's having. We got the bastards on the run, and you see that the talking points that you get from places like this are not hypothetical, they are real. We are teaching you not merely how to think, we're also teaching you what to say. And we're not teaching you to debate these bastards. We don't believe in debate when it comes to intelligent white society. The B1 Brigade practices how to debate. The B1 Brigade practices how to win. I don't believe in debating any more than Dr. John Henry Clark did. He said, I only debate my equals, all others I teach. That's exactly what you got your head on straight and you actually know the facts. Malcolm X never conducted a debate in his life. He simply taught all of these white supremacists that no, you haven't gotten away with anything. I know exactly how your sick system works, and now I'm going to explain it to you. After that debate was over, there wasn't no debate. That's how it's supposed to go. If you got the facts on your side, if you actually got all of your information together, all you do is present the facts and watch the other guy go, well, we know about that, but okay, well, the law's not perfect, you see, but black folks are going to see that Joe Biden is really there for... That's what Simone Sanders is reduced to. That's what Biden's scared of. He's scared of this kind of talk getting out. And the white media is scared of it too. Because, as Neely Fuller taught, white supremacy believes in controlling both sides of the conversation. That way, you have a choice between white supremacist candidate A, Bernie Sanders. I want people to know that, if maybe Trayvon Martin and Eric Garner were white like me, they probably wouldn't be dead today. Oh, this white man, he understands. What about reparations, Bernie? No. What about Joe Biden? I want you to know that my record on civil rights, why I was in favor of integration, well, except for the bus, except for 2 black schools, and well, really not all that choice, and Barack Obama, though he's okay with leave, and he's clean. He had a white woman who taught him, so this will be your choice. So you have a choice between a mouth-frothing racist and a racist who occasionally wipes his chin, though never combs his hair. That's supposed to be what constitutes a choice for you. White supremacy believes that you can have a choice between white supremacy and a white supremacy candidate. I say don't make a choice between those actions at all. As Kwame Ture, some of you might remember him as Stokely Carmichael before he changed his name to something more African. You might remember the brother said that people were always telling him, well, we still got to vote. I mean, even if so, you got to choose the lesser of two evils. And he said it best. He said, a moral man does not choose evil at all. And he was right. Don't let the white media and their white government lie to you and tell you got to choose between evil and evil. You got to choose between bad and worse. That means the bad guys always win and you never get what you're supposed to have. No, you're supposed to look at that. If you don't like the choices in front of you, you're supposed to exercise free will and say, I'm not playing the game, I don't like the rules, and I damn sure don't like who I got to play with. That's what you're supposed to do. Instead of letting the bad guy dictate terms to you, you're supposed to be the one dictating the terms. That's how you take control of the situation. Or would you like to remain on white supremacy's treadmill for another 150 years? No, Simone Sanders got caught on the carpet on this one. And what happened to her, you better believe that all the little campaign assistants for Bernie the Bigot and Kamala Empty Suit Harris and the rest of the fakers, frauds, and phonies in the Democratic contender field for president, you better believe that Beto O'Rourke, or as I like to call him, Mr. Lip Service, because he's just like Obama, did more lip service. All of them watched what happened to Simone Sanders. They know what the talking point was. They know it damn sure didn't come from CNN. They know that came from outside of CNN. They know the external pressure was being exerted on them. That what we were saying here has now percolated into the realm of the official white media. They know that. And they also know that the same problem that Biden has is a problem that Kamala Harris has.
You let me know if you need any
because Kamala Harris was just like Biden. She was not letting anyone out of prison. She wasn't trying to figure out how to release non-violent offenders from prison. She went all the way to Supreme Court to fight for California's right to violate the Fourth Amendment and make it who gives a damn about cruel and unusual punishment. We got to make sure that all of these black folks stay locked up, regardless of if they committed a violent crime or not, regardless of if they're even guilty or not. So they understand that the exact same anti-black zealotry that threatens Joe Biden's campaign and has also undermined Bernie the Bigot, that happens to be a sin that they've all partaken in. Kamala Harris understands that as California's top cop, she knows that this is the exact same thing that could hurt her. Then again, she's done a pretty good job of sinking her campaign, but this is what we got to do. We got to stay on the bastard's necks, and that's where you guys come in. You got to make sure y'all got to be on a jihad. Spread these talking points. Don't just come to the house of Professor Truthville. Don't just come to my channel and give me an amen and an attaboy. That ain't going to be enough. We need you guys out there spreading the word, spreading this word. Make it where whenever there's somebody trying to talk about Joe Biden, you remind them that Joe Biden gave money to the states if the states would institute harsher laws. Make sure people understand that there is a direct connection between the federal government and the hypercharging of the state and local prison complexes. The states didn't have the money to build prisons.
You believe that?
Oh, most of the crime bill funding from the 94 crime bill went for the construction of prisons. $9 billion alone went for the construction of prisons. The states didn't have that money. It was given to them by the federal government. You have a direct connection between federal policy and what happened at the state and local level. So the lie that we've had all these good white liberals out here talking about, nothing more than left-wing and right-wing anti-black propagandists. Doesn't matter if they work for the Heritage Foundation or if they work for the Brookings Institute. Same thing. They all hate. When it comes to black people, they're all ideologically on the same page, and they all spew the exact same talking points. You would hear nothing any different from the Claremont Institute than you would hear from any other left-wing so-called think tank. They understood that what they were doing was lying. They hoped that they were propagandizing the public.
Decent
They were
town.
indoctrinating
Boy,
the
would I
public
like a
with the
vacation from
lie
this
that
place.
no matter what these Negroes try to tell you, the mass incarceration state, the black incarceration state, that was the result of local and state lawmakers, local and state enforcement. That wasn't the feds. That wasn't the feds at all. And then you follow the money. You follow the money and you learn everything. And then all of a sudden, I'd like to know, are we going to have some good white academics come to the rescue for old Simone Sanders and explain, no, the federal government gave billions to the states and did demand that before the states could have a piece of that $12 billion pie that all the states were drooling for, well, they would have to change their laws, but this would have happened without the feds. No, the states didn't have the money to build prisons. That's why they were all so eager to get a piece of that money. They needed that money. They didn't have it on their own. The states don't have the ability to be able to print their own money or to be able to go into debt like that. The federal government can, but the states can't. So yeah, the feds were the only game in town, and they knew it. This was a partnership between federal and state and local law enforcement. And the mission was, we are going to build the biggest, strongest black incarceration machine since the plantations. And we're going to make sure the tax dollars build it. Who's on board? We're all going to get on code. And I got $12 billion to make it worth your while.
I'm here to help.
That's what Biden did. So family, you need to understand exactly the nature of what it is that we're up against, but also understand the nature of the power that we've got. I do not deal in hypotheticals. I do not deal in wishful thinking. When you listen to what is said from Professor Black Truth, what you are hearing is from somebody who studied the white supremacists my entire freaking life. I know exactly what their lies are. I know that they're wrong, and I know where they're wrong.
Too many folks seem to
And
be
I
running from
know
the
what
problems.
the perfect
I see
silver
it every
bullet
day.
is to shatter their arguments into a million irreparable pieces. I mean, I spell it out for you guys so simple that even a half-wit who works over at CNN, even one of the tried and true black bootlicks, because let's not pretend as if just because Victor, what's-his-name, decided to ask one question, he didn't even ask a question, just that he brought up the money, where the money went for the crime bill. Is that supposed to make a saint out of a sinner? No, let's not go calling ourselves and making somebody an honorary member of the B1 Brigade simply because they did one question. Black folks are too easily impressed. No, as far as I'm concerned, justice is not done until we're the ones staring the bastards in the face and we're the ones who are confronting them. Because they're going to find a friendly audience over at the Caucasian Nazi network. They're going to find a sympathetic audience who, when Simone Sanders gets tongue-tied, they'll let her off the hook, which is exactly what Victor did.
You let me know if you need any information on things.
He knew that was a bombshell he was going to drop, and as soon as he did, as soon as she goes, oh, that hurt, he was, okay, moving on, commercial break, and now on to a commercial break. He didn't ask, what is Biden going to do, since he obviously was the one who, he didn't even mention that Joe Biden was the one who wrote the 94 crime bill. So before your heart goes all pitter-pat because one of the in-house Negroes at the Klan Nazi network decided that he was going to ask he was going to bring up a simple point that you already heard from me, and it had the predictable effect of throwing Simone Sanders' empty head into a tizzy. Please don't pretend as if somehow that means he's on the side of the angels. Because the real question is, why is it that CNN does not mention, does not educate people that Joe Biden wrote the 94 crime bill? Why is it that nobody brings up the fact that he called it Biden's law? Make the bastard wear it. He was proud of it. That is, until he started trying to seek political office outside of the cozy confines of Delaware. When he found out that he was going to have to seek higher office, now you got to find a way to deal with all those black folks who you were targeting. Because now you need their votes. That's part of the reason why Joe Biden has failed 2 times, and now he's about to make it 3 for 3 that he's lost. Every time he's run for president, he falls flat on his face. But Joe Biden knows exactly the game that he's playing. He's running away from the 94 crime bill. And people need to know that he was the one who loved it so much, he tried to call it the Biden law. Okay, fine then. Let's go ahead. We're going to call it the Biden law. And no amount of forked-tongued, two-faced lying skanks like Simone Sanders No amount of bought and paid for bedwitch bootlicks are going to be able to get him out of this one. You are not going to decide that we're going to blame the states. We're going to blame the states. You can try that. Won't last long.
I'm here to help.
Yes, family, this is what happens simply because we apply the pressure, but it's not enough. Those of you listening to my voice, you guys are the force multiplier, and we need to step it up. I am not interested in influencing the political discourse. I am interested in dominating the political discourse. Every day we're supposed to make it where you got these people sweating bullets and going, oh man, these guys, they're really tearing apart our cushy little hustle that we had going.
Boy,
Did you see what they did to Bernie Sanders last night? They confronted him on reparations, confronted him on his vote for the crime bill, and they're sitting here putting the label of Bernie the bigot on him. Oh my God, you know, they're just blowing up everything. And Joe Biden, oh man, they have turned Biden's law into a meme. They've made it where everyone calls the 94 crime bill Biden's law. Joe Biden wrote the 94 crime bill? Oh man, his numbers just plummeted across the board to the point that even the white media can't cover it up, because I do not believe for an instant that Joe Biden's support in South Carolina or anywhere else is as high as the white media says. Keep in mind, these guys were also saying that Hillary Clinton's numbers were off the chains, and I think we all know how that one turned out. So the white media is playing a game right now. That hasn't even been the first primary debate, to say nothing of election. So at this point, right now, they can get away with saying whatever kind of hocus pocus, phony, baloney, fiction, and fairy tales they want, and they don't pay a price for it because we're so far out in the elections, any of the elections. They don't have to actually prove that they're right. They can just go ahead and say anything. But regardless of whatever kind of white noise that the white media kicks up, we got to make sure that we're there with the truth, the black truth. The truth the white media desperately wants to suppress, because you see the power of what happens merely by bringing up one of the talking points from black media. You saw what happened. Destroyed Simone Sanders' entire little stump speech. Oh, she was so ready. She just had her little talking point. If they bring, you know, Simone, you've been a good little nanny for us all this time, and well, what about the crime bill? Somebody gonna mention the crime bill. All these people, these black folks who crushed Kamala Harris' campaign, they gonna talk about the crime bill, and they just hitting Joe Biden with that, and I don't know what we're gonna do. Well, what we're going to do is, if they bring up the crime bill, you just tell them the incarceration went up at the state and local level. That wasn't the federal government. I mean, just look at the numbers. It's a state and local issue. You just go ahead and bring that up. Just go ahead and say that. Yeah, but what if they found out about the money? Because the feds, Joe Biden gave $12 billion. What if they found out about that? Oh, they won't find out about that, Aunt Jemima. Here's some butter biscuits for you. And that's the way that it went. That was her prep for these little interviews. But as you see, she knew only one deflection. She didn't have anything else after that, because there is nothing else after that. She brought up something that she thought was going to be a misleading factoid. Oh, it's the states and local. It was a state issue, a local issue. And then as soon as you bring up the federal government gave the states $12 billion to change their laws, and the states took the money and changed their laws. But not in that order. That you have to change your laws first before you could apply for any of that 94 crime bill money, which the states did. By the time it was all over, you had something like 42 states that had changed their laws so that they could come into compliance with Biden's law and get a piece of that $12 billion pie. Just swept the nation overnight. Joe Biden knew exactly what he was doing. You go ahead and put a big enough paycheck out there, yeah, you can make it where the constitutional, no matter what the bent and political temperament of a state may be, you wiggle enough money in front of them and tell them, hey, we're going to pay you to go after black folks. Well, they'll throw aside whatever pretense of egalitarianism and equality-minded whatever that they may pretend to have. You go ahead and put a couple of dollars in front of them and tell them, we're going to go ahead and gang up on these black folks. Then all of a sudden they'll show you where they really stand. Because there was nobody who actually didn't think that this law was being put on the books so they could go after black people. There was no one who thought this law was not being put on the books for the sake of express intent.
Glad to see some decent folk passing through town.
There's a lot of folks, a lot of people who committed a grievous sin 25 years ago, and they're desperately hoping they can keep it under wraps. And that's part of the reason why you're not seeing any of these fakers, frauds, and phonies, the so-called Congressional Black Caucus, or Congressional Black Talkers, as they should be known. These guys are not engaging with the black media because they know that we're serious. We tell the truth without favor and
decent
without
town.
fear.
Boy, would
We're
I
not
like a
interested
vacation
in
from
being
this place.
best buds or being BFFs with any member of the white government. You step into the house, any of the houses, especially the house that Professor Truth built, you better believe, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and check your papers. I got to check you out first, whether or not this is somebody who I need to be fooling with, or is this somebody who I need to be exposed to. On my Twitter page, I posted for you a link that shows exactly how the House of Representatives,
fellow try to pass off some jerky
House
as
of
his ticket.
Representatives,
You believe that?
how they voted on Biden's law, the 94 crime bill 25 years ago. And some of you were surprised, understandably, you were surprised at the names you saw, particularly the members of the Congressional Black Caucus. Hey, Bobby Rush. Wasn't Bobby Rush one of the Black Panthers back in the day? That was his ticket to ride. That's his claim to fame. That's his bona fides with the good folks in Illinois, in the Chicago.
Let me know if you need any information
You
on
would tell
things.
them, I was with the Black Panthers back in the day. Yeah, we were taking on the man. So you better believe I ain't gonna let them just be locking brothers up, man. They just locking brothers up. H. Rap Brown said it best that they building 25 new prisons. That means all them beds can't be for black folks. So they just building a box to throw us in. We ain't gonna let them do any of that. And what did Bobby Rush do? He voted for the 94 crime bill. And Cynthia McKinney, oh my, Cynthia McKinney, she made her little half-baked presidential run. Cynthia McKinney, confronting empire. Yeah, but she's not confronting the American empire. Maybe she's confronting the Soviet empire, burgeoning Chinese empire or something. But she damn sure ain't confronting the American empire because she voted for the 94 crime bill. Yes, Cynthia McKinney did, yes. I ain't gotta tell you anything about Nancy Pelosi back in the day when she was in the House of Representatives, where Chuck Schumer.
It's a decent town. Boy, would I like a vacation from this place.
And while that doesn't make it right, it's just a matter of I'm a little surprised that Nancy Pelosi was able to spearhead the mass expulsion of black people from San Francisco. This woman went to ethnically cleanse San Francisco. San Francisco used to have like a 25 to 30% black population. Well, Nancy Pelosi went ahead and solved that little demographic issue, now didn't she? But that's what the hell this woman's about. And Chuck Schumer, same thing. These guys are getting pretty now they graduated to the Senate. Now they want to get in front of people's faces and talk about how, they're going to be standing up to racism. And Donald Trump starts video. Yeah, he's in good company with his good buddies, Nancy Chuck. But yeah, you got a number of clowns from the Congressional Black Talkers who voted for the 94 crime bill. Go on my Twitter page and click on that link, and you go and see who it was from your state who supported it, because Congress being what it is, basically coming and going there and right death's door. So there's a good chance that whoever it was who represents you now, chances are they were in Congress 25 years ago. Some of them may have made it to the Senate, so you want to be careful. And the thing is, there are a lot of these clowns who actually voted for the crime bill and for Biden's law, the black mass incarceration law. And these people don't even talk about it because they know that the white, for 25 years, the white
Glad to see some decent folk passing through town.
So they were safe. They could hide. They didn't have to say anything. The white media wasn't going to bring it up. But it's a brand new day now. There are voices out here that are stronger every day, speaking loud enough to be heard, bringing up their records and making it an issue. And if it's an issue for Biden, what that means is what happens when Bobby Rush runs for re-election? What happens when you got the rest of these Congressional Black Talkers?
I'm here to
help. The only thing that they did was they may have voted against, or rather, let me rephrase that. They may not have voted for the 94 crime bill, but how many of them led the effort to try to get rid of it, or to repeal it, or to dismantle it, or undermine it, or to find ways to make it where, hey, if we're going to be locking black folks up for crack cocaine, it's going to be the same thing for the white folks. And Joe Biden's son, he can go ahead and check into prison first. How many of them actually brought up Joe Biden's felonious little brats?
All these folk coming and going.
And the fact
I'm stuck
that he's
right
got
here.
a sweet tooth for the happy powder, how many of them brought it up? None of them There is no need for the Congressional Black Talkers to have any sort of discipline because the Congressional Black Talkers are not a political arm of black society. They are a subsidiary of the administrative arm of white supremacy. They're one of the administrative arm of white supremacist fingers. That's what they are. And where black people are concerned, they're the middle finger. Oh, you thought you had some representation?
I'll be right here when you're ready.
Biden's going to put a law on the books that targets black people and creates the strongest imprisonment state outside of the Soviet Union. You're going to have more people behind bars in the U.S. than in communist China. And watch how many of these dumb Negroes vote for it. Lets you know who they really work for now, doesn't it? Interesting thing is, if you look at some of the names of some of the people who voted against the crime bill, Joe Biden's law, one of the names that you see is Tom DeLay.
It's a decent
Those
town.
of you who remember Tom DeLay,
like
back in the day, he was called the Hammer. That's the nickname that they gave him, Tom the Hammer DeLay. And the reason why was this guy was a hawk on everything. But do you know what? He voted against the 94 crime bill. Tom DeLay, he was right in there with Newt Gingrich and the rest of them. We're gonna strangle government till it's so small you can drown it in a bathtub. He was all about that. Tom DeLay is no friend of black people. Wasn't then, ain't now. But in 1994,
to pass off some jerky as his
crime
ticket.
bill in front of him, Tom DeLay, he said no. Tom DeLay voted against it. But Cynthia McKinney didn't. She voted for it. And, of course, you gotta have old Negro Jim Clyburn. I mean, no butter biscuit proceedings are complete until he shows up. Kwasi Mfume, he had an African name and a European mind. These are the people who voted for the crime bill. I mean, for God's sake, you were able to get a better vote from Tom DeLay than you got from Bobby Rush. Now, what does that tell you? And you think that these clowns, the white supremacy, did not have its hand elbow deep in the Black Panther Party? You think that just because somebody was part of the Black Panthers or that they were affiliated with them, that somehow that meant that they weren't a white supremacist shield? Don't dream. White supremacy knows that whenever you have a black organization, it's important to them.
You let me
they
know
got to
if you
make
need
sure it's
information on
riddled
things.
with all kinds of informants and double agents and all sorts of agent provocateurs. Make sure you get people in there who are keeping you informed on what's going on. That's part of the reason why we operate the way that we operate here in the black media. We don't put everything out there. We do what we can to inform you and to guide you and give you the information you need. But when it comes to what we do internally, there are a lot of things that we don't tell you about. We make it a point that we're not going to be repeating the mistakes of the past.
Decent town.
Part of it happens
Boy,
to
would
be
I like to
we
vacation
check
from
people
this
out.
place.
We are very stringent about it. We are not interested in having the biggest group. The Black Panther is one of the biggest. We're going to have an army out here. Yeah, you have an army full of traitors and turncoats. How'd that turn out? So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, but just to remind you guys, if you want to understand how much power that we have, because without you, there is no black media. If you want to know how much power we have, CNN just got through validating the report.
All these folk coming
And
and
if you want
going.
to know
I'm
how
stuck right
potent
here.
the talking points that you get from me, the message that you receive in places like this, if you want to know how potent it is, even a chump who works at CNN, all you got to do is just bring it up once. Yeah, you got to hammer. That Victor, what's his name, didn't even hammer the point. He just brought up the truth in sentencing guidelines mandated states had to have harsh penalties and that you can't let anybody out of prison early for any reason, and it gave the states $12 billion to make them sign on to it. Sloan Sanders didn't even try to say, well, there were 2 or 3 states that didn't sign on immediately. Some of them waited about 6 months, and she didn't even bother to argue with it. She just immediately rolled over and said, well, I know nothing. So you're going to go ahead and repeat Joe Biden's talking point. Yeah, I think if we lean on this bastard Joe Biden, what's going to happen is the thing that he fears most. We are going to be the ones who write his page of history. That's what he's scared of. He's thinking that he's going to write his page of history, and the white media is going to use their ability to amplify the lie. They're going to act as a signal booster for him. And then hopefully they're going to lie to people and say, well, Joe Biden, yeah, he bumps elbows and he was best chums with all sorts of segregationists. And yeah, one of the most rabid white supremacist anti-black racists in American history, Senator James Eastland, Joe Biden's mentor, died in the bull neo-Confederate. And this was Joe Biden's mentor. And this was the guy who put Joe Biden on the Judiciary Committee to begin with, which was where Joe Biden's career really took off. And yeah, Joe Biden never met a segregationist that he didn't like. He damn sure didn't meet one that he ever fought against. And he never met a black person who he didn't have harsh words for or didn't have something that he was attacking them over. Oh, but don't worry, he's not as bad as all that. The white media says so. No, the days of the white media having carte blanche to tell whatever lie they want, nobody corrects them, nobody challenges them, that day is done. And yeah, we know that the candidates that white supremacists put on the ballot, they're not about to walk into the lion's den of the B1 Brigade. They're not about to engage with the black media, but what we're proving to the bastards is they don't have to. We are setting up a scenario, and we are going to promote a scenario where they cannot run from this message. That's where you guys come in. Wherever Simone Sanders goes, she needs to be confronted with this. Confront her with those truth in sentencing laws. Confront her with that $12 billion. Confront her with the deliberate disparity between the penalty for crack cocaine versus powder cocaine. Then confront her with old Hunter Biden's lifelong addiction to cocaine and how come this bastard hasn't spent a day in prison even once. Go ahead and bring up, hey, forget about low time for cocaine possession. Hunter Biden has spent no time in prison. Somebody needs to be confronting those guys. Now, the black media, we can do a lot of things, but we can't be everywhere at once. With you guys, we don't have to. You got a cell phone, and you actually have the ability to look up where these people are going to be. They need to be made to answer the tough questions. We need to make it clear to people that we're going to be blasting this message. We don't have to wait for the white media to have some CNN soundstage goofball who asks one softball question and then walks away. As soon as she flubs the answer, he goes, okay, moving on. No, what we require is a video library of showing over and over again how black media can make the spot hot for these guys. Make it where we interfere with their ability to operate. They don't get to operate with impunity anymore. Simone Sanders is going to be made to have to answer a question that she ain't got an answer for. And it's going to happen over and over. And it won't just be this. It's going to be across the board. Gee, how come every time we look up, you seem to find some old white man who is not going to do anything for black people, who spent his entire life taking from black people, spent his entire life weaponizing the legislature against black people, and you just keep on working for these guys. Why should we listen to you? How much you getting paid, Simone? Dozen pieces of silver for what's left of your rotted, decayed, musty soul? Is that what it was? You know, we got her information on things. Just like we had Kamala Harris's number. And there's not going to be any running from this truth. The days of hiding in a soundstage, or you're going to go talk to some friendly folks like Big Bird, or talk to the breakfast schlubs, those guys are only going to be able to show how scared they are of the real questions, how these guys are running from their records, and how you're not going to get anything. They expose themselves. These white media, black bootlick shills, they just expose themselves. And we are the ones who continue to do the exposing of them. We're holding these bastards up and making it clear. You can't listen to these guys. But more importantly than that, for the black folks who like to actually be informed, for black folks who actually value information, you're not going to get any better than the black media. Nope. You're just not. Oh, you can go ahead and wait till the white media finally stops tripping over its shoelaces and they finally get around to reporting it days and days later. You can go ahead and wait for them. You can go ahead and always be the last to know. You can be the person who's always bringing up the rear. That's fine. But just understand, we're entering an era now where the people who are still trusting the white media to tell them things, the people who are still relying on the white media for their information, well, the white media says it, well, that must be true, and yeah, it must be the states and local governments who are responsible. Surely it can't be anything that old Uncle Joe did. Those of you folks who go for that crap, you guys ain't gonna make it. And you shouldn't make it. Because I have no interest in seeing the weak and the stupid inherit the earth. It's time for the smart and the strong to reclaim their birthright and their legacy. And that starts here in this place. It starts with you.
Glad to see some decent folk passing through town.
We're not going to sit back and hope that the white media, once every blue moon, goes ahead and speaks some truth and asks some tough questions. They'll do it, and as soon as they realize, whoa, we're kind of crippling these guys a little bit, you know, we don't want to look totally stupid because we know that these questions are out there, but we're not trying to take any of them down, mind you. We don't need the white media deciding to call off the game on account of fairness. We need a black media that's going to be in there to make sure that these bastards don't get to run from what they've done. And the best way to make sure they don't run is for you guys to get involved. There is no way you're going to hand this off to the white media. If we don't do it, it doesn't happen. So family, you make sure that you internalize the talking points that you hear in places like this. You make sure that you listen to what we say because we're giving you the jewels, okay? We're giving you the talking points. We're handing you the verbal and rhetorical weapons that you need in order to slay the lies. And you see how effective our talking points are. Even a half-wit can't get it wrong. It's time for you guys to be marching out there and being our street soldiers to confront these liars and make sure you get it on video. We're going to have it where we take control of the discourse. We take control of it top to bottom. It ain't going to be anybody calling for a commercial break.
Always folk coming and going.
Family, and what is going to be the first of many missives against Joe the Bigot Biden. We need to go ahead and make sure we start banging the drum. The sooner, the better. So this is going to be more or less a Cliff Notes version of some of Joe Biden's greatest racist hits, or rather racist misses. It comes from a variety of sources. Now, some of this is taken from the Caucasian Nazi Network. Some of you may have heard it called CNN. But a lot of it comes from Jackson Free Press. Now, with tangibles being black people's primary issue, this is our issue. This is what defines us. Those of us who came out of slavery and built this country. The first question that will make or break Biden's suitability to be president is tangible, specifically reparations. Where does Joe Biden stand on reparations? Well, you need look no further than a recently rediscovered 1975 interview that Biden gave to a Delaware newspaper called The People Paper. Now, 1975 is only a couple of years after Biden had made it to the Senate. During his interview, he said, and I quote, "I do not buy the concept popular in the 60s which said, we have suppressed the black man for 300 years, and the white man is now far ahead in the race for everything our society offers. In order to even the score, we must now give the black man a head start, or even hold the white man back to even the race. I don't buy that. I don't feel responsible for the sins of my father and grandfather. I feel responsible for what the situation is today, for the sins of my own generation, and I'll be damned if I feel responsible to pay for what happened 300 years ago." Now, isn't that something? This guy is being all loud about it, ain't it? He called himself later on in the article a true liberal. Well, at least we can agree on that. Joe Biden is a white liberal. But you notice the fact that he was being all loud and vulgar and profane about it. He wanted to make sure that even if you read this interview, you would know that this was something that he was furious about. Yeah, this is what Joe Biden gets angry about. He doesn't get angry about the lynchings. He doesn't mention anything about the firebombing of black churches. He doesn't mention anything about the historical repression and subjugation and abuse that black people have suffered. He doesn't talk about what his generation did that needs to even be repaired. Notice how he never gives specifics on that. He just keeps it at nice little indistinct vagaries. A typical white liberal tactic, which the conservatives also use as well. But that's what he does. I don't feel responsible for what my father and grandfather did. Yeah, because they were the ones who went ahead and got a piece of what black folks had built and handed it to his undeserving behind. He says, I feel responsible for what the situation is today, but he never says what that situation is. And he definitely never says what is going to be done to make up for it. As far as he's concerned, we're not making up for anything. The black man shouldn't be given a head start. In other words, black people should never have more than what a white person has. even though you can tell historically white people have stolen what they have from black people. That's a historical fact. Black people built the country, created the wealth. The Europeans came in and decided to hoard for themselves by force of arms.
Keep back.
And Joe Biden says that he'll be damned if he's responsible for what happened 300 years ago. Short of the plantations, there was nothing happening 300 years ago that wasn't going on in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s or today. So that's Joe Biden in 1975. I guess he figured that nobody would ever find this interview, but somebody did. And it certainly explains why good white liberals never seem able to get anything done as it pertains to black people, because they have the exact same attitude that Joe the Bigot Biden does. Now, Biden in this interview then goes on to continue tying his pork tongue in knots. Then he says the white man has, past tense, suppressed, past tense, the black man. Then he says the white man continues to suppress the black man. So he mixes both past tense and present tense. He draws a direct correlation between the past and the present, but he wants to pick and choose when it ought to apply to him. In one breath, he admits that there is a continuous, non-stop line of abuse, degradation, and deprivation that black people have been subjected to, and then in the very next breath, he says, but I'm not responsible for any of it, other than, well, I'm responsible perhaps for what my generation did. I feel responsible for what the situation is today. Yeah, but he's not fixing any of it. He's not doing anything about it. He's not punishing anyone. He's not advocating for any legislation that's going to advantage black people. As far as he's concerned, well, we're just going to pretend as if everything's even now, or at the very least, we don't want to make any mistakes, mistakes that might actually put the black man on par with white people. We definitely don't want to make a mistake like that. That's what he's saying. I mean, the guy was being completely and thoroughly unabashed about all of this racist undertones that he was putting out there. This is Joe Biden in the 1970s, folks. He was a young man back then, hard to believe. But it just goes to show that just because you're an old fool doesn't mean that you weren't a young fool. Those are usually the ones who become old fools. After saying that you don't hold society back to let one segment catch up, he then says you put more money into black schools, though only for reading programs and facilities, minor trivial things, vague white-splaining babbling. Well, which one is it? Do you not hold society back, or do you put more money into black schools? Because these two statements cancel each other out. That is, unless by more, he means that instead of giving black schools $5 federal a year, he thinks there should be 6. Oh, that's giving black schools more money as he sees it, but not enough where they're going to be funded at the level of white schools. That Joe Biden is not in favor of, because after all, that would be holding the white students back, don't you know? That would be an unfair advantage given to black people, because we should just go on as if nothing had happened, as if the previous 300 years had not occurred. He's not going to do anything to remedy it. He's already made it clear. As far as he's concerned, well, we're going to engage in some magical thinking and basically stop complaining about, I can see that black people are being held back. I can see that black people are being oppressed, but we're not going to do anything about it. Joe Biden is a racist liar, and not even a very good one, because when it came time for Biden to propose legislation for the educational bill in 1975 that was up for debate, he didn't say, let's have a lot more money for black schools. We need black schools, every black school in America, to be funded at a level the exact same as the white schools. He didn't say anything about, here's what the federal government is going to do to make sure that all black children get a good education because they've been deprived of one for the last 300 years. He didn't say anything about that. Instead, all he did was bitch and complain about school busing. That's it. See, when racists like Biden talk about more money, it's only talk. It's the same game that the Republicans do. Well, there should be more funding. Yeah, but you're not about to put out any legislation for that, though, would you? Well, the federal budget's too big as it is, There's too much money going to waste, don't you see? Well, where's the waste at? The money for these black schools, that's a freaking waste. Yeah, it's just a talking point that they use so that they can try to pretend as if they're so egalitarian and equality-minded while they're busy when it comes time to actually write legislation, when it comes time to actually institute policy, when it comes time to actually put laws on the books and to enforce what these laws are going to be. All of a sudden, the only thing that ever seems to make the cut is no school busing, we're cutting funding for this, don't ask for funding for that, we're going to make sure that these white schools get all these tax breaks, tax cuts, deferments, we're going to make sure that they get funded to the hilt. The black schools, well, they just get shut down. That seems to be the only thing that makes the cut. Joe Biden was part of the very legislative body that controls the nation's purse strings. He was in the best position to make funding black schools a priority, but he didn't. Finally, Biden in this interview made it unabashedly clear that he is the open enemy of the black race. Biden declared that if busing wasn't stopped, quote, we are going to end up with the races at war. Can you believe that? As far as he's concerned, if there are black children in my white kid's school, why, that's going to lead to a race war. Okay, so what that means is, as far as he's concerned, the destruction of the black Wall Streets in Oklahoma and Rosewood and Charleston and other places, this wasn't race war. The black people being killed and lynched systematically by the thousands, that's not race war. And the police being used as death squads, and you got white district attorneys and white juries and white judges and white legislators backing them up, that's not race war. Oh, but busing, that's going to result in a race war. Biden went on to say, because your children, he's talking to the interviewer here who is white, your children and my children are not going to stand up for having their civil rights violated in order to give some other group an opportunity to exercise their civil rights. Notice that. Joe Biden freely traffics in the othering of black people. He makes it clear, when he's talking to this interviewer, these are your and my children. What about black children? Well, that's them, those, this other group. They're aliens from another world, don't you know? That is blatant, open, us versus them. We're the real Americans, and those Negroes over there, well, they're just the slaves who stuck around too long. He was not even trying to hide it, not even trying to sugarcoat it. He just came right out and said it. Your children and my children. It's us versus them. It's our kids. We got to take care of our kids. And we're not going to see them disadvantaged because some parents think that they're supposed to have equal quality education.
You son of a coochie nigga. Wow.
And he talks about his children. He doesn't say this group or our group. He says my children and your children. And then when talking about black children, he just says some other group. I guess that depends on your definition of civil rights, though. Black people are talking about a right to a quality education and our rightful share of the nation that we built. Biden, on the other hand, is talking about white people's right to subjugate black people. Biden then goes on, and this is the topper. He says, you take people who aren't racist, people who are good citizens who believe in equal education, and you're going to build them with hatred. All this over school busing. That's what Biden says. You're going to take people who aren't racist, and you're going to fill them with hatred. Now, of course, that's typical white liberal and conservative threatening. You better not do anything that white people don't like, or they'll get angry. And you know that nobody's going to stop them from assaulting or killing you niggers, so you better be careful. You make the white people angry, there's going to be serious consequences for you. Now, you notice how Joe Biden, or any white people for that matter, any white politicians or media people, you notice how whenever talking about the population or a particular demographic or segment of the population becoming angry at policy, nobody ever says you need to make sure that you don't do anything that infringes on black people's rights, You better not do anything that makes it where black people's civil rights are infringed upon, or that they feel that they're at a disadvantage, or their children are being undercut in order to advantage white children. You better not do anything that disadvantages black children so that you can continue to give an unfair advantage to the white ones. Otherwise, black people who are completely and thoroughly unracist and actually aren't racist, by the way, you can say that about black people and it will be the truth. Well, you'll take these black people and you'll fill them with hatred. Notice how Joe Biden didn't say anything about that? He didn't say we got to put more money in the schools. Black people are going to be filled with hatred because they've been subjected to deprivation for 300 years. Actually, it was 400, but Joe Biden, he didn't get a quality education, so. But this little pea-brained moron, obviously, he's just like the rest of his good white legislators and media people and folks in society. He never talks about how, gee, black people are going to be filled with hatred if you disadvantage them and disadvantage their children. They're going to get angry and be filled with hatred. This could cause a race war. He doesn't say that. Nobody ever decides that you got to warn the society, don't you disadvantage black people, because that would be wrong and there would be consequences. Nobody ever says that. Nobody ever does. Not even black politicians say that. Nobody ever says, don't do anything that might displease black people. Biden was not making some sort of observation. What he was doing was he was justifying the violence that white mobs have always been carrying out ever since Eisenhower started integrating the schools in the 50s. Back then you had mobs of white thugs attacking black school children, and it wasn't even over busing. Nobody was even doing busing in the 50s. All that was happening was you had a few black kids who were going to be sitting in the same classroom with these white children. And then you had white mobs attacking these black children. That's what was going on 20 years before busing, before Joe Biden started whining and complaining. Before he started his career of whining and complaining for no reason. Black people merely took their kids to the same school that white kids were at. There were no white kids who were told to go to the black schools. And yet you had white thugs out there, white mobs rioting. You had to call in the U.S. Marshals and even the National Guard to control the violent white thugs. But Joe Biden doesn't say, you deprive black children of a good education. That's going to make black folks angry. We better be careful about this. Nope, as far as he's concerned, the only thing we need to be careful of is if white people get unhappy. That's the only thing we need to be careful of. He doesn't give voice to anything else. And this is the bastard who was making laws, by the way. So did black people deprive white children of anything? Why were white people so angry in the 1950s and 60s merely at the presence of black children in their schools? It's because these white mobs knew that they had withheld resources from black people. And to them, black children in those schools meant that the playing field was being leveled, and it made white people typically feel insecure and threatened. It certainly made Joe Biden feel threatened. Biden never remarks on how white people better stop being racist or it's going to fill black people with hate. He doesn't make any attempt to justify any black outrage, even though ours are the real outrage at real atrocities and not phony imaginary ones. But something else I'd like you to take note of. Do you notice how Joe Biden's arguments against school busing, do you notice how the wording and all of it, the mentality behind it, fits perfectly with opposition to integration in general, not merely busing? That was deliberate. He knew exactly what he was saying. His words applied to integration across the board, not merely busing. Oh, but Joe Biden, he was in favor of more funding for schools. He just doesn't believe, he's in favor of it, just as long as it doesn't actually happen. So I think it's safe to say that Joe Biden is opposed to tangibles. He said it with his own forked tongue. Hell, he's opposed to the presence of black people, period. And notice what this little monkey did. He was all loud and profane about it. That's who, Joe Biden, he's just so well-mannered until you start talking about black people actually getting something out of the system that we made possible. Then all of a sudden, I don't feel like there should be a damn thing. I don't owe these people a damn thing. I'll be damned if I feel responsible to pay for what happened 300 years ago. I wonder if Joe Biden was making those same arguments when it comes to the U.S. government's support for reparations for Jews, a crime that happened in Europe, not the United States. I wonder if Joe Biden was all full of indignation over that. I wonder if Joe Biden was threatening the good white Americans, good Christian Americans who are not anti-Semitic at all, if they see their money going to pay for a crime that didn't even happen in the United States, a crime that Americans didn't even carry out. If they see their tax dollars diverted to that, why? You're going to fill them with anti-Semitism. You're going to fill people with hate. Did Joe Biden ever pull that one? Yeah, I'll wait for that. I mean, the guy in his interview, he sits there and goes, I oppose busing. It's an asinine concept. I've gotten to the point where I think our only recourse to eliminate busing may be a constitutional amendment. Which, by the way, was Joe Biden's very next political move. Now, Politico wrote a piece about 4 years ago on Biden in which they detailed that the Senate was ready to support school busing until Joe Biden went on a crusade against it. In September 1975, arch-white supremacist fiend Jesse Helms proposed an amendment to an educational bill which would, in effect, reintroduce racial segregation in schools. Now, Helms himself said that his entire reason for proposing this educational bill amendment was specifically to kill the then burgeoning school busing initiative, which had been undertaken by Richard Nixon, of all people. And would you like to guess who eagerly supported Helms' amendment? Joe Biden, who at the age of 32, this was like only his third year in the Congress, or rather third year in the Senate. Jesse Helms proposed his amendment to the educational bill. That amendment failed, it got tabled. But Joe Biden immediately introduced his own anti-busing amendment to that educational bill. So as soon as Jesse Helms gets defeated, here comes Joe Biden. Send me in, coach, I'll do it. Biden got 50 votes in the Senate for his little amendment. And the other side only had 43. Now, the only reason that busing was still on the books anyway, the only reason that Biden was eventually defeated was because a card-carrying, allegedly former Klansman, Robert Byrd, of all people, he put in his own amendment, which was meant to basically dilute Joe Biden's amendment. He put in a joinder that basically said that you can't bus someone farther than their closest school. Now, think about that. When you're so racist that Robert Byrd has a more moderate position than yours, when Robert Byrd has to be the one to water down your racist amendment, that's how you know you're a racist. This is exactly what Joe Biden is. Now, I got more information that primarily comes from Slate, but here's what Joe Biden did, some more of his handiwork in the Senate. March 1977, Joe Biden was 34 at the time, still serving his first term in the Senate, and still on the warpath to try to score a big victory for white supremacy. And just to make sure that no one had any doubts as to where he stood when it comes to black people, Biden repeatedly asked for the support of Senator James Eastland, a Mississippi Democrat and long-term supporter and associate of the Ku Klux Klan. Eastland was chairman of the Judiciary Committee and a leading symbol of Southern resistance to desegregation. He was constantly making all sorts of racist remarks about black people, calling black people an inferior race. And to let you know what kind of moral citizen Eastland was, after Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney were murdered in Mississippi in 1964, Eastland himself was constantly telling President Lyndon Johnson that it was merely a PR stunt by black agitators, that the 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi hadn't really gone missing, and they certainly weren't dead. This was just these Negroes were pulling a PR stunt. They probably backed up on a bunch of Jews, too. And that's what Eastland was doing. That's the kind of person he was. That's the kind of great upstanding citizen that James Eastland was. And after the bodies of Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney were found, Eastland never withdrew his lying accusations. He never came out and said, you know what, I said that it was a PR stunt, I was wrong. The you know what? I guess these good old boys, my neighbors, and me, I guess we're all out of control and somebody needs to do something. Eastland didn't do that. He never apologized, never retracted it, never withdrew it, never did anything. This is what James Eastland was doing in the 60s before Joe Biden even made it to the Senate. This is the kind of person that Eastland had an established reputation of being. Biden's association with the notorious Eastland, it wasn't some passing thing. It didn't just happen by happenstance. Eastland himself personally made sure that Biden got put on the Judiciary Committee, and Eastland played the role of mentor to the incoming senator. Eastland's stamp of approval for Biden, that was a clear vote of confidence that Biden would be a dependable race soldier in the war against black people. And Eastland and Biden were so close that according to Biden himself, Eastland, quote, never called me senator, he called me son. Yes, son of a... Never mind. But when Biden gave that little quote about how his mentor, Eastland, never called him senator, but instead always called him son, that was in 2017 in Alabama, when Joe Biden was at those campaign rallies in support of Doug Jones. So even now, Biden is still trading off his lifelong affection and love for a virulent anti-black racist. Oh, but we're not supposed to think that Joe Biden's a racist, right? Now, on a side note, Doug Jones won election by a razor-thin margin, and it was black women who put old DJ over the top. I personally reported on how Doug Jones didn't say one piddling word about what he was going to do for black people when he was campaigning, and even after he won, he gave a blink and you'll miss it mention to sort of talking around black people. He basically didn't mention black people at all. I don't want to give him more credit than the bastard deserves. Since winning office, Jones has not told all of his black female supporters what the hell he's going to do for them. See, this is the danger in voting for somebody when they haven't made any specific promises to you. They haven't taken any pledges to you. They are not telling you what they're going to do specifically for you. But then again, Biden definitely knew what kind of reprobate that he was endorsing. Joe Biden, back in the 70s when he was fighting his little war against black people being bused to his white kids' schools, he wrote a number of letters to James Eastland, particularly about their fight to oppress black people. And these weren't the usual strictly business correspondence of government. Biden's letters were dripping with praise for Eastland, like he served the second course of the Last Supper. I'm not going to recount any of the letters here. You can find them online. The Caucasian Nazi Network covered this story already. But the point is, Joe Biden was effusive with praise for a man who he knows to be a card-carrying white supremacist. He would talk about it when he was out on the campaign trail. He had no problem mentioning it because he figured, well, hell, I got my good racist supporters in Delaware, and they're going to vote for me because I've established my white supremacist bona fide. So I'm free to say what I think. That's what he meant when he said these other liberals are fake liberals. That they're kind of, when he said they're kind of phony liberals. What he meant is, I can say what I think about black people. The rest of them, they gotta sugarcoat it and be all phony about it. I'm a true liberal. I can say what I think about these black people. That's what Joe Biden actually meant. And that's what he's actually done. And this is the man who is now seeking to become president because Donald Trump is such an out-of-control racist. There's no difference between these two scumbags. In 1984, Biden worked with Republican Senator Strom Thurmond and the Reagan administration to pass the Comprehensive Control Act, which all it did was it greatly expanded civil asset forfeitures, and it made it where local police departments would be able to have a bigger share of assets that they captured. Basically, all it was a license for the police to steal. That's all the civil asset forfeiture laws are. The cops can come up to you, they can take everything out of your pockets, they can claim civil asset forfeiture, and you have no means to get your property back. They take people's cars, they take people's money, they take anything they got that you got on you, and they don't arrest you, by the way. They just come up to you, empty your pockets, all right, sucker, goodbye. Joe Biden wrote legislation 30 plus, almost 40 years ago to make it where the police can get away with that. That's what Joe Biden was doing back in the 1980s. He wasn't trying to rein in the police. He was trying to give the police carte blanche, and he did it. 2 years later, in 1986, Joe Biden made a trip to Alabama, during which he told the crowd, quote, "A black man has a better chance in Birmingham than in Philadelphia or New York." Well, folks, white supremacy is global, so that's a distinction without a difference. Philadelphia is as racist as Alabama, to be sure. But for him to say something like that, to tell such a bald-faced lie, something that he knows how that would be received, it speaks volumes about what a creep that bastard is. But, of course, the crowning achievement of Joe Biden's career as a white supremacist race soldier in the Congress would be the 1994 crime bill, which Biden prefers to call the Biden bill. Now, its proper name is the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, which Biden wrote himself and was signed by President Super Predators Bill Clinton. What the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act did was it greatly increased funds for police and prisons, and it turbocharged a huge expansion of the federal prison population. And it also contributed to the rapid growth of police militarization, because now the police were being given tons of federal funding to purchase hundreds of thousands of pieces of military equipment. So you had a direct pipeline from the Pentagon straight to the police, courtesy of Joe Biden. All those local and county law enforcement organizations, very few of them could afford the military's equipment. In most cases, it was kind of illegal for them to have it. There wasn't really a direct line, but thanks to Joe Biden, there would be. They had everything from flak jackets to automatic rifles to armored vehicles and grenade launchers. Think about that, grenade launchers for the police. So if you ever wondered how the hell a podunk, know-nothing, puddle spit and grit like Ferguson could get their hands on military-grade equipment, armored personnel, vehicles, and weapons, you can thank Joe Biden. He's the one who forced the taxpayers to support this ridiculous weaponization of law enforcement. So this animal, he thought that busing was asinine, but decking the police out like they're invading Baghdad, that's A-okay in Joe's book. Busing black kids to white schools, that's bad. That's dangerous. That would cause a race war. But giving police armored carriers and military gear so that they can ride into black neighborhoods, well, that's not going to cause a race war at all. That's not going to be a problem at all. We can see, thanks to the uprisings in Ferguson and Baltimore, we can see that black folks had no problem with the police deciding that they were going to invade black neighborhoods. That didn't cause any racial strife at all. Did Joe Biden ever take responsibility for that and say, you know what, I did this, I caused all this racial strife? No, he didn't. And of course, Biden was one of the main defenders of the horrendous sentencing disparity between powdered and rock cocaine, because when black people do it, it's worse. Doesn't matter what it is. If a white person's smoking 5 joints and a black person smoking 1, well, the black person doing it, that's much worse. Okay, so if you have one black person who allegedly shoots somebody in Chicago, that's worse than 9 white and black people, or people of any race, being killed by a white person. A white guy shoots up an entire school full of kids in Sandy Hook. Well, that's not as bad as a black person who is walking down the street in Sanford, Florida, minding his own business. That's the world according to Biden. Well, of course, as Biden tried to claim then and would continue to try to claim until he started having aspirations for high office and realized that the political winds had changed, Biden's story up until now for the last 20 years has been, well, we had to do the 94 crime, the Biden bill. We had to do that because the nation was in the grip of a crack epidemic. Well, the nation's in the grip of a meth epidemic that is far larger and far worse than the so-called crack epidemic ever was. And yet, Joe Biden, in all these years, when he was in the Senate and when he was vice president and now on the campaign trail, he's not proposing any tough-on-crime measures for meth. No meth-type Rockefeller laws, no mandatory sentencing guidelines, no 3 strikes, no federal sentencing guidelines, no anything. No war on meth, none at all. It's a public health concern. Well, wait a minute. These meth addicts, they're violent. They kill people. They fight over turf. They're doing their drugs in the freaking McDonald's and parks where children play. Aren't you going to get tough about that? You're endangering children. Don't you care? And the answer is he doesn't. Joe Biden doesn't care at all because of white people who do that. Oh, if only black people were the ones doing meth. Then Joe would be on the warpath again. Why, he'd have a 2019 anti-meth bill faster than you can blink. So when you see the white media trying to claim that Joe Biden has been a friend of civil rights, the hell he has. Joe Biden gave pathetic lip service to civil rights. You just remember that when it came down to the wire, a dyed-in-the-wool card-carrying Klansman, Robert Byrd, turned out to be more moderate on race than Joe Biden. That lets you know exactly what kind of person Joe Biden is. A Klansman was able to moderate his racism slightly. The Klansman was less virulent against black people than Joe Biden was. It is not a joke what this bastard is attempting to do. Nearly 50% of black women who responded to that recent Morning Consult poll said that they were going to vote for Biden, and this is what they intend to vote for. They intend to vote for a man who made it clear, as far as he's concerned, the wealth gap, the justice gap, the asset gap, and any other gap that you want to call for between white people and black people must be maintained at all costs. He is against anything that advantages black people in any shape, form, or fashion. If it's something that's going to do black people some good, Joe Biden's against it. Joe Biden is a more strident racist than a card-carrying Klansman. You got nearly half of black women who are actually contemplating voting for this guy. No black people should be thinking about voting for Joe Biden. This is serious, folks. Joe Biden, do you truly believe that he's turned over a new leaf? Do you think he's discovered religion? He has not. Has he made any amends for any of the mountain of sins that he's committed against black people? No, he has not. Has he undone any of the legislation that he put on the books? He has not undone so much as one word of it, none of it. Oh, he says that, well, some of it I do a little bit differently, so the hell what everybody said. That's more of that Hillary Clinton crap. Oh, she doesn't say that stop and frisk is wrong, should be taken off the book. She says that it's not effective. There goes more of that weasel word stuff, where you can interpret it any way you want, depending on the listener. Joe Biden is an out-of-control racist, and now he's seeking the presidency. See, with Donald Trump wears his racism as a badge of honor, so you know to be on guard against him. That's the reason why you got people on battle stations about Donald Trump. But the thing is, you better be on Red Alert DEFCON 1 when it comes to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's an old man. And when these old white supremacist males get to be in their golden years, they start wanting to find shortcuts to that white ethno-state that they've been dreaming about for the longest time. They keep trying to find shortcuts. Black people need to speak in one strong voice. That brings us to the final point. We need some street soldiers out there, dedicated pressure groups who are going to put the cameras in Joe Biden's face and confront him with his pathetic record. If he holds a rally, if that bastard refuses to answer, which he will, you need to make sure you educate that crowd. Say it loud and proud. If you make sure you get yourself into some of those rallies and make sure to remind Joe Biden and his would-be supporters of his record. Make sure that he and Simone Sanders are called on the carpet for this. Because Simone Sanders is trying to help this animal become president. He has done nothing to show that he has changed. So why the hell should I be silly enough to think that he has? If anything, what's going to happen is you're going to have more anti-black legislation on the books, and the difference is you're going to have Joe Biden with a smile saying, hey, I was Barack Obama's vice president. Yeah, how clean Barack Obama is. And that's the reason why we need to get tough on crime. Well, there's a meth epidemic. Well, meth is a public health concern. Have you seen what's happening in Chicago? All this black on black crime. You know, you guys need to straighten yourselves out. The out-of-wedlock birth rate for white females is approaching the same level it is for black ones. So I wonder why Joe Biden doesn't have any lectures for all of these white single moms and all of these white deadbeat dads. Joe Biden has no lectures for white America telling them, you know what, you guys need to lay off the freaking meth. It's a lack of character that leads you to drug abuse. And you do it in front of kids and in the McDonald's. You know, have you no shame? He doesn't lecture white people about their drug abuse. He doesn't lecture white America about its obsession with guns. He doesn't lecture white parents on what they're teaching their kids that makes it where they go to homeroom with an AR-15 and light the place up. He doesn't lecture white people about anything. He doesn't lecture them about their racism. He doesn't lecture them about anything. But he will go up to black people, and here comes Joe Biden to tell black folks off. See, that's part of why we can't have any gender warring going on here. White power has always played divide and conquer, and they know that there's this recalcitrant group of black females who have refused to take responsibility for who they choose to have children by, who they choose to date and mate with. And they've also thought to themselves that maybe they were going to become some sort of appendage or apparatchik of white supremacy, and it didn't go through. So a lot of them have been bitter with black men. Black men denied them their chance to be honorary members of the oppressor class. So Joe Biden knows that he's got the golden blackjack that never misses. Go ahead and bring black men in for some abuse. Go ahead and take some cheap shots at black men. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. As long as you're downing black men, there's going to be this contingent of black women who will go, oh, I love every word of it. I don't even know what this guy's about. Yeah, I know. He's been against black people for the longest time. He just got through telling us how evil black men are, and he should be president. Yeah, he'll deny your children their education, and then he'll lock them up afterwards, but you want him to be president because he takes some shots at black men. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's playing the game of appealing to the casual white supremacists, otherwise known as white moderates. Joe Biden knows, just like everybody else, that a majority of white female voters voted for Donald Trump, even though the man is an admitted sexual predator who assaults women. The white females were like, hey, this guy's on code for us. He's always told us what these white people are going to get, so we're fine with that. Hey, as long as I'm not within arm's reach of Donald Trump, I'll be fine. Joe Biden saw that, and Hillary Clinton saw it too, and Bernie Sanders saw it too. I'm planning a Sunday evening address where we go into that, how a lot of these, how it's been known, at least since 2018, that the white media, some of them, one or two of their outlets, report on the fact that black people had noticed that the Democrats were trying to use some sort of political triangulation to circumvent the black vote. They were trying to figure out, how do we win the election? Now that black people are demanding tangibles, what we've been out here in the vineyards doing for over a decade, this is when the message caught on after 2016. When people saw what happened in 2016, that black folks stayed home. I'm planning a Sunday evening address where we go deep on that one. Because the white media did through a couple of articles, but it was some of that, you better be careful, these niggers are waking up. It was that kind of tone to it, where black folks were pointing out, hey, these Democrats are not bringing us these sort of tangibles, and it's obvious that they're trying to pursue white moderates because they're trying to figure out how to circumvent the black vote. Now that black people are getting organized around tangibles, now that we're making clear that our issue is going to be, what are you going to do for us, or we're not going to vote for you. Now that black folks are getting an organized vote, and not just voting out of habit or instinct, now the Democrats are like, trying to find a new constituency. Oh, that Obama coalition? Oh, it's all good except for the black part. We gotta find some white moderates, or even appeals to some of those white red satyrs, something to substitute for the black vote. Because that black vote, those niggers are starting to demand too much. You see, Joe Biden, he's not using a new playbook. He's appealing to a very old one. And this is the guy who wants to be president. So that's just a quick primer on some of the lowlights of Joe Biden's career as a political white supremacist race soldier. Anyone who even thinks about voting for this bastard, that is an open declaration of treason against the people. If you're black and you're trying to vote for Joe Biden, that is treason. If you're not black, well, it is what it is. But Joe Biden is no friend of us, never has been, never will be. He associates freely with Klansmen and anti-black racists and segregationists. But have you noticed how he never went in on those anti-black forces and said, you know what, you guys have got too freaking much. We know where you stole it from. We're going to make sure that it's going to be our mission that black people are going to be on par with white ones, and we're going to put the power of the state behind it. He didn't say that. Never said it, never did it. No, he's not going to call himself cursing about, I'll be damned if we're going to have white supremacists able to attack black people. I'll be damned if black schools don't get the same funding as white ones. I'll be damned if black people are going to be just shoveled into prison wholesale because white people are afraid to punish powder cocaine. I'll be damned. He didn't say none of that. He don't get profane when it comes time to talk about white supremacy. When it comes time to talk about anti-black racism, Joe Biden keeps a civil tongue. He's pretty as please, polite as a petunia. But when it comes time to anything that he thinks might advantage black people, all of a sudden, Joe Biden's all off the chains about it. You better watch out, folks. Joe Biden is dangerous because you got a lot of black folks who feel that because he's a Democrat, or because he stood beside Obama for a few years, or because of the fact that he'll have a couple of Negroes who are on his payroll, or the white media will claim, oh, he's got a good civil rights record. Well, except for the interview that he gave to the People's Paper, and except for that amendment that he tried to do to the 1975 educational bill, and except for his opposition to school busing, and except for the fact that he was out there with no less than strong terms expanding the government's ability to rob people, and except for the Biden bill, otherwise known as the 94 crime bill. If you don't count all of that in the turbocharging of the prison industrial complex and the deliberate targeting of black people and the overlooking of white criminals altogether, if you don't count all of that and trying to deny black children a good education, if you don't add all of that, then Joe Biden's record on civil rights is excellent. Just remember, when the white media says civil rights, they mean it the same way Joe Biden does. It doesn't mean equal rights for everyone or that people have inherent rights. It means specifically white rights. And the first white right is the right to subjugate, oppress, abuse, and kill black people. The white media and Joe the bigot Biden are on the same page as that. We're going to stay on this bastard's neck. And those of you out there who are aware of where this guy intends to be, you got to make sure that they hear from us. Have your camera phones at the ready. Stop being freaking bashful. Time to stand up and speak up. Make it clear wherever this animal goes, he's going to be reminded of his record. He's not going to be allowed to run away. White media is not going to be allowed to rewrite the history. And we're not going to let any bootlicking Negroes get out there and try to say Joe Biden's a reformed racist. He ain't. He cannot be forgiven for his sins. They ain't going to be washed away. They're going to follow this man all the way to his last breath. We got to make sure that wherever the world it is Joe Biden goes, he's constantly hounded by this. He said that when people think of drugs and crime, he wants them to think Joe Biden. He means like tough on drugs and crime. Well, I got a better idea. When people say Joe Biden, I want them to think racism. Because that's exactly who and what he is, that's what he stands for, and that would be an accurate depiction of Joe Biden's pathetic excuse for a life. But you see, the truth is not going to be told by Joe Biden on Joe Biden by the white media. That falls to the black media to do, and that also falls to the faithful like you. What they're counting on is that black folks who have their heads on straight, who are willing to stand up, step forward, and be counted, who are willing to speak up at any of these public gatherings where you catch these racists at, people who are willing to confront them with their record, well, they're counting on, well, Negroes only do that to Donald Trump. We've trained these Negroes very well. We've trained these Negroes to know that they are not supposed to do that with Democrats, no matter how rancid their record is. They're supposed to just stay quiet and be polite, because after all, you don't want the Republicans to get in there, they'll be racist. No, it's time to show people that if you cross the black community, you will pay. You're not going to be able to take refuge inside of a soundstage where there'll be no hard questions. You won't be able to go to any friendly town halls where hopefully everybody understands they're supposed to applaud on cue. No, you're going to be hearing about it. And you're going to be having people who, in the middle of your cute little speech, I want people to know about civil rights. Joe Biden's a racist. Joe Biden opposed school busing. Joe Biden was friends with Klansmen back in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Joe Biden opposes reparations. That's what should be heard. Don't let that bastard simply run the tables and to tell one lie after the next. He's been getting away with it for over 40 years. It's time for Joe Biden to get called out, and we're the ones who need to be calling him out. He wants to run for president, fine, but he ain't going to be allowed to run from his racist record.
One of the more popular definitions of power that gets kicked around is one that says that it's the ability to define yourself and your relationship to those around you in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. That ability to impose your will on others and to be able to impose your will on your own environment. That sounds like a good definition of power. Now, where does media come into all this? You've heard me say before, and I'm going to continue to say it, that media plays a crucial part in social engineering. In fact, it is the cutting edge of social engineering. It's how social engineering is largely carried out, especially here in the hells of North America. But what does media mean to black people? Tragically, not as much as it should. From the very beginning, I've always told you that our stated mission is to take control of the cultural and social discourse within the black community and to elevate the debate. Now, you're not going to control any sort of discourse with a group of hundreds of thousands, much less tens of millions, without some form of media. Media is the plural for medium. Newspaper is a medium. The spoken word is a medium. Radio is a medium. People refer to television itself as media simply because there's so many channels that you can flip through, but we're talking about the delivery system itself. And by that definition, even television is merely a medium. It's when you take all that together, billboards, people giving speeches to crowds, radio, newspaper, magazines, television, internet, you put all that together, when you take it all in the aggregate, then you have media. And as black people, we have practically no media footprint whatsoever. I'm talking about those of us who got our hands on straight, the B1 Brigade and our fellow travelers and well-wishers. We don't have much of a footprint, and that ain't good enough. This must change. It is not enough to sit back and hope Professor Truth is going to do all the heavy lifting. You've got to be out there too, because what we are trying to create is not merely a media ecosystem, but indeed a series of echo chambers. You want to know why it is that we were able to be so effective during the Baltimore uprising? It was precisely because of the fact that our talking points had already been disseminated to the people on the ground long before the white media showed up. So when the white media showed up, they found themselves in a hostile environment. Not as hostile as it should be. I mean, this is Baltimore after all. But they found themselves facing all sorts of phrases and words and talking points. They found themselves dealing with a rhetorical environment that they hadn't expected. They thought they were going to get out there, there's going to be a bunch of bumble mouths, and sure, there were a lot of those. But there were a lot of black people who we had done the hard work of properly arming with the right words. There's no substitute for that. That's the reason why having a media of your own matters. And that's the reason why the bad guys are so hell-bound and determined to shut us down and shut us up. Because what we're doing is effective. And it's hurting. And they want to stop the hurting. Well, of course, naturally, we want to intensify the hurting. And so we shall. But back to the question of what does media mean to black people? We can't think that we're going to have anything in this world if we don't have a means by which to speak up, not only proactively for our interests, but also reactively. Now, of course, power is used as a shield long before it's used as a sword, so we're going to be reactive in the very beginning. But at some point, we got to start being proactive. We got to go from merely making sure that we shut down the people who have been demonizing us, who we've been giving a free ride to do so. We better take responsibility for that part. We're going to go from merely shutting down our detractors and attackers to promoting ourselves, to aggressively forwarding our own agenda. And indeed, it will have to be over their protest. They're not going to say, oh, the Negroes are trying to get their fair share of the world. They're finally trying to get their piece of the pie. We should sit back and let them. Instead, it's going to be, oh, no, the Negro must be stopped. This is wrong. You know, they'll be throwing every lie that they can. whenever black people are getting what they want out of the world, somehow that becomes wrong. LeBron James gets a nearly $100 million endorsement deal at the age of 18, and the white people were saying, isn't he too young for that kind of money? Meanwhile, Britney Spears and Miley Cyrus and all the rest of these clowns, all these white kids get their hands on money and immediately destroy themselves. They have kids they can't take care of and run around shaving their heads. River Phoenix kills himself. All these white kids dropping dead left, right, and center, but nobody bothers to ask if they're too young and unable to handle wealth. But a black person gets his hands on some money and, oh, isn't he too young? Well, considering that, putting aside his obvious foolishness when it comes to issues of race, if you look at where LeBron James is now, and look where a lot of his white counterparts wound up, I think he was able to handle it. And that's where the fundamental anxiety for white people comes from. When they see a black person who's actually got two nickels to rub together, it becomes a matter of, I gotta throw some dirt on it. I gotta find a way to sling mud at him. I gotta say that there's something wrong with this. I gotta cast aspersions on him. I can't say, well, finally. At least that'll be one black person who's not complaining about what they haven't got. Instead it becomes, should they have that? Because that's what they're really saying. Psst. Let's get on code. Should that black person have any money? There's something wrong with a black person having money. It's the constant drumbeat. Now, unless you have a media that aggressively takes them on, calls them out, and shuts them down, then of course you're going to have these body blows that you just keep absorbing. Because you're not counter-programming. You're not pushing a counter-narrative. In fact, we're not counter-narratives. We're not pushing the truth. And the truth is that black people not only are better equipped to be able to handle wealth than those in the dominant society, we are the best able to handle it. At least from the standpoint of wealth doesn't destroy us. Now, our problem happens to be because too many black people do not know what to do when they got it. It could wind up flowing through their fingers like water. But what doesn't happen is you don't find somebody getting high on 5 different types of drugs and dead in a freaking alley somewhere. That doesn't happen to us. But in order to make sure that black people have a culture that focuses us towards making the right choices and doing the right things and acting in the right ways, it's got to be a media that is owned, controlled, and operated in our interests. Now, this is not going to appeal to a lot of black folks. It will have to be made to appeal to them over time. But a lot of the black folks who hear it, they're not going to be liking that because a lot of them have become so drained of mind and so drained of spirit and so drained, they've just abdicated their common sense. Then when they hear what it is that we're saying, they immediately get turned off because what we're telling them is it's time to stop playing, it's time to stop being children, and it is time to take on adult responsibilities. It's time to enter the age of maturity. And they want to go back to playtime. They can do that. That's cool with me. Richard Spencer and his genocidal pals are waiting in the wings. And as far as I'm concerned, the doggone herd has become too damn big. It's time for some thinning to take place. It's time for a lot of these two-legged cattle roaming amongst us to get turned to hamburger. Now, I'm not going to be shedding any tears for any of them. Dead weight is supposed to get cut loose. Any organization that wants to remain vital and strong and have power understands that when you have an accumulation of too many unworthies, you better start dumping some. And you better not leave them a choice in the matter. Because as far as I'm concerned, black people need to open their eyes and understand we have entered an age now where only the strong will survive and only the very strongest are going to be in charge. And don't you think it's time that we were in charge? We can have it. Not going to get it sitting back and waiting to see if somebody else brings it to us. And we're not going to get it unless we make some fundamental changes to our own personal program. And that brings me to the stuff that people choose to watch. As an example, I don't watch TV very much. Part of the reason why you guys don't hear me going on and bloviating and pontificating about various TV shows and such. I don't watch TV that much. But there was one TV show that I decided to watch a DVD set of. And that one is Ray Donovan. Now, I've seen the actor Liev Schreiber. Don't know a ton about him, but I know that he's a good actor. And Ray Donovan apparently is his show. He plays the part of a Hollywood fixer. If you live in LA and you're in the movie business, particularly those in the movie business, but if you're a person in LA who's got a problem, you know, your girlfriend OD'd, she's dead in your bedroom or something, or you got some sort of issue, you know, you've been caught doing oral sex on a tranny, or what have you, Ray Donovan fixes your problem. He threatens, cajoles, blackmails, moves stuff around, whatever it is. You got a problem, he makes it go away. Now, Ray Donovan, that's an Irish name for a reason. His family comes from Boston, and John Voight is the fresh out of prison father who Ray Donovan may or may not have put in prison because old dad wasn't protecting Ray and his two brothers from the pedophile priests when they would go to mass. And the family is basically a number of Irish-American tropes. But there is one black member of the cast who is the half-brother of the group. And this black half-brother is played by Pooch Hall. You might know him or you might not. I've seen him in a couple of commercials, but don't really know him from anywhere else. Now, I'm watching this show, and I'm wondering, okay, you know, it's going on to season 4. It'd be very interesting to see what it is that's kept this show on the air, and wasn't much to the show, to be honest. Liev Schreiber's a good actor, but he kind of deserves better material than this. And I would say any black people watching the show deserve better material than this, because Pooch Hall, the only black member of the cast, every time he's on screen, he's being insulted or denigrated or shuffled to the side. He's a boxer, but amateur boxer, but he's being told that he would make a lousy sparring partner because he's not very good. Never mind the fact that I presume, since according to IMDb, he's been on the show since the very beginning, it would make me wonder how the world he hasn't gotten any better in these 4 seasons, but I suppose that's just the show. And whenever the family has some sort of dirty dealing they gotta do, because that's what the show's about. It's about the Donovan family doing all sorts of underhanded things to make their way in the world. He gets left out. He's the fifth wheel. And it's not fifth wheel in the sense that he's such a decent person. It's a matter of he's so incompetent, this, that, and the third. Now, one of Ray Donovan's private investigatory co-workers is played by Stephen Bauer. You probably remember him as Al Pacino's Cuban buddy, Scarface. He plays in the show, and Ray Donovan, Stephen Bauer, plays an Israeli named Avi. And the family is being hunted by Russian mobsters because, you know, Ray Donovan's father, played by John Voight, apparently got on the wrong side of the Russian mob. The family has to go on the lam for a little while. They hold up in a hotel, and Avi is explaining which rooms that he's put the family into. And he said, you know, the daughter's over here, the son is over here, your brother's over here, the black one is in here. But family members, he calls them by name. He calls the white family members by name. Pooch Hall, his name is Daryl. He calls him the black one. And I already told you about how in Hollywood, a lot of these people who make these TV shows have a prurient obsession with sex, dirty sex, deviant sex. It's just a non-stop fixation for them. And this season got to combine 2 of their favorite little guilty pleasures, which is finding a way to run people of color into the ground and dirty sex. This season, they had a Puerto Rican boxer who has a sister who's addicted to drugs and a million other things, but that ain't the crux of it. The crux of it is that he's committing incest with his own sister. Apparently, he's supposed to be so bad because she's his half-sister, so that makes it all right. But who do they have playing the part of the half-sister? Lisa Bonet. Now, for some of you old-timers who are like me, Generation Xers, you'll remember Lisa Bonet from The Cosby Show. She got booted off of it because she did that movie Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke, and she'd run around topless or whatever, and Bill Cosby was like, hey, this ain't the image that I'm trying to promote, and if you're trying to go this way and, you know, wildcatting, you know, we're just going to have to part ways. So apparently Lisa Bonet is still doing mid-core porn on network TV. But that's what Lisa Bonet's doing these days. That's what they have Lisa Bonet do. She plays a drug addict who decides that after she's been molested by some priest or what have you as a child, she decides that she's going to start having a sexual relationship with her own half-brother. And it's just basically one big parody of what I guess some white executives like to have as their own daydreams. this is what Lisa Bonet has been reduced to. It's sad to see. But in the end, what happens is the Puerto Rican boxer decides to drown Lisa Bonet, his half-sister, in the bathtub. He calls Ray Donovan over. Ray, you gotta help me get rid of this problem. Ray Donovan wraps her corpse up in the back of her car and dumps her in the river. Apparently, I guess, hey, she's already drowned, it doesn't matter if it's bath water or seawater. Actually, any halfway competent can't even know the difference, but this is white television, so. But now this Hispanic boxer, he's got a black coach. Now this brother's name escapes me at the moment, but I've seen him in a lot of stuff. And the show depicts him as basically being more or less incompetent lackadaisical. So Ray Donovan's older brother runs the boxing gym that this world champion boxer decides, he can have state-of-the-art stuff. Instead, he wants to go to some old gym because Ray Donovan's acquaintance who we met at the Catholic Church, supporting survivors of incest. And this black trainer is depicted as just being basically a do-nothing fool. So you become world champ with this guy as your trainer, but you don't need him as your trainer. What you need is Ray Donovan's Parkinson's spends most of his time trying to get a date, often with women who don't want anything to have to do with him. A guy who spends most of his time moping about the fact that he wasn't good enough to be a champion boxer himself. Maybe if the guy didn't drink all the time, he would have been a better boxer, or at least he might have produced some boxers who were worth it now. But this is what the show does. It makes it where the white people are the ones who apparently, no matter how screwed up whatever minor issues they may have, that's okay. They're still better off than people of color, particularly black people. They're just the picture of well-adjusted compared to black people. And it's not because of anything, it's just because of white. By the way, when Daryl, the black Donovan, says, look, you gotta let me spar more with this, this Hector guy. You gotta let me spar with him. And we're gonna try to make him a better boxer. The elder Donovan brother says, you're an amateur and you suck, and if he sparred with you, make him slot. So, again, and that's how the scene went. I mean, they only let Daryl show up for like 30 seconds. He only has snippets of dialogue. He shows up for 30 seconds, mostly to take verbal abuse from the white members of the family. And this is typical of the interaction between white characters and black ones on this particular show. And you find this with white people, whenever they write their little TV shows, there's always this lecturing going on. We always got white people giving black people lectures on everything. White people just have to basically give black people a piece of their minds. There's always this pathetic lecturing on their part going on that apparently everybody needs to hear from these sagacious pale skins. Apparently everybody are a bunch of bad, misbehaving children, and the white people need to be the ones to lecture them on responsibility of what they're doing wrong. Meanwhile, they don't hear any sort of lectures at all, even though they're the main ones with the most problems. That's also horrendously typical as well. And it's absolutely boring and tiresome. I found myself constantly fast-forwarding through all of this feel-good white finger-wagging. But that's a staple of the show. Well, we, of course, know that it's also a staple of white media in general. We always have white people constantly giving lectures. They're the ones who are screwing up the most. They're the ones causing the most problems. But every time we look up, we have them constantly calling themselves lecturing people. Nobody ever tells them, you know what, you guys are fine ones to talk, and look at the hell at you. Well, you can have a white person reprimand some other white person, but a black person, no, we don't get to check anyone. See, this is the reason why you need your own media. We need to go ahead and acclimate our good white friends to the idea, to the reality that black people are going to be telling them all about themselves. The unpleasant truths that they've been denying and hiding their head in the sand from, they're going to be hearing about it a lot. In fact, constantly. And they're going to be hearing about it from us. We need to go ahead and orient them now to the fact that they are going to be getting lectured by us routinely until they change their behavior. And no, we're not going to be hearing anything that they have to say. We've been hearing their mouths for half a millennium now, and the problem just keeps getting worse. So it's pretty obvious to me all of their lecturing clearly isn't part of the solution. It's one thing for the show to decide that this Parkinson's having drunk, aborted, wannabe Casanova, this chump, that apparently he can train an amateur boxer. It's one thing to believe that. But to basically make it where just because Ray Donovan meets this boxer at some Catholic group therapy session, that apparently, this guy, his brother should be a world champion class trainer, anything. It's just ridiculous on its face. It's laughable. And sure, there's suspension of disbelief, but then there's just wading into the middle of Lake Stupid. This kind of asinine white wish fulfillment, it reminds me of another white media product that I once saw, Rocky Balboa, the Rocky movie before Creed. The premise was not merely ridiculous, it was thoroughly asinine. You haven't been tested as a boxer until you go up against a 60-year-old white guy. That's why there's so many 60-year-olds, or why there's so many white guys at the top of the boxing world. How many white guys are there at the top of the boxing world, by the way? I keep losing count. Well, I guess it is understandable that I would forget. I mean, how long did it take you to tabulate 0? Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The point that I'm trying to make is, this is how the show portrays people of color. There are no positive depictions of people of color on this show. I mean, they had some other kid who looks like some Afro-Latino, and we're introduced to him because he he steals the purse of Ray Donovan's wife. That's how, the next person of color in the show, that's how we're introduced to him. And this is what Ray Donovan does. This is the show. I'm not talking about Liev Schreiber personally, but this is what this show does. This is how this show depicts black people. Later on in the show, Ray Donovan and his friends and his family finally decide it's time to go on offense, turn the tables on the Russian mob. And what they do is, Ray says, for the first time, I got to get my entire family involved. I can't just handle this myself. And they go and take on the Russians. Well, except for Daryl, except for the black one. He's not taking on anyone. They just tell him to sit in the car.
I'll get this taken care of, don't you worry.
So the show goes out of its way to make the point that the only black character in the entire cast, well, he's this dimwit, he's this fool who's here, he's this fifth wheel, he's this lackey. They go out of their way to do that. We're talking about stuff that it doesn't even make sense to do. Stuff that makes the show, it's obvious that somebody is feeling like they got to take swipes at black people. And I keep telling you that you got to understand that as white people with the media, that's how they do their dirt. The so-called entertainment that you watch, the purpose that it serves in social engineering is to dramatize societal roles. And you've heard the phrase gender roles. Well, there are social roles, societal roles. The place you're supposed to keep in society. And entertainment does the job of dramatizing that. It's part of the reason why sophisticated dramas are very important, because they're a closer, or at least they're a more engaging verisimilitude of real life, because it mirrors in some ways the complexity of real life, in a facile way, but still. And the nightly news, your so-called real news program, non-entertainment fare, the job of that is the other end of the flip side of the coin. It's supposed to explain and justify those social roles in the real world. So when you think you're watching entertainment, you're being indoctrinated with them justifying your place in the world. Second fiddle, fifth wheel, you get to play second banana to all these good white folks. And then the nightly news explains and justifies why this should be the place, why you should question it. It's just the truth, etc., etc. So I decided, as I always do, whenever I watch any sort of so-called media, especially from white people, the first thing that I do is I look to see who is it who presented this to me. Because I understand that it ain't entertainment, it's indoctrination. In the same way that I would look at any sort of so-called news piece and ask, who's the source? I would consider the source. Same thing goes for so-called entertainment. And when I look at Ray Donovan to see who actually did it was Mark Gordon. Now, that name, Mark Gordon, that is an infamous name. And it ought to be an infamous name to you. Mark Gordon got himself in a little bit of hot water 7 years back when he had a TV show on Lifetime, I think it was, called Army Wives. And what he was doing was he was setting up a spinoff of the show. And there were some actresses, including Gabrielle Union, who was going to be on the show, and Wendy Davis is another. And Mark Gordon decided that at this table read, a table read is when they take a script and they'll have all the cast members there and they will read the script together. Mark Gordon decided that this table read would be the perfect place for him to go ahead and make a joke where he could use the word nigger. Keep in mind, that's the thing about these guys. If they're going to make a joke, it's always going to be something that is so racially inflammatory and over the top. And then they always turn around and say, it was just a joke, you know. Of course it is. That's why they keep doing it all the time. But only when it comes to racially inflammatory things like black, they want to make sure about that. They're not going to do it about Jewish people. Mark Gordon is Jewish, by the way. They're not going to be doing that about white people, but they will do it about black people. Because it's just a joke. Now, what was the joke that Mark Gordon decided to do? He decided that he would do the reenactment of Blazing Saddles. Particularly the part where the black sheriff is surrounded by all these racist white people. And he puts the gun to his own head and says, back off where the N-word gets it.
Alfredo Montez.
He thought that would be funny, and he did that
killed a
twice.
family up near Keys Landing.
Some unspeakable. What he actually thought was
one in 4 states and 2 countries. I think he's holed up near Manzanita Post. You take a ride with me to take a look?
Alright, it's not me, it's the movie. I didn't say that the N-word, the movie said it. The rapper said it. It wasn't me. Well, it sure sounds like the N-word came out of your mouth. Well, it was the rapper, not me. White people are always running around first chance they get to say the devil made me do it. Well, they got the first part right. But that's what Mark Gordon did, and the reason why I bring up that Blazing Saddles example is because during 4th season that I just got through watching, Coach Hall, the black member of the Donovan family, who is treated like someone who they really wish wasn't there, he is in the boxing gym, sitting with one of the elder Donovan brothers, Ray Donovan's older brother, played by some guy who I don't know. And out of nowhere, for no reason whatsoever, he asks, hey, have you ever seen Blazing Saddles? And then he goes, they got Coach Hall going to reenact that scene with this white guy who apparently is the only white person in America who ever sees Blazing Saddles. And they do the reenactment completely.
Now, I cannot be seen to get too close
this is what Mark Gordon puts out there. A lot of people forgot about that, or may not have remembered, or may not have been able to realize the connection. Again, unless you know who Mark Gordon is, and unless you're familiar with that specific incident, then of course you would be able to connect. But it's the only scene in the entire season, and I would imagine the entire show is the
He knows we're coming, Tom. He's holed up and they're waiting for us. This is calling guards, patrols, everything.
Or told that he needs to go dump out some spit buckets or otherwise treated like an in-house.
Paying us to do your job.
I can't go and kill a man in cold blood, Lee. Not while I don't have the evidence I need. But I can turn a good old-fashioned blind eye to an unfortunate dispute that I did not see and results in the death of some undesirables, the cause of which is unknown to me and other authorities.
Because apparently even she knows that this Jewish guy outranks her, even if her shows happens to be the one bringing money. It ain't about how much money you bring in. At the end of the day, if you're black, that's always going to be a limit on how much heft you're going to have, how much muscle you're going to have, how much weight you're going to have to throw around in any given setting, unless you got your own platform, unless you got your own thing. She doesn't. She has disproportionate heft, but at the end of the day, this racist white guy running around, he's going to have more than her simply because he's the right color and right religion. So that's what I wanted to put out there so you can understand that the media that you watch, the people who put this stuff out, they will often wait years for their opportunity to be able to spit at you. And this was just one show on television. I'm sure that we can all think of many others, but it's important to me that we be able to link what we see on the screen directly to the people who actually put out the so-called entertainment we watch. It's important to me that there be a strong through line. Now, this of course, is an irregular example because of the fact that Mark Gordon got caught doing it. Now, I'm not entirely sure when the fourth season of Ray Donovan went on the air. I think it was probably last year, or perhaps early this year. But I don't know if you heard anybody make the connection that I have. And this is not a matter of, ooh, aren't I so brilliant? It's a matter of why the hell is no one talking about this? No one's talking about it because A, don't really follow media the way that I do. Whenever they turn on something that's supposed to be entertainment, they're looking to be entertained. There's a difference between diversion and turning on, tuning in, and dropping out. If I watch something, it may be because I'm necessarily wanting a short respite from the hardcore working of mind. You know, it's like the brain's like any other muscle. If you work it for a while and then allow it to rest, it gets stronger. You keep working it all the time, like any muscle, it needs to break down. So, of course, diversion is necessary. But not diversion that makes it where I become some brain-dead sponge just soaking up whatever the hell that I'm watching. I understand that they didn't make their media in order to promote me, they made it to promote themselves. And they didn't do it with the instinct that they were going to somehow be fair across the board with fictions of people. They did it for the sake of enforcing the social order, the social structure. And that social structure is based on race. By the way, one more thing. The Avi character in Ray Donovan, he decides that he's going to upgrade Ray Donovan's son, some scrawny white actor by the name, saying, don't talk white, this, that, or the other, not really white. Because apparently he was using some sort of, faux hip-hop lick. You can tell the show was written by some pasty-ass white guys from Century City. You can just tell. This show was obviously made so that white people can get their kicks. I've always said that if you want to know who a particular television show is made for, look at the lead character with the lifestyle leads. Ray Donovan lives in an upper middle class enclave. In fact, the guy's damn near rich. He's got at least $1 million to his name. And in LA, that may not necessarily be, balling out of control. But the point of the matter is, he ain't just get by either. So, living in a 2-story damn near mansion. If it ain't a mansion, it's close enough. And of course, he's driving a brand new exclusive Mercedes. Yeah, that's the way that Ray Donovan. He's got on the expensive Rolex watches. Everything that he wears is custom made because he wants to make sure that you understand. Yeah, he's a fixer, but he's a fixer to represent power being. He doesn't buy his suits. He works for us. So that's what Ray Donovan does. But it also means that this shows that this is the audience that they're hoping to appeal to because that's what you do with entertainment. Instead of lead character, the audience would be able to see themselves in a white guy, mid-40s, and an upper middle-class enclave who's got himself a wife who, her age is starting to show, but she keeps herself in good shape regardless. He's got a lot of the trappings of quote-unquote success. The kids are going to private schools and all the rest of that. And his job is to hobnob with power. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of image that they want to be in the minds of the people who watch it, and to appeal to a certain demographic. That demographic ain't black folks. The black folks on the show happen to be black people with problems of various sorts. And this is just one particular show. Just one. Another quick example that comes to mind is the movie The Blind Side. Now, of course, for those of us in the B1 Brigade, just saying the name of that movie is an indictment of itself. That movie makes the case against itself without even trying. It's blatant racialist, anti-black propaganda, and we don't even have to get into that Leanne Tui or whatever her name is. The fact that she got caught being racist, putting the lie deleted garbage about her. That movie in particular is not a genuine story. It's not an actual story. It's propaganda. It was pretty obvious to see what kind of propaganda it is. If you were to remove the racial component from it, nobody would give a damn about that. Everybody in that movie was white, or if everybody in that movie was black, nobody would care about it. Because they would see right through, especially if everybody was white. Typically, whenever you have the story of some rich family who, for whatever reason, are friends or is befriended by some poor person, what happens is the poor person educates the rich folks with his folksy wisdom, and he lets these well-to-do people understand that money isn't everything. In fact, he proves to them and brings them that their money is the root of their problem. These people could be decent folk if it wasn't for the fact that they're so damn money-grubbing. If it wasn't for the fact that these guys clearly think of profit before people, that money has blinded them to their basic humanity and humanity of others. That's normally what happens whenever you have the typical story of the rich man who is in his ivory tower for the first time in his life comes into contact with the huddled masses, one of the denizens of the internet. But in this case, that doesn't happen because we're dealing with racial propaganda. We're not trying to tell a story. We're trying to make some psychological masturbatory fare for white people. So what happens is you got the white woman, and this movie is meant to say loud and clear. Every scene, every frame of the movie is meant to scream excruciatingly clear that white people, especially white women, are built for the goodness and why these Negroes need white people, don't you know? So what you have is you have this black kid who, you know, his mother's on drugs, dad's not in the picture, he knows how to be a gangbanger, I'm sure he wears a t-shirt that says thug life or something. I've never seen a movie, but I'm familiar with the tropes in it. It's terrible. I mean, you don't even see a movie, you already know what's wrong. But it doesn't really matter who the black kid is, because he's just there as a plot device. In narrative terms, he could have been anyone or anything else. He could have been a lost puppy. He could have been a bed and breakfast that the woman needs to fix up. So he's just there as a plot device so that she can realize her dreams and dramatize to the audience just how pure of purpose she is. And that's a plot device. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't change anything. Now, with a genuine story, with a real story, an actual story, a real story is supposed to be a journey. The character is supposed to be different at the end of their journey than they were at the beginning. It doesn't matter if it's a Shawshank Redemption or the little engine that could. Every actual story, every genuine story is a journey. Now, look at the two examples that I just gave you, Shawshank Redemption and the little engine that could. I'm not going to spoil the Shawshank Redemption because I know there's some like, oh, it's a really good movie. Well, you know, I gotta have all my black vision even for that one. But I'm not gonna give it any knocks because it was Mike Darabont did handle it better than Stephen King handled the original novella. But the Shawshank Redemption has it where Timothy Robin is locked up at the beginning of the movie and trying to find a way to make sense of his life in prison for a crime that he claimed he didn't commit. And at the end of the movie, the truth is revealed. But the whole point is, how does a man make some worth and value of life within a circumstance where he seemingly cannot affect anything at all? That's what the journey is about. The other one, the little engine that could, that journey is much more obvious. It's made for children, so it needs to be obvious. Little engine that could, other than being a tale of industrial, crazy American industry. The truth is, how did this engine get over this hill? The engine starts off with doubt. I think I can. That's how it is at the beginning. It's going from a state of doubt to a state of self-realization. Going from, I think I can do it, I doubt that I can, I don't know that I can, to, I just didn't. The little engine that could is different at the end of the story than at the beginning. That doesn't happen with The Blind Side. At the beginning of the story, Sandra Bullock's Leanne Tui character, and a character she is a white woman with a white family who makes their money off of Taco Bell restaurants and doesn't put a damn penny back into the community, by the way. They just act as a sponge, sucking out all the wealth and not putting anything into the community. Typical of the dominant society. And at the end of the story, she's still a white woman with her white kids and their white restaurants, sucking out all the money from a black community, might I add. And Now there's a large black fellow, but that's a distinction without a difference. Stories are meant to progress through conflict. That's how things get done. Now, if you've ever taken any sort of writing course, or you've ever done any sort of creative writing or studied literature, then you understand that one of the big traps that writers fall into is what they call a passive character. What passive character means is they are not progressing through conflict. And the way that a character, you've probably heard it many times, that the central question for any character in a story should be, what does this character want, and what's to stop him from getting it? Everything that the character does should bring them into conflict. Either conflict with other people, conflict with their environment, or conflict with themselves. The character should be more or less constantly confronting or confronted by forces of antagonism. That's part of the reason why whenever talking about stories, they don't use phrases like hero and villain. What they'll say instead is protagonist and antagonist. Because every story is basically based on one of three particular themes, sometimes all three at once. Man versus man, man against nature, and man versus himself. So if you have a story like, say, Tender Mercies, which takes place almost entirely in one room, that is not man versus his environment. There's nothing in his environment to oppose him. It's not man versus man. He doesn't have any contact with other people. It's mostly man versus himself. Now, I say that because if you look at the blind side, you don't see any of these good white folks taking on any force of antagonism. They're not the ones playing football, the black guy is. Well, you got one scene where apparently you have the typical Hollywood cardboard cutout of a racist, which is nothing but a pleasing exaggeration of a racist. Hollywood's created a number of lies about slavery, about segregation, about American life, but mostly about white people and how they behave, and about racism. You're not going to be able to forward racism until it really is. So what you have to do is you have to basically tell them their behavior is racist. It clearly is. So Hollywood created the cardboard cutout exaggeration of a racist. Somebody who's got racism Tourette's. You know, people who suffer from Tourette's, they tend to curse uncontrollably. Well, that's how Hollywood presents racists. You know, they're just so racist that they can't help but spew racial invective. And this is a comforting stereotype for most white people because they can go, well, hell, that's certainly not me. Hollywood loves to do that. They love to create these caricatures, these ridiculous exaggerations that do not exist in the real world. On the black side of the ledger, they love to present the big bad black man who apparently is just lurking around every corner waiting to pounce on any unprotected white people. And then, of course, these same white people don't see the contradiction in that they keep complaining that, oh, black people are killing every black person in America. You know, 50,000 black people were killed last year. No, they weren't. The number was nowhere near that high, but, you know, let's not let the facts get in the way of a pleasing delusion. But that's the black side of the ledger. They create this caricature of the big bad black man who needs to jump on any unprotected white person in a 10-mile radius. And on the white side of the ledger, they have the racist. But the racist is always somebody who's so over the top, so outrageous, so unbelievable in their behavior that every white person doesn't have to feel guilty or self-conscious about their own racism because you just had this ridiculous caricature of everyone. And the same thing goes for the blind side. Now, of course, being a white woman who wouldn't tolerate racism in any shape, form, or fashion, now she has to check these good white racists for their out-of-control behavior. You're just wrong and you're immoral. And being a white person, I must stand up to you. You know, funny how this never happened in real life, ever. But isn't it interesting how if this white woman really wanted to show that she somehow was interested in any sort of treating black people, why the world does she not decide, no, instead of threatening the local black drug dealer, you know, you're the one in this neighborhood where my precious black friend who I use to bolster my reputation with my white buddies, you're the one ruining his neighborhood, etc. Instead of threatening that she's going to get the DA to come after the guy, how about she take some of that money that her family has been draining out of the community and start to invest in those neighborhoods, invest in the people there? Instead of deciding to do that, no, instead the solution for white people is we need to call it a box of black love. Nobody ever tells the white people their position in the world is somehow wrong, or that there's something wrong with it, or to point out what can be improved with them. Remember, they're perfect as is. Here are the wins. That's not a real story. It's not a genuine story. It's propaganda.
That's bad.
You need to know how to deal with that stuff and understand it and perceive it. Not merely for the sake of having some argument with somebody. It's not a matter of winning an argument, but it's a matter of understanding the propaganda technique against you, because the same one that is used against you in a movie could also be used against you in a political campaign. They can also be used against
That's
you
a terrible disease.
So-called social scientists. Think tanks do the exact same thing. These public policies do the exact same thing. They create all of these narrative lies. They try to
Alright, killed these folks.
lies with phony, baloney, made-up statistics. Heather McDonald, in her fiction book, War on Cops, or more appropriately, they ought to call it The War That Never Was. The War on Reality would have been a better title of the book, because that's what she waged. Talking about apparently how black people, she does this one statistic in particular where she parses and cuts up the stats. Cops kill hundreds of black people a year, and only a few dozen cops die a year, and she tries to chop up and fix up the stats and say, well, if you look at black males between the ages of 18 and 92, and if you take black people for the last 50 years and multiply that it's practically
That's a terrible disease.
But she was trying to manufacture a talking point that would say, no, well, I know that cops have killed 200 plus black people and only 30 cops have died this year. But when you think about it, there have been more cops that have been killed. She actually put that in her book. There's a reason why nobody outside of false news, outside of a Fox News crowd would ever mention Heather McDonald thing, because her stuff is clearly blatant propaganda put out by a propaganda organization. But the problem is, they're out there getting this stuff put in front of
maybe up in Van Horn if you have any
and that's no accident.
My next lead is that maybe
These so-called public policy institutes, I already told you about one of them, the Heritage Foundation, founded by Joseph Coors, who also was a big supporter of John Birch Society, one of the most notoriously anti-black and anti-Semitic organizations in U.S. history. The Heritage Foundation was founded by a card-carrying white supremacist. That's who Joseph Coors was. And every time you look up, you see the right wing spouting garbage from the Heritage Foundation. But they don't tell you that what the Heritage Foundation actually is. And Heather McDonald, she works for another white supremacist front, the Manhattan Institute, which was founded by William Casey. William Casey was Ronald Reagan's CIA director. Now that's very important because Ronald Reagan was no friend of black people. And before I forget, the Republican National Committee had a consent decree entered against it because they were engaging in blatant voter suppression in 1984. By the way, 1984, that's the year that Ronald Reagan was running for re-election. That's important to know because these are the people who Ronald Reagan surrounded himself with. And unless you think that the Manhattan Institute or these think tanks are just some pointy-headed, high-minded eggheads, you better remember something. The proper way to describe a think tank, nobody calls themselves a think tank. That's a nickname. It's kind of like when they talk about so-and-so is America's drug czar or America's terrorism czar. There's no such title as a czar in government. That was a title created by the media. They actually have orthodox titles like, National Policy Coordinator for Drug Policy, etc., etc. But the same thing goes for these public policy institutes, which is what they are. Public policy. The operative term being policy. Heather McDonald's not out there spreading her lies and pushing her fiction because she wants to try to pretend like she's the smartest person in the room, or she's trying to figure out how to get some speed deals. She's pushing this garbage because the racists that she works for, they want to push policies. They're trying to get laws in the books. They're trying to justify the way that black people are being mistreated. Well, you can't justify blatant wrong behavior on its face, so what you gotta do is you gotta come up with a lie. Preferably one that, if you can't dazzle with diamonds, baffle with bull. And when you read the verbal vomit in her book, and I don't recommend it for anybody who wants to keep understanding, if you look at it, you're like, no wonder nobody's supposed to in this book. It's practically indecipherable. She's so busy trying to manufacture statistics. There's a phrase, statisticulation, what it means is to use statistics for the sake of lying. And that's what Heather McDonald does. I've spent too much time, too much of the breath of life has been wasted on exposing her. It's a matter of, this is the kind of stuff you see in the real world. So when you see things like The Blind Side, and you go, what a pile of tripe, just remember, that's just one side of the white supremacist media dog cone. On the other side, you got the crap you see on the news. You see them same. They also have ridiculous caricatures on television, so-called news, but most of the time they pretend it's a racist not thing. So understand the lies that are being put in front of you. That's the problem. What might be the solution? First of all, black people are going to have to start understanding and accepting the idea that we are supposed to have a voice in the world, and that voice begins with you. Yes, it is easy to sit back and look around and say, well, we're going to do it for them. That brings me to another point. If you are going to be of the mindset that somebody ought to do it for you, as I said in my now classic video essay, Bridging the Enthusiasm Gap, you better be enthused about whatever the hell it is. Because the bad guys are definitely enthused about the lies. They don't care about whatever kind of leaky-ink productions is putting out the lies, just as long as somebody's putting it out. So you have to be enthused about it as well. For too long, we have tolerated, and truth be told, we have propagated these world star hip-hop types. We have made the black community into a free fire zone for any level of idiocy and any level of ignorance that somebody wants to trot out in front of us. We do not question those who we know to be lying, and we rarely support those who we know to be telling the truth. And the result of that is we wind up with an ethno-socio horror show. You wind up with a situation where we are frustrated at the fact that we do not have the means to speak with a voice loud enough to be heard, or at least loud enough where our enemies have no choice but to come to terms with the voice that they're hearing. And at the same time, we don't have the means to expose their lives, but we don't realize that having a voice is one and the same. Because a voice can say multiple things, folks. You ain't got to have mutual exclusivity on that one. The same voice that tells the truth about you can also expose the lies about your attackers and detractors. The same voice that you use to promote yourself can also be the same voice that you use to deconstruct and to expose your enemies and run them into the ground. It's the same thing. But we gotta start changing what it is that we get enthused about. You want to get enthused about some sort of crappy dating thing. And the reason why is black people, we've decided that we're not going to tackle these sort of adult responsibilities. Apparently that's too hard for us. That's not fun enough. We want to be children. So we focus on dating. We focus on bedroom drama. Kind of sounds like these good white folks who put out these crappy TV shows, huh? They focus on that too, but for a different reason. See, they got a lot of resources under their belt. They got a lot of resources in reserve, so they can afford to waste their time on this stuff. You know that they don't stay stuck on stupid. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein was a pervert par excellence. But guess what? He knew when to put the perversion aside to get to work. He didn't just sit there and stay focused on which starlet or which wannabe starlet am I going to be sexually assaulted this hour. But with black people, on the other hand, we tend to be one-note Johnnies. We tend to be one-trick ponies because we've chosen to be. And it's time that somebody said that this is not okay. This is not right, and it must be brought to an end. We gotta call this out. Call it out starting with yourself. Call it out starting with yourself. Because the truth of the matter is, when you start calling out this behavior in your own life, you might find that a lot of things that need to be changed, you'll have the ability to change it on your own. Giving lip service to a media of our own isn't enough. At some point, you're going to be asked whether or not you're truly serious or whether or not you're just blowing smoke. A lot of you stepped up to the plate in the past, and you must do so in the future because nobody else is going to do it for you. Victory or defeat will hinge entirely on enthusiasm. how strongly do you feel about this? If you feel kind of so-so and you only want a black media whenever some particularly egregious act of anti-black violence or anti-black injustice has gone down, if that's the only time that you want a black media, a real media that operates in your interest, if that's the only time you want it, then you don't really want it at all. A media that operates in your interest is not merely ubiquitous, it is non-stop. It must be in all places, all things. It has got to be operating at all times. Bad guys don't sleep, and our media can't sleep either. If you need diversion, let it be diversion that builds you up. Let it be diversion that is magnifying, that is edifying. It doesn't need to be diversion that helps you stay wallowed and mired in your own dysfunction. It should be something that speaks to your highest self. A large part of media ought to be aspiration. It ought to be something that provokes you in the right way. It ought to be something that prods you in the right direction. It ought to be something that compels you for the right reasons. Don't just let somebody put any kind of mind rot into your brain. You've heard the old phrase that the eyes are the windows to the soul, but the problem is it works both ways. If somebody looks into your eyes, they can see what's going on inside of you, but the opposite is also true. When you open your eyes, you're allowing all sorts of things in. And you need to start being a hell of a lot more discriminating about what the hell it is that you're letting in. Now, of course, under the circumstances, at this specific moment, that's probably a little bit easier said than done. The infrastructure for a dedicated media that works in our interest has not quite been laid. Because what we're looking for is essentially 24/7. But understand something. The only reason that we don't have that 24/7 right now is because there are all sorts of questions and doubts as to whether or not the black community is serious about supporting it. Don't give me the crap about how well we had others in the past, BET, TV None. I don't want to hear that. First of all, BET was not created for black people. It was created for Bob Johnson to have a cash cow that he could eventually sell back to the very white people who set it up for him. TV None was supposed to be a small-time, small-scale scam based on the exact same thing. So no, we have never had one of our own. We have never had one that operated in our interests. Yes, due to platforms like YouTube, you do have enough voices out there who are putting out content. I know a lot of you bounce back and forth all and around. You know, you got a certain number of channels, and when you get your update that the person has posted new content, you're like, okay, here we go. That's a nice patch, and it's okay in the absence of a formal, structured media platform that we own and control top to bottom. I suppose that just has to do. But what I'm talking about is something that's going to have to be able to compete with the best out there, the biggest out there. It is not sufficient for us merely to have a voice. That voice has to be able to do battle on our behalf. You want to know why it is Fox News was able to manipulate the 2000 election? Because one of George Bush's idiot cousins worked at Fox News. Not that Michael Moore made a big deal of that and said, oh, one of George Bush's cousins was there. Well, hell, did that mean that Fox News would have otherwise been fair and balanced regarding the 2000 election? Hell no. I already told you the story behind Fox News. Roger Ailes said that had been trying to get a right-wing TV station on the air since the 70s. Fox News was just the first time that Roger Ailes was able to start something that actually worked. But the reason that Fox News was able to be so influential is because they had a sufficient media footprint. They were able to reach a large number of people. Fox News has done a very good job of aggregating their audience. Well, at least in the beginning they did. They have been able to get new viewers coming in when they should. The 50 to Dead demo apparently isn't as lucrative as they used to be. But Fox News has gathered an audience. And when they put out their tripe and their bile, it reaches millions and millions of people. But more importantly than that, Fox News' demo happens to be the right demo. People who have jobs, business owners, white people who tend to be cash fluid. Well, of course, you got the illiterate rednecks too, but that's just part of the Fox News audience. But Fox News does have a footprint. They've got influence, they've got reach, they've got scope. There are people, a lot of people, billions of people, who hear what Fox News has to say. Their audience is bigger than MSNBC and CNN's put together, and a few others. And that's the reason why when Fox News decides that they're going to create all of these mythical outrages that don't actually exist, the war on Christmas, there's a nice myth, but a better one is the knockout game. When they find a lie that they want to glom onto and try to turn it into a thing, the reason that Fox News is able to get some traction on that is because they've got an audience who will pick that crap up and run with it. The audience for Fox News knows that what they're hearing are a bunch of lies, but that's what they tune in for. They're not interested in truth. They are liars. They know that they're liars. They just want to hear somebody say whatever jives what they already believe or what they want to believe. Don't tell me that my place in the world is the result of ill-gotten gain and that I don't really work hard. Tell me that I'm the hardest working guy out there. Tell me I'm the only one who works. And tell me that everything I've stolen was in fact what I worked for. Yeah, thieves work, don't they? Thieves put in a lot of hard work. You take a lot of work to break into somebody's house, steal their stuff, to steal somebody's car, to rob a bank. That's work, man. Come on. You gonna tell me it doesn't take effort? So Fox News knows exactly the soap that they're selling, and the swine who watch that stuff, they know exactly what they're getting. But the reason that Fox News is so tough to deal with is because of the fact that they have been able to garner an audience. They've been able to aggregate that audience. So when Fox News puts out the lies, it spreads to millions of people immediately. And the same thing goes for talking about Benghazi. Whether you believe that there was something, that there was some sort of ineptitude or not that went on there, doesn't matter. The point of the matter is that's being put out there constantly and millions every single day. That's media power. The ability to reach a large number of people. I don't know think it is that Fox News is willing to shell out over $100 million just to cover Bill O'Reilly's scrawny, shriveled up behind for all of the sexual harassment and possible assault that he was responsible for. Why do you think Fox News was willing to shell out all that cash? Because it was a drop in the bucket compared to what they were getting in advertiser revenue. Fox News knew exactly what they were doing. That's what the hell they were getting. Now, a model for real black media would probably, of a necessity, have to be different. Because the kind of big corporate sponsorship that Fox News is going to be able to get, we don't have the economic infrastructure in place to support us that way. There's not going to be a whole lot of corporations being lined up just so that they can support black people who are telling the truth about the world and about our place in it. But then again, when you consider the fact that all corporations derive their income from the masses, from the consumer, that is from you, the real question becomes, why don't we just bypass those bastards and go straight to the source? Now, that's something you're going to have to get realistic about. For some of you, and I see what you write in the comments, and some of you have even done videos about it, basically saying, brother, if those like yourself are going to step across the line, we're going to be with you. That's good to hear. But before you get ready to jump on the Professor Black Truth bandwagon, there is something that I think I need to say as by way of necessary admission. I would like to remind you that a lot of black people got their noses bent out of joint because Don Imus was back on the air so quickly, and I don't know why. I tried to explain to black people why it was that he was never going to be gone for very long. Don Imus, who looks like a shriveled up Skeletor with a cowboy hat of all things. Don Imus's primary demo are white males between the ages of 35 and 51. That's a very cash-moving demo. And he doesn't have the biggest audience, but when you consider whose audience is, he doesn't need the biggest audience. See, Don Imus and white men in media in general,
Hey, Anna,
understand the value
you want one of them family heirlooms?
Things to a select audience. As black people, we have close to, in fact, probably more than 50 million African Americans.
And
the truth of the matter happens to be, most of them are not going to be on board with what it is they're saying, at least not at this point. Now, when the heat gets hot, then a lot of them are suddenly going to start looking for the truth because of the fact that they won't be able to play anymore. The pain becomes too great, then all of a sudden they're going to
And a
decide,
banana.
oh, playtime, white supremacy.
Over here with shoulin4every's. Come here.
Oh, man,
Come here.
I'm getting unhappy here. That's what usually happens.
Anna.
We're talking about
Anna.
some sort of injustice.
Come
I
here.
can't help it.
Anna, come here.
Sides. And that ain't good enough because that's being reactive. You gotta start being proactive. But for my part, I am not looking to be.
See, like, fuck that. I don't trust nobody. I understand that, but goddamn, I was trying to give you an heirloom.
Something like the killers of black media or less. That's the niche that I would personally prefer to occupy. Now, for those of you who don't know, Kiplinger's happens to be a journal, I guess you would call it, where they essentially do more or less predict the future, where trends are going, what events seem most likely. They do a lot of other things too, but Kiplinger's is pretty much one of a number of outlets and such that try to do that kind of work. They're not a household name, nor do they wish to be. The stuff that they do is not meant for general consumption, not meant for John Q. It's meant for a much more select, far more select. And you know what? A number of these public policy studies, they do real work, not propaganda like Heather McDonald. Heather McDonald sat on a book show, across with that crap out there, because that stuff is just meant to be fodder. You got billionaires like Robert Mercer and mega billionaires, people like Joseph Coors and William Regnery who fund these think tanks. You know, there's the propaganda side of what they do, and then there's the actual concrete policy side. The people who actually write think tanks, they're smart enough to know that what Heather McDonald puts out is essentially fiction. It's meant to be nothing more than talking points. It doesn't matter if they get shot down or not. The point is, you know, here's some verbal fodder for you. Here's some rhetoric. That way, you'll have something to say, because, you know, the Negroes got you cold. They've got you cold 5 ways from Sunday, so you're not going to be able to disprove anything they say. You can't prove that more blacks kill cops than cops kill blacks, but we'll give you some lies, and we'll help you make up some convoluted trigonometry, some sort of equation that looks like it came from NASA, and you'll be able to say by the time it's over, well, if you look at this on the 4th Wednesday, the 3rd moon, on Jupiter, why, isn't it obvious that more blacks kill cops than cops kill black people? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they do is laughable. But there's some other stuff that they do that is not so laughable. There's other stuff that white supremacy does, other outlets, that they come up with all sorts of things that are to help them understand the world the way that it really is. That kind of work that they do, real, genuine research, real, genuine news that doesn't make it on the 6 o'clock evening news, that stuff is kept close to the vest. They keep that in the inner circle. I told you years and years ago that there was a documentary, which I have not found since, but it was called, I remember the name called Band of Gold. And what it was about was how CBS Columbia Records in the early 1970s, they were trying to figure out where music trends were going to be at by the year 2000, by the end of the 20th century. Now, they went to, I believe it was Yale. They got some young researchers at Yale to try to figure out what trends were going in. Now, I don't know how much they paid for their study or research project, but they paid a lot of money, no doubt, for what each black person was doing. The conclusion of this study, without essential fiction, it's meant to be nothing more than talking points. It doesn't matter if they get shot down or not. The point is, you know, here's some verbal fodder for you. Here's some rhetoric. That way, you'll have something to say, because, you know, the Negroes got you cold. They've got you cold 5 ways from Sunday, so you're not going to be able to disprove anything they say. You can't prove that more blacks kill cops than cops kill blacks, but we'll give you some lies, and we'll help you make up some convoluted trigonometry, some sort of equation that looks like it came from NASA, and you'll be able to say by the time it's over, well, if you look at this on the 4th Wednesday, the 3rd moon, on Jupiter, why, isn't it obvious that more blacks kill cops than cops kill black people? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they do.
I believe so.
But there's other stuff that they do that is not so
bad. For your attention to her business.
There's other stuff that white supremacy does, other outlets that they come up with all sorts of things that are to help them understand the world really is. That kind of work that they do, real research,
real, genuine news that doesn't make it on 6 o'clock evening news. That stuff is kept close to the vest. They keep that in the inner circle. I told you years and years ago that there was a documentary I have not found since, but it was called, I remember the name called Band of Gold. And what it was about was how CBS Columbia Records in the early 1970s, they were trying to figure out where music trends were going to be at by the year 2000, by the end of the 20th century. Now, they went to, I believe it was Yale. They got some young researchers at Yale to try to figure out what trends were going. And I don't know how much they paid for their study or research project, but they paid a lot of money, no doubt, for what any black person was told. The conclusion of this study, these Yale or Harvard or otherwise Ivy League people together, was that by the end of the 20th century, practically every music act of note, any music act of significance, was either going to be a black performer or a white performer trying to sound black. This was back in the 70s when we were saying this. The 70s was pretty much the last few years when you had white people who were able to make any sort of significant sales without just basically bogarting black style. I mean, the crap started with Elvis Presley. The effery started in full effect with him. Now, when CBS Columbia Records got this little report sent to them, they saw this. What did they do? Well, what they did was they started buying a number of contracts for black performers. They started signing a number of black performers and then sitting on them. You might get some play in radio and in the music stores back when they had those, but you didn't get any airplay. Concerts, out of the question. They didn't promote you. What CBS was trying to do, CBS Columbia Records was trying to do, was to figure out how to stop this wholesale takeover of music by black people. They were not seeing themselves as a business. They saw themselves as social engineers. Music is also part of the media as well, a cultural part of it. Music is the universal language out there. And it's the place where black people have been able to make most influence for ourselves. At least as far as performance goes. But CBS Columbia Records did not decide that they were going to just sit back and, well, as long as we're making money, they said, nah, these niggers are going to be influencing things. We gotta find a way to stop it. Can we find a way to postpone the day when the niggers take over? Because they looked at society, and as far as they're concerned, white is supposed to define society. There's not supposed to be black anything that defines the society. White is supposed to define it. And so CBS Columbia Records decided to wage a small-scale war on would-be burgeoning black performers. Now, of course, we all know their efforts wound up backfiring. Yeah, they shut down a lot of would-be black performers, and CBS Columbia Records was no doubt. I haven't done any research on this, but come on, let's be honest. CBS Columbia Records was out there doing it, a number doing it too. Industries, they talk to each other, they all operate out of the same playbook and the same thesis. So CBS Columbia Records, and I'm sure some other record labels and companies as well, were trying to figure out how to handicap what they saw as black music. And the result of that was they were partially successful. They were trying to relabel R&B as disco. Disco was nothing more than R&B with a little bit of 70s flair to it. It may have been bad. It may have been a R&B fad, but it was still R&B nonetheless. But what came out of all this suppression of black performers was eventually black folks were reduced to nothing. A lot of them were reduced to nothing but a turntable. And that's exactly what the white record companies want. Yeah, that's right, you niggers. All you can do is listen to the music now. You can't make any music. All you can do is listen to what we put out. So we're going to go ahead and put out the monkeys and all of them. They put out crap that nobody wants to hear. The Carpenters, are you serious?
Going the wrong way.
What eventually happened was you had some black folks who said, dang, all I can do is just listen to this turntable. And hip-hop was born. If I can't sing, then at the very least I'm going to talk. I may not be able to sing about my troubles, but you're still going to hear about them anyway. So that was one of those cases of what they did backfire. They created conditions that were so hostile, we adapted. We adapted to these hostile conditions. With a form of music
whose rudiments didn't require all of that white media and technical infrastructure. If you had a couple of turntables and a mixer, you could do hip-hop. That's exactly what happened, coming out of the East Coast and spreading across the nation. So that's an example of a white corporation who decides that they're going to do some internal research, not for general public consumption, but only for a select few. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about anything necessarily quite so grandiose as that, but the people that I speak to, the people who genuinely appreciate what I do, and the kind of social and cultural discourse that I want to contribute to and to try to promote, that's the place that I see myself occupying. If somebody were to come to me and say, you could have an audience of 10 million people, I'm sitting here going, damn, that's a whole lot of useless eaters now, ain't it? It's not a matter of hatred or disdain. It's a matter of, I want to deal with the most influential people in the room. Now, we already know that Negroes who are well-to-do, by and large, a lot of them ain't going to be good for nothing. They ain't going to bust a break. They'll be useless. But a lot of you are not. So, no, I am not interested in trying to reach the lowest common denominator. As far as I'm concerned, if I were to have 10,000 hardcore, by hardcore I mean rock-ribbed, steel-spined, iron-jawed, fire-breathing black people who are down for the struggle, that would be sufficient for me. One of the brothers in the comment section asked a question that I get all the time. It's a typical one that's repeated often. All these black people out here who are not on code, who are misbehaving, what the world is the solution? Well, as far as the solution goes, I think we already know the solution. But if you're asking why that is, the why is also equally obvious. The problem happens to be this. People follow whoever it is that they feel they can get something from. And as long as a critical mass of black people are able to eat without having to be on code for us, that's the problem. There are too many black people who are off code, who are, as Dr. Claude Anderson put it, engaging in inappropriate behavior. By inappropriate behavior, they don't patronize black businesses. Because the money goes to everybody except for us. That's inappropriate behavior. You can see how the Asians are taking full advantage of it, using our own money to attack us. We are funding our own oppression, them. We're giving their war machine the ability to attack us, funding the enemy. That's the height of stupidity. And there are black folks who still don't get it. But as long as there are black people who are able to screw up and keep messing up and still able to eat because they got a white hand that gives them some crumbs and feeds them, that's going to be a problem. We are not going to be able to change anything until we have a situation where we control who eats and who doesn't eat. And that begins with willpower. We are going to have to decide that we want that we want the power to cut people off if they get out of line. That's how you discipline a group. You know what the word discipline means? Discipline, in essence, means mastery. Talk to some of these college grads and they'll tell you, this is my area of discipline. What they mean is their area of mastery. What is self-discipline? Self-discipline, self-mastery. That's what it means. Martial arts discipline, martial arts mastery. That's what discipline means. So, when you see black people who are out here acting with no discipline, that's because there's nobody with the means to instill that discipline. We just got through seeing in Zimbabwe what happens when that occurs. Contrary to popular belief, even though I was the first person to come out and publicly say that Robert Mugabe is not the monster that the white media was trying to make him out to be, I was the first person to put it on the map. You can check out my classic video on YouTube, The Truth About Robert Mugabe. I spelled the whole case out. But I also gave a significant warning, which was that unless Robert Mugabe was able to bridge those economic gaps and start getting some prosperity going, at least a sufficient amount of prosperity for a critical mass. You ain't gonna have it where everybody's living in a 2-story mansion with a 4-car garage. But at some point, the people have got to understand that you have the ability to dispense real, tangible benefits. They have to have some appreciable level of prosperity. And the reason why is, when your enemies come along, especially if they have resources that they've been stealing from you and enriching themselves with, they're going to be bribing your own people with your own resources because you have not taken advantage of them. If you do not get your economic game in order, you will not have the ability to incentivize loyalty from those closest to you, and you won't have the ability to fund any sort of substantive defensive structure to protect you from your enemies. So you won't be able to count on those closest to you, and you won't be able to fight against those who are attacking you. You're undermined from within and constantly exposed and vulnerable from without, the worst of both worlds. And that was what went wrong with Zimbabwe. Robert Mugabe did not control who ate, didn't eat. The benefits were not tangible or widespread enough for him to be able to have any sort of substantive security. What a surprise. It was the military who, so he was the one who used the military in order to overthrow the white supremacist regime back in the day. And history repeated itself because he could not command the loyalty of the military. And the military wouldn't have been that big an issue except for the fact he didn't have support in the streets. Because make no mistake, if Robert Mugabe had been able to get the economic house in order and had been able to make it where black people were able to get the prosperity that they needed, what would happen is there would be a clear understanding that Robert Mugabe's is the hand from which prosperity flows. And if anything happens to him, there'd be a lot of people, a lot of black folks who were finally getting what they wanted out of life who wouldn't be able to do that anymore. But he did not take care of first things first. He never got that house in order. What happened was he started thinking the Chinese were going to feed him. He started thinking the Chinese were going to protect him. And the Chinese are trying to figure out how to take over Africa themselves. I've looked at what's happened in Zimbabwe, and it jives perfectly with what the Chinese have been doing for the last 50 years. First in countries around it like Tibet, Nepal, Indonesia, the Philippines. And you see them insinuating their way into South America. The Chinese are trying to get their inroads. They want to make sure that they can get rid of the white people stooges in these non-white lands, and they're going to put in Chinese stooges instead. So the formerly white stooge of Robert Mugabe is gone. And now the Chinese have put in one of their own black puppets. But the point that I'm trying to make is this didn't have to happen. And before anyone gets ready to speak out of the other end of their mouth and say, well, brother, if it's a military coup, how you gonna stand up to a military coup? If the military say they're gonna overthrow President Biden, that's a wrap, brother, that's a wrap. You idiot, shut up, fool. Venezuela was an excellent example of what happens if the military does not have popular support from the people. When Hugo Chavez was overthrown by the white ruling elite, who, by the way, had all sorts of racist stuff to say about it, there's a reason why Hugo Chavez didn't have a problem with being able to go to New York and say that people in Venezuela were essentially partially black. You know, part of it was probably rhetoric on his part, but another part of it was a stark realization that the white ruling elite in South America, especially in Venezuela, the Blancos, they were at war with Hugo Chavez. And Hugo Chavez, former military man himself, he used the military to gain power, in part, though a large part of his success was the fact that he spoke to the man on the street. He had the hearts of the people in the streets. And when he got into power, there were hospitals that were being opened. He talked about being able to take the oil wealth of Venezuela and put it to work for the people. So when the Blancos, with the help of the United States government under W, were using their stooges in the military to fund that coup, and they had Hugo Chavez put under house arrest, and they had him flown out to some island. I guess they figured they were going to have him isolated there. What happened was the people on the streets made it clear there was going to be a revolution unless the man who had finally brought something resembling prosperity to their country was released. Now, the white media won't tell you this. They want to paint the picture of, oh, Hugo Chavez, ruthless dictator. The hell with that. You want to see a ruthless dictator, look at the United States. The United States is the ultimate police state. The U.S. has more people behind bars than any other country on earth. China has 6 times the population of the United States, but the U.S. has more people behind bars. You name any 10-horn despot state that you want. North Korea, Iran, Egypt, whatever. The U.S. has more people behind bars than any of them. So who's the police state? And you want to talk about the ruthless suppression of dissidents? The United States wrote the book on it, literally. A lot of those South American regimes that have been beating the hell out of their people and killing people, they learned that stuff at Fort Benning in the School of the Americans. Google it, okay? But the point is, Hugo Chavez had the support of the man on the street. So when he was temporarily accosted and overthrown for a hot minute, it was the people in the streets who made it clear there was going to be a revolution unless this illegal, unethical, immoral coup was brought to an end. And you had a lot of people in the military who had their heads on straight. Many of them black. You can see a documentary on YouTube done by an Irish crew, by the way. No American company would ever do it. But it was this Irish film crew who was in Venezuela when the coup went down. And they just got unbelievable footage that they were documenting every minute of the coup from the start all the way to Hugo Chavez having to be released. And what you had the U.S. State Department, who for some strange reason, they seemed to know about the coup before it went down. Mm-hmm. They were already saying, well, Hugo Chavez is gone and we're going to be making friends with whoever's... They were all with it. The U.S. was supporting it. That is, until Hugo Chavez was brought back. Then all of a sudden the U.S. was trying to, sure, the people of Venezuela will fight for a better day, this, that, and the third. But Hugo Chavez was overthrown by some recalcitrants in the military, but when the people rose up, there were better, cooler heads in the military, smarter men, many of them black, by the way. You watch that documentary, you see a whole lot of Afro-Venezuelans in it. And these men were the ones who led the counter-offensive, and they were the ones who put pressure on these turncoats. And ultimately that pressure led to Hugo Chavez having to be brought out of his temporary exile and restored to power. Now, of course, I am suspicious, like everybody else, about the fact that Hugo Chavez died of cancer soon thereafter. Mm-hmm. That seems to be a popular one. Whether it's Victor Litvinenko or whether it's Kim Jong-un's cousin or brother or whoever, it seems like whenever the wrong people get on the bad side of some despotic regime, they tend to have some sort of mysterious case of cancer out of nowhere. They were healthy as a horse one minute, now they're freaking dying the next. How convenient. Mm-hmm. But I digress. My point is that Hugo Chavez had the support of the people. And that support, that popular support, the grassroots support, the enthusiastic support, was the direct result of the fact that Hugo Chavez had brought some tangibles, however meager, he had brought some tangibles. People saw real benefits to his movement. That didn't happen in Zimbabwe.
He said he wouldn't
What happened was basically 30 years of economic entry. That was time that Robert Mugabe didn't have to lose. So that's the reason we got all of this inappropriate behavior, all of this coonery, all of this stupidity going down the black community nonstop. Too many Negroes have the ability to screw up and keep on regardless. They're able to get their daily bread from somebody other than you. And that's a large part of the responsibility you're going to have to take up. The Italians, when they came into town, when they started immigrating in, they instituted two things. One, they wanted to make sure that they were able to feed themselves, but they also wanted to keep interlopers out. You want to know what it is that was very difficult for the Anglo-Americans, or their Irish lackeys or whatever, to be able to influence the Italian communities, to be able to get them to turn on each other? That's because the Italians ran everybody else out. And they didn't have any qualms about how they did it. If they had to tune somebody up, they had to go ahead and work you over. They did it. If they had to go ahead and be champion, they do it. If they had to burn your store, they do it. Now, I'm not advocating any sort of violence. I'm just saying they took a very hard-nosed approach to that. They wanted to control the areas in which they lived. They wanted to make sure that others would not have the ability to control who ate in those neighborhoods. Because if they had the ability to control who ate, that also meant that they could have infiltrators and informants all around them. So first order of business, you got to control who eats. And you cannot be bashful about deciding that certain people who break the rules, if you get on code, well, maybe we got to put you on a diet for a little while. Maybe you need to lose some weight. Because you seem to be full of crap these days. And, maybe we put you on a diet, you'll lose some of that feculent weight you're carrying around. And if you decide that you're not going to drop the bull crap, well, that diet might have to become permanent. But your stomach will touch your backbone before I allow you to have one crumb to eat off of my table. And here you are, building bridges to let in the bastards who have built walls to keep out. You've got to be out your damn mind. You can call the Italians, but you call the truth of the matter is as they're realistic about the world they live in. They're trying to insulate themselves. Because that way, nobody's going to be able to cut them off their need. They want to be as self-reliant as possible. Because when you got to go to other people for all these other little things that you need, but that means that they can cut you off at any moment. Now, nobody is going to be cutting you off as long as they don't see you as being a competitor power, or as long as things are good, but things never stay good forever.
Make sure you grab their money over here.
There's going to be
LT.
some sort of butting of
Make sure you grab that money from this dude.
Some sort of disagreement.
That dude.
And when that comes, all of a sudden they're cutting you off. And then what are you going to do? After the U.S. fleet...
Always make sure you loot and take your time and loot these motherfuckers. Don't be in a rush to...
Say, let's go ahead and keep buying ships with the Americans.
Don't be in no rush. Get your money. Loot them motherfuckers.
Buy a few ships with these Americans.
They ain't got no good aim. Just loot them motherfuckers. I'll shoot these bastards.
So what they would do is they would take the ships, they would dismantle the ships. They would take the locomotives.
I said lay your bitch ass down. Fuck are you too? Hey, look, check this out, Pablo.
Assemble their own ironclads.
What the fuck you think you doing trying to creep up on somebody from the back? How dare you?
From these
lying bastards.
To see how well they ran. What they found was, yeah, we're able to
make sure you loot everybody, y'all.
More importantly than that, the Japanese found that they were able to make some improvements too. And that's what they want. They were not looking to become vassals.
Don't miss your money. Make sure you loot everybody before you guys go. Make sure you loot everybody. All them dark X's, those are people you can still loot. If they're lighter X's, you can't loot them. Make sure you loot them. LT, come down here and loot these three.
Japan was very proud of the fact that
loot this fool, that fool, and the fool over there. No, this one over here. LT, this one.
So they were humiliated by the fact.
And then that sucker right there.
They wanted to make sure that there would be repeats of it. So after the Japanese
and loot this one here, to LT.
They started extending their influence in their own backyard, starting with Korea. They started also
loot this pansy ass. No, this pansy ass right here.
To make it clear that people are going to have to start getting in line. And Japan was going to be putting them in line.
All right.
They wanted to make sure that Asia was going to be under control, but it wasn't going to be British control. And damn sure wasn't going to be American control.
You go low. Take that, go down there. I'll go high.
Okay, we've already beaten up on some of the Asians, so we've shown that we're...
Get that X right there, TLT. LT, get that X. Turn back, get that X right there. Yeah, that dude. Nope, right there. That dude, yep, right there. All right, now go.
And I think it was called Port Arthur. You have to forgive me because it's been like over 15 years since I've been on this. They attacked the Russian garrison there. And they did it with a sneak attack, same way that they would at Pearl Harbor.
Good shit, y'all.
But these weren't merely martial exercises.
Take your time and loot them motherfuckers and shoot them. There you go. Did anybody tell you to get the fuck back up? No, we did not. LT, loot them dudes. LT, back up. Loot them two dudes.
Those who don't want to bend. See, that's what groups who are interested in solidifying their power do. Dr. Claude Anderson always talks about a code of conduct.
LT, get that dude. Yeah, there you go.
Code of conduct means nothing unless you have a means to
LT, get that one.
That code.
No, LT, come back. Right here. Right behind you. LT, right behind you. Grab that one. Right behind you. Right there.
Who offends. And the reason that he focused on the punishment part is because it's a given that people are going to give out rewards that a lot of people want to give everybody's friend. But when it comes time to do the discipline part, people tend to shy away from that. So that's the part that needs to have the emphasis placed on it. Zimbabwe stands as a lesson of what happens when you fail to get the economic house in order, but more importantly, when it takes you too long to do so, when you wait too long to get the job done. That was a horrifying mistake with fatal consequences for Robert Mugabe. Now, it may be an honest mistake, but it was a mistake nonetheless. There's something for us to learn from that as well. You better get comfortable with the idea of you controlling which people in the black community eat, which ones don't. Get over the idea that you're going to be everybody's buddy. Won't be. We are a group, and groups don't have friends.
Groups.
Not at the group level. In fact, not even individual level. No group has a person who's their friend. Groups have interests. What's yours?
Hold on, who's this motherfucker up here? You got a lot of nerve.
Because you're gonna have to do it at some point.
Give me your hands, motherfucker. Give me your hands.
Tired of the fact that we have to have the
Funky bastard.
And the rest of these degenerates out here taking pot shots at us. If you want to put a stop to that, then at some point you're going to have to control whether or not you eat, and you're going to need enough power in reserve. You also control a large number of people's plates as well, whether or not they eat it. Because people don't respond merely to ideas.
Hey, watch out, LT. Watch out.
They respond mostly to tangibles.
Do ya?
What they can see, what they can hear, what they can touch right in front
Let
of
me
them.
go. I got money.
Words are good, but tangibles are better. White supremacy learned that lesson a long time ago.
Put it on the dead guy over there.
And black people in particular tend to be very loyal to whoever's supplying the freaking tangibles. Why not you? It's going to be an entirely new mindset that we're going to need to institute if we're going to put an end to the coonery of food. But that's the answer to the question a lot of black folks have been asking. Why is it we got so many black folks out here who are off code?
Hey, we can take the money and then take and still take him in.
And as long as that's the case, as long as they can get crumbs from somebody
Take the
else,
money, then still take him in.
you're cool. Malcolm X defined for you what black nationalism was. He said control of the politics and the economics of the places in which we live. What are economics? Economics, as I keep telling you, is the distribution of resources. How are resources distributed in a given group? That's economics. Right now, our economics are all in everybody else's hands. And so long as that's the case, we're going to have fools out here deciding to do whatever the hell they want to do. So no, I am not interested in speaking to the masses because most of the masses are not going to take the hard-nosed approach. Those of you who have been here, especially been here for a while, I suspect that you're the ones who are most likely to be able to do what needs to be done. That's why I'm talking to you. I'm not trying to have a big tent. As I keep telling you, big tents are only good for a circus. Forget about all that. Give me the chosen few. Give me the elite. Give me the ones who are actually going to get the job done. Because the truth of the matter is, every revolution is fought by a minority. It ain't the masses who get out there. It's only a select few who actually turn the tide of history. It's only that select few who make history while everyone else is reduced to merely observing history. There are those who ride the wave of history, and then there are others who just get tossed back and forth, and all they can do is hang on for dear life. You're going to be in one group or the other. But given the fact that you've been here and the fact that you've been supporting this particular ideological program for so long, I think I can guess what side you're on. It's the right side. It ain't the side that's going to sit back and hope that things turn out all right. It's going to be the side that takes control of the situation, gets the bad guys in a headlock, and then ruins their day. That's the side we're supposed to be on. Now, as far as media goes, because I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, yeah, we have a lot of people out there who turn the media into a free fire zone for ridiculing us, denigrating us, and insulting us. And they give themselves awards for doing so, and they heap praise on themselves for doing so. And while this may be wrong, you also need to use this as motivation. Stop trying to find a way to accept the status quo. Never lose your contempt for the status quo. Never lose your disdain for it. Never lose your hatred for it. Because the status quo is wrong. It is evil. It was built on our oppression and built on our mistreatment. Ultimately, if they have their way, if technology winds up catching up with current events, it will be based on our annihilation. And guess what? They'll have all sorts of words and rhetoric to justify that too. We stand at a crossroads. This is not a crossroads between us and the rest of the world, not between us and the white supremacists. It is a crossroads of what kind of path we're going to be taking for ourselves. The path of continued apathy, the path of continued inaction, the path of hoping that others are going to do for us what we should have done for ourselves long ago,
the path of being unrealistic in the face of real circumstances, or it's going to be the path of power. Now, if you're going to start walking the iron road of power, you ain't going to be doing it tiptoeing. When you walk the path of power, you have to take bold strides. That's the only way that anyone can walk the path of power. You don't get there wearing flip-flops and sandals. You're going to be getting there wearing lead-lined gunboat boots. Because the path of power is not going to be tripping through the tulips. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It is going to be a march. It is going to be a long, hard march. But the alternative is you ain't going to be marching, you'll be dead in your tracks. And that ain't the path for me. So I'm going to lace up my boots. I'm ready for that 25-mile-per-day hike. And I know that the destination isn't going to be in sight immediately. I know I got a long way to go to get there. But I also know that every step that I take gets me closer to it. That's my motivation in the early goings. But I also know that marching is hard in the beginning, especially for those who've never done it. If you march, say, 12 miles on your first day, your legs are going to be telling you about every mile for the next couple of days. But eventually you get used to it. You get used to that long march. You get stronger. You get faster. The fatigue doesn't set in as soon. And what also happens is you feel a sense of personal accomplishment because you understand that you're getting stronger. The world is bending to your will because you wouldn't let it bend you to their will. And you know what else is also true? For those who march the road of power with the requisite amount of persistence, you also reach your destination. They're a lot sooner than you thought. See, this is not going to be some kind of Star Trek where you're just floating through space and, well, you ain't sure how far away we are. We know exactly where we're going, and we know who we're going to be. It does not have to be some eons-long journey. But the problem is we haven't been getting anywhere because we haven't been moving. And that's something we're going to have to take personal responsibility for. How come we ain't at the promised land? Well, damn, the promised land ain't going to get up and come to you. You're going to have to get up and do some marching. Perhaps you may have to march for 40 years. The thing is, if you keep marching for 40 years, you already know it's going to take 40 years for you to get there. I've been marching for 2 years. Good, you got 38 to go. Keep going. Black people have got to get off this kick about instant gratification. We're going to have to get off this kick about something quick and easy. Power ain't quick or easy, especially not when you're trying to pry it from the iron grip of a corrupt, entrenched elite. We have to gain a taste for vying for our power, as opposed to trying to narcotize ourselves and anesthetize ourselves with comedy shows and drugs. We're going to have to get used to the idea that we're going to have to experience some discomfort for what we want. Now, you won't have to endure it forever, but god dang it, you're going to get used to the idea that part of getting power and part of holding on to power, part of acquiring power and part of maintaining power is going to involve you doing some things you may not necessarily want to do. It's going to involve you doing some things you haven't done. What's that old saying? If you want something you never had, you'll have to do something you've never done. Right now, you have no power. You've got no power. So for you to get some power, you ain't going to be able to do all this stuff you've been doing. All the jaw-jacking and all the making excuses for why things are wrong and trying to put a pretty face on our condition, that ain't going to cut it. You want that power, you got to make your peace with the fact that you're going to have to see your hands get bloody calluses. You're going to have to endure setbacks occasionally. You're going to have to make some sacrifices. Some of them are going to be crucial sacrifices, but you're not going to be able to gain enough power to overthrow the greatest evil the world has ever seen over a weekend. It ain't going to work that way. White supremacy didn't entrench itself in a single year or a single century.
Now, you may be able to overthrow it within a couple of generations, but even so, do you think white supremacy is just going to slink back to the caves? Okay, I guess we're done. Hell no. After the Greeks fell, did they slink back to their caves? After the Romans fell, did they slink back to their caves? After the Ottomans fell, did they slink back to their caves? When the British Empire declined, did they slink back to their cave?
Nope.
No. You gotta start being realistic, especially when you consider what's happening out of Asia. China's already shown you exactly what their intentions are towards black people. Zimbabwe was a shot across the bow. That was China showing you exactly what they intend to do. They're going to replicate the exact same thing that the Asians have been doing against each other in Asia for over 2,000 to 3,000 years. That's kind of insinuating puppet dictators in order to control other people's lands. That's what Japan did to the Chinese. You ever see that movie, The Last Emperor?
Yeah.
What you had a Japanese stooge who they put on the throne in China. He didn't do a dang thing. They had this idiot get drunk, and they would give him some whores either from Europe or Korea or whatever. This guy was a pushover. He was a clown. He was not to be taken seriously, and indeed they didn't. And before it was all over, he wound up being a gardener somewhere, working for somebody else. See, that's what happens when you decide that you're not dedicated to walking the iron road of power. When you decide that you're going to drop tulips and somebody else is going to pay your way, and you'll just get by with somebody else feeding you, what winds up happening is you wind up dying broke. You wind up, as Spike Lee colorfully put it, with your butt out. Now that's the option that you got in front of you. You got the option of pain and gain, or you got the option of you get to die blissfully. Because that's what's going to happen. Oh, I've saved myself all of that needless hardship and all of that needless toil. Well, that might work for a minute. Okay, so you're not necessarily out there with the calloused hands and the calloused feet and the tired legs from walking the road of power. But what's going to happen is your last breath will be taken with your enemy's boot on your throat. We're at war here. This is a race war. It's been going on for half a millennium. It's going on right now. It did not just start or flare up recently. It never stopped. Whether you want to admit to it or not, you are the people who are being attacked. We require a righteous insurgency in order to beat the powers of white supremacy back, to put the bastards on their heels, and reclaim a world that's ruled by justice and not ruled by corrupt racists. And the only ones who are going to bring that about, the Asians and Hispanics have already shown where they stand. And the Arabs, well, the less said about them, the better. And as with any insurgency, it's going to have to be fed at the grassroots. Do you know what the interesting thing is? Most of the insurgencies, most of the revolutions that have been successful were the ones that came from the bottom up. You're not going to be finding a whole lot of successful revolutions that were funded from the top down. Venezuela was a good example of that. The people who have the support of the grassroots, they're the ones who tend to win. Look at Fidel Castro. The United States, Britain, Bob, they were all in bed with Batista. Fidel Castro had the hearts of the people. That's the reason why he was able to win. One moment, Gentil Batista and his thugs were living it up in Havana. The next moment, they were being hurried out and told Fidel Castro's guys are overrunning the joint. And Batista couldn't understand why it was that the people wouldn't rise up against Castro. He just couldn't get it. Why? I had these Americans here and these Brits here, and well, I don't know. I can't possibly imagine what we did wrong. And that's the problem. He was so out of
battery low
with the people that it never occurred to him that he could stand him. Now, I'm not saying that our little group needs to be finding new and inventive ways to emulate colonialism. But what I am saying is that there are some unchangeable, immutable rules when it comes to trying to lead any. Most people are sheep. That's just a fact. You see it in your own family. You see it among your own friends and relations. You see it in school, at work, church, society, most places. They follow whoever seems to be the strongest shepherd. He's the shepherd who's thrown the most doggy treats. So I'm not interested in trying to appeal to the most sheep. Most people just go with whichever way the wind's blowing. I would prefer to be the one who influences that. And I want
Battery low.
Interested in that as well. In order to successfully fight this struggle, we're going to require a hard core. A group who is absolutely committed. That core group made up their minds that they were committed to this. Absolutely committed to this. This is not the popular thing. But you know what? The right thing rarely is popular. Because the right thing usually involves putting out a hell of a lot of effort, and it also involves making some big changes. And most people don't want to put out any effort at all, and practically nobody wants to see any sort of changes made. Practically nobody likes changes. But that's the only way. There's no way around that. Small changes around the periphery, picking around the edges, that's not going to do it. This whole damn thing needs to be scrapped and rebuilt, and we need to be the ones who scrap it, and it needs to be rebuilt along our lines. We need to be the ones who set those terms. We don't just have a moral right to do so. We also have a human right to do so. An ethical right, but there's no such thing as a right that you can have without some sort of contest for it. It's part of the reason why human rights have to be declared. And they have to be, at least, ideally, they would be enshrined into law, because of the fact that there's always someone trying to infringe on those rights, trying to take those rights away. That has been the fight that we've been in. I should say we've been in the fight, that we haven't been taking part in it. Time for us being these confused, non-committal, punchy bags is over. We're at war. Start acting like it. Stuff that you see coming from the white media, I don't care if it's the news or the latest episode of Ray Donovan. It's propaganda. I just exposed to you one of the more ultra examples of where this propaganda originates. Mark Gordon spent 7 years wanting to get his little blazing saddles joke in there somewhere, and he finally got around to it. See the media for what they really are. So that as we do the hard work of setting in place the cornerstones of our media, operating in our interests, we'll be able to identify what these bastards are doing, deconstruct it, and be able to forward our narrative that is going to be one that they are not able to do anything against. That should be what motivates you. Stay available. Because when the moment comes for you to be called upon to do your part, there can be no hesitation. There can be no hesitation. There can also be no holding back. There can be no, let me make some excuses, or, oh, brother, well, what I was thinking was, or, well, I'd love to help, but brother, you wouldn't believe some stuff came up, etc., etc. Ain't gonna be no room for that. Yes, the group that we have here happens to be an elite, but at the end of the day, an elite has to be exposed to some sort of trial. After all, the hottest fire makes for the strongest steam. The whole point of power is that it is continually in the process of refining itself, of purifying itself. And that process will continue here. Many of the individuals who talk a good game, they're going to be required to put up or shut up. Now, of course, what will happen is they'll try to have it both ways. They ain't going to put up, but they'll be damned if they're going to shut up. What they don't understand is Professor Black Truth has no stomach for talkers. If we and those who think like us and who are actively working and trying to get things done, if we are going to be the thought leaders for a newly reinvigorated black polity, then what that also means is we're going to have to be iron rigid about it. Want to know how it is that the white supremacists are able to put in motion plans that could take the better part of 100 years to accomplish? It's because they're absolutely dedicated to it. And and they renew that dedication. They remind themselves of why they started on that mission in the first place. They revere their ancestors because of the fact their ancestors stole and slaughtered and raped and killed and all the rest of it to spoil the world, to give them a few material comforts and benefits. But their ancestors also set in motion a plan that was going to have to go long beyond their lifetimes. A plan that outlived before it was even complete, to say nothing of when it was going to manifest benefits. That's a long vision. The Chinese are talking about their plan's going to be taking 200 plus years. That's a hell of a lot of vision. It tells you they intend to fundamentally remake the world. They're going to be doing some fundamental changes. Just out of curiosity, do you think that black people are a factor in China's plans? Do you think they're trying to figure out where black people are going to fit in? Hell no. As far as they're concerned, they're doing some global engineering. They intend to engineer black people right out of it. This is what we're up against. Most black people don't want to see it. They are moral cowards. They'll try to hide behind kumbaya rhetoric because what they're really saying is they're too weak. They're too weak-willed. They're too spineless, too scared, too cowardly, too confused. They have absolutely no value as human beings and they're worthless. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to hide behind this, oh, we are the world rhetoric. Cowards love to hide behind religion, especially the so-called peaceful religion, because it gives them a chance to make their cowardice sound like it's pious, when it's really just cowardice. Well, you know, Jesus said turn the other cheek. He also said get a sword, too. He didn't say get a sword because he expected you to shave with it. So people who like to hide behind all sorts of sound altruistic nonsense and pablum, and they want to try to invoke this kind of peaceful utopian patois, these are moral cowards. I do not do business with anyone beyond the extent that they do business with me. And I do business in kind. If somebody is sitting here attacking me, I'm going to do business with that person, but it's going to be antagonistic business. It's going to be business designed to wipe them out. I'm not going to be trying to figure out how to have some sort of fair trade. It's going to be all about eliminating this competitor. And I am not going to make any bones about it. I'll make no apologies for it, and I ain't going to feel sorry for it. Simply put, as a group, we must take up the hard-nosed approach that if you do not stand with us, then you stand in our way. And when you're walking the iron road of power, the folks who are in your way, they're going to be turned into one with the pavement. There is no way in the world that we're going to be getting to where we're trying to go tiptoe. And we cannot carry all of the cowardice and the baggage that we've been holding on to. And that includes some of the folk that we've been dragging with us. We want a world that's going to operate in our interest, but that world cannot come to be unless we get serious about it. We have to decide what kind of world that it is we want to live in, but more importantly, how's it going to organize itself? And what are we prepared to do in order to make this world manifest itself? You're going to require a group of people. No one person will change it by themselves. But that group has got to be dedicated to an agenda. And that group must be immovable on that front. The greater the plan, the more intractable and immovable you will have to be to acquire it. Because there will be conflict. Bad guys are going to try to bribe you. They'll try to threaten you, to coerce you, to discourage you, to shame you, and all the rest of it. If they can't fight you, they'll try to find some psychological tactic. If they can't find a psychological tactic, they'll try to find some inside turncoat. Anything and everything. I've been involved online with the organization and the empowerment of my people for well over 10 years now. When I began this, I knew that this was not going to be easy. It wasn't going to be quick, because we've had hundreds of years of black people allowing themselves to take up all sorts of bad habits. Now, some of them we came by honestly, where we had these things imposed upon us, but let's be just blunt about it. We picked up a lot of bad habits and we used to let them go. And One of the worst habits is that there is a complete and thorough 180-degree difference between what we know that we need, what we know we need to do, what it is we're supposed to be pursuing, and then what it is that we really go and spend our time doing. As black people, we talk a good game, but we don't back it up with a single act. At least too many of them don't. So if you want to know what Professor Truth stands for, you've heard just a little bit of it, but what I stand for is for people who stand with me, and it's got to be on the immutable, immortal principles of black empowerment. There is no other way. I don't want to go any other way. It's going to be this or nothing at all. That's my level of dedication. That's my level of commitment. In 10 years, you have not seen me throw in the towel. You haven't seen me change the message in over 10 years. You haven't seen me equivocate, not even once. I took the hard line back then, and I'm still taking the hard line now. Nothing has changed. But what you have seen is the bad guys try to change their rhetoric. 10 years ago, it would have been utterly inconceivable that one, let alone entire teams of black athletes, would be protesting the so-called national anthem, or as I prefer to call it, a slave carol, because that's what it was and is. But it's happened. We have effectively laid in place one cornerstone of what is a substantive black empowerment subculture, a media subculture. The things that we have said here have percolated and risen through the ranks of society. You hear it, you tell it to some other people, they tell it to some other folk. And before you know it, you got people who are on the white media outlets saying what we've said. The white media understands that at some point they're going to have to try to do something against us. They know that our talking points are out here, and they've tried to ignore it, and we haven't gone away. So at some point, they're going to have to try to discredit us. They're going to have to try to defame us. They're going to have to try to do something. They can't debunk us, but what they're going to try to do is to attack us. When that day comes, they're becoming hard and heavy. It's part of the reason why I keep telling you that I'm glad that it hasn't happened yet. We do not have the kind of infrastructure in place that we need. We don't have the organization in place that we need. It's part of the reason why you see so many of us flying under the radar. We're not ready yet. We're going to get there. We're on the way there. But we're not ready yet. So before you go calling yourself picking any fights that you're not prepared to finish, you want to be careful about this. Ours is a long game too. White folks are playing a long game, so are we. Our game is far longer than theirs. But we don't have the luxury of time. We got to work smartly. We have to work deliberately, but we have to work methodically as well. Look in the mirror and see the things that you've been doing wrong. Ask yourself how committed you really are, and what the world it is that you have actually done. What is it more that you're prepared to do? Because in order to face down the greatest evil the world's ever known, you're going to have to go far beyond anything that you thought that you were capable of. And truth be told, you don't know what you're capable of. You haven't flexed your muscles in half a millennium. You have no idea the kind of power that you have at your disposal. You have no idea how you have the ability to change things that need to be changed. Look what the hell we've done with our meager efforts. We have nothing to work with, and yet look at the huge changes we brought about. What was it that Brother Malcolm said? We've gone so long, having to do so much with so little, we are now qualified to do anything, nothing at all. And he was right. White supremacy knows that too. They know that if a black person gets two pickles to rub together, before you know, he's going to have an empire. Why? Because he knows how to use that money. He has to get by with nothing. White supremacy becomes flabby. That's what happens with empires. They become flabby and crumble under their own weight. But we're not going to wait for white supremacy to fall over. We're going to knock the bastards over. We have a historical right to that too. We're not going to wait for them to just peacefully run out of gas and peter out. No, we're going to show up with gun boots. We're going to be showing up with the doggone sledgehammers. We're going to be showing up with the cat of nine tails. And it's not going to be just to give white supremacy a good kicking. It is going to be to settle a historical vendetta. We will repay white supremacy in kind for every one of the abuses and atrocities that we have been made to suffer. That ain't revenge, that is justice. Justice is the righting of a wrong. And a wrong doesn't get made right by you deciding not to do anything about it. The scales must be balanced. We are going to turn white supremacy into an object lesson for the world. What happens when you decide that you are going to try to oppress the original man? Because there are others who think that they're going to walk in the white supremacist demented footsteps. We need to go ahead and put the kibosh on that now. People who are thinking to themselves, Zimbabwe is just going to be the beginning. That's just the thin end of the wedge. You can walk all over black folks. You ain't even got to be careful about it. You can just come in and wholesale bogart us because you can do anything to black people. We'll just take it. Well, some of us will. Others of us, not so much. You take these words with you, you let them marinate for a while. Because when you've heard me say this is going to be the kind of media that we put together and propagate, this is going to be the kind of media that we want. It ain't going to be a media geared around making you laugh. Every time I hear some black person that was on the radio or some show, everybody trying to laugh. Ain't a damn thing funny when we got black folks trying to crack jokes. No, that ain't the business. And when the business is business, you put all that kidding and playing aside. You open up your mind and you prepare to gird your loins for battle.
Buenos días, señor.
Oil up the guns, folks. We're going to war. And the first field of war that we're going to be taking and winning is going to be the air war, the media war. Our enemies are no longer going to be telling people what it is that we think. We are going to make sure that people know what we think because we'll be speaking it, and on a long enough timeline, we're going to turn the tables on the bastards, and we're going to be dictating to them what they think. That should be the true goal of anyone who considers themselves an adherent or supporter of real black media. Real black media should be our social engineering, geared toward promoting our power. Our power is going to be to make sure that we and only we define ourselves and define our relationship to those around us. And we will not be at all apologetic or bashful about the fact that we are determined to make sure that our definition is theirs. Because our definition would be justice. Tell someone what you believe, and their response will reveal what they believe. Before I go any farther with this, so, after 50-some-odd years of languishing in obscurity, the Black Panther finally comes to the big screen in 2018. And my reaction to this news? So the hell what? Now, for those of you who don't know, I need to give the backstory about this before I go ahead and launch into the meat of the subject. Black Panther is a comic book character who's been around since the 1960s, and his origins are pretty unflattering, to put it nicely. He was created by the legendary Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, two of the greatest legends in comic books, in fact, the two greatest. But when the character was originally created, his name wasn't Black Panther, as this sketch done by Jack Kirby himself proves. He was originally called the Coal Tiger. Interesting. And no, there's nothing wrong with your monitor. His costume is yellow, which begs the question, why the hell would they call him the Coal Tiger? He's one of the first clues that his costume meant nothing to do with him as an intellectual property. This was more of an inside joke, I would take it. It's just one of those things that pale males like to do that makes them chuckle incessantly. Well, even though his terrible name and costume were discarded,
Not for me.
the new costume that they came up with for their Black Panther character wasn't much better. They just gave him a black body stocking and left it at that. This isn't merely laziness, this is blatant disregard. This wasn't a couple of amateurs or newcomers. This was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby at the very height of their popularity and their prowess at a time when Stan Lee was creating the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk, X-Men, and in a few years will be creating Daredevil. This is the first black character that Marvel Comics had. I know some of you will say it was the Falcon, but I'm just talking about his own book. Now, the way that Lee and Kirby tried to throw people off of their scent was by claiming that, counter to the stereotype, this Black Panther character is an African king who comes from the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Okay, interesting, but look at how they frame their technologically advanced empire. Exciting jungle action. And this in the very first issue. Yeah, I know that this was the 1960s, and yeah, comics were still mostly for kids under the age of 12 at a time when black nationalism or black consciousness were unheard of, and there were no black people pushing back against stereotypical representations like this. But you know how I feel about the white cop-out.
It was a product to its time.
Because that sounds and smells like bullcrap to me. And while Wakanda is supposed to be so technologically advanced, you wouldn't know if I looked at the people. And this has only remained consistent over the decades. It hasn't gotten any better. Now, if you happen to like Black Panther as a concept, and I'm not so naive as to believe that many of you don't, well, we gotta be honest. It's because we didn't have any mass media intellectual property of our own like him. It's understandable, especially if you grew up on comic books, but all media is about social influence. That influence also includes comic books. Haven't I always told you that media isn't about entertainment? It's about mind control. Stan Lee has suddenly, the last few years, discovered his adoration for Black Panther. Now, he has said more about Black Panther in the last 12 months than he has in the previous 30 years.
Isn't that weird?
To hear Stan Lee talk about it, Black Panther is his favorite character of all time. Gee, you wouldn't know by the way that he handled the character. The decades passed, but Marvel's treatment of its first black superhero hasn't improved one iota. Now, by way of necessary admission, I need to get it on the record that I used to read comic books when I was a teenager, back in the early 1990s. And no, I don't think ill of anybody who's over the age of 18 and still reads them. I know that the material was pretty racy back then, and it's only gotten more so now, so this is not a juvenile medium type rant. But the reason that I don't read comic books anymore, and that I've only seen a handful of those Marvel movies, is because at the end of the day, I'm looking for something for black people. I'm just that serious about it. This is not to say that there's something wrong with you if you do, but I'm wondering when the hell are we going to get off the bench and get into the game? Now, Marvel Comics is owned by Disney. So when you see Marvel Comics, I'm talking about the comic books pushing homosexuality, that's actually Disney pushing it. When you see people being hired at Marvel, they're actually being hired at a Disney subsidiary. This brings us to Ta-Nehisi Coates. For all of you who wonder why I don't have anything to do with the so-called conscious movement, it's because they tend to create chumps like this. And this guy's parents clearly heard of Kemet. They even named him with a Kemetan name. And look what he turned into. Kind of like Charlemagne the Coon, Charlemagne the Clown, Charlemagne the God. He uses 5%er talk and then turns right around and fawns over the likes of Lena Dunham and Tommy Lauren. Bad enough he's sitting here chasing after some white women, but for God's sake he chose the bottom of the barrel. Women hate black people. That tells you everything you need to know about him. By the way, on a side note, Charlemagne the Coon just put out a so-called book called Black Privilege, Opportunity Comes to Those Who Create It. I've always told you that the white media doesn't put on any black people who are not on team white supremacy. That goes double for Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's the guy who Marvel Comics chose to write their reboot of Black Panther last year. I'm sure that his name is familiar to you, and it should be because he's Chris Hayes' black friend. You probably have seen him once or twice on MSNBC and a few other outlets. He wrote a so-called book about reparations, and the white media never promotes anyone who brings up that subject. So the fact that he seems to be a constant media darling of the white media, that ought to tell you something. He's your typical black left-wing shill. He thinks only inside the predetermined parameters given to him by his white masters. He regurgitates the same talking points, pushes their agenda aggressively, and while he did endorse reparations on paper, he's also been a hell of a lot more vocal and aggressive about promoting gay marriage and legalizing immigrants. He's one of those black people who uses the type of unthreatening language that dances around the edges of white supremacy without ever coming up the middle. He's the kind of black person who's guaranteed not to offend white conservatives, nor to give white liberals any heartburn either. And don't ask me to go easy on him because he wrote a book that mentioned reparation. One good position can be utterly negated, if not obliterated, by taking up 3 bad positions. I don't know whose idea it was to put Ta-Nehisi Coates on the payroll over at Marvel, but he's only the latest in a series of bad ideas for the creative team to lead a Black Panther title. They had one of the Hudlin brothers on the book back some time ago. Coates has no background in comic books. He's a liberal columnist for the Atlantic, among some other publications. And even if I did approve of his stances on the issues, he does us very little good because by his own admission during a joint interview with Chris Hayes, he's been asked to be on numerous TV programs, but he's very shy, as he put it, so he turns them down. Very shy. And if you had seen him when he made this admission, he was acting like a straight-up female, a white one at that, shrugging his shoulders, aw shucks, head to the side. Now, I'm not going to go and call him outright gay, but I will say he's sexually suspect. His masculine quotient is damn low, which goes a long way towards explaining why the pale males like him so much. He is an unthreatening Negro. Now, if you want to know why Marvel brought in Ta-Nehisi Coates, consider this. He has no background in that business. And to give you a window as to his mentality, he was quoted as having said, "When I was a kid, Spider-Man was right under Malcolm X for me in terms of heroes." How interesting. So Peter Parker is right up there with Malcolm X in the mind of Ta-Nehisi Coates. See, when people like him come into the white media, they could give less than a damn about telling a story. They see it as nothing more than a soapbox for them to stand on and spout their ridiculous leftist dogma, which has nothing to do with black people. And so he did. He made Black Panther into a clumsy front for his own liberal ideology that, of course, is white-tested, white-approved. In an article in The Guardian, Ta-Nehisi Coates was quoted as having said, "It costs comic books way less than movies to do diverse things." But when someone like Coates says diverse, he doesn't mean black. He means black gays, black hunchbacks, black transgender. In other words, black is only an incidental to him. It's totally unimportant. Black people don't need diversity or equality or power, and black is only important to the extent that it can be used to promote something other than black. So whenever you see someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates deciding to promote black people, it's only incidental. You better look for what the other adjective is next to black to find out what his real agenda is. And let's get something else on the record. LGBTQs are only 3% of the population, tops. Black people are, if we go with the government's figures, 4 times that much. So what sane person can have any reason for pushing LGBTQ as if they are the only people in the society? Because that's what we've been seeing for several years now. Of course, all you have to do to find out the answer is to check out the sexual orientation of many of the people at the top of media to find out the answer. For example, Bryan Singer, director of X-Men. He's a homosexual, as is Ian McKellen. Anna Paquin, who played Rogue, she claims to be bisexual, but by all accounts, she leans more toward girls than guys. Ellen Page, who played Kitty Pryde in one of the X-Men movies, she, of course, is a long-standing lesbian. And those are just the high-profile ones from one movie franchise in particular. And it doesn't just stop with the movies. You can look at the kids' cartoons if you want other examples. Susan Blue, voice acting director and the voice of RC on the Transformers cartoon way back in the 1980s. She's a lesbian, has been for decades. Go on the internet and see her taking her vows with her lifestyle partner, James Flinders. He did the voice of Leonardo back in the day on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's a homosexual, been a homosexual activist for decades. Now, although this may surprise you, try to understand, these people were gay back then in the 1980s. The only difference is they didn't know it. And that was the reason that Marvel Comics chose this issue. They want a black face to push a white agenda. See, Marvel, or should I say Disney, like a lot of media, has gotten an LGBTQ kick. They decided that Black Panther was going to be their chosen stalking horse to go undercover queer. Don't want to take my word for it. Ta-Nehisi Coates came in the door saying what it was that he intended to do. All of these white media outlets, particularly online, decided to push this chump like he was the second coming. Now, these guys didn't have anything good to say about Ta-Nehisi Coates before. All of a sudden, they love this guy. Kind of like they did with Issa Rae. See, black people are invisible until the white powers that be can make use of them. In the Guardian's article, they were blatantly propagandizing people to tout Coates' book as being great, even before it was published. Quote, Coates' story, no matter how good it is, and it's likely to be great. This is a guy who's a social critic, not a comic book writer. He's never written fiction, at least that's not what his heart is. He's never even written a comic book. And this is what the white media was saying about him in September 2015, more than 6 months before Coates' first Black Panther issue had even been published. There weren't any samples to show at this point. So merely the announcement of Coates as the writer justifies saying that his work is likely to be great. But he is what the Soviets used to call politically reliable. So the quality of his work is irrelevant. Coates is a known quantity to the white media. And as we found out, it didn't disappoint. When Coates' Black Panther run began, he continued the insipid idea of an all-female bodyguard for King T'Challa, a bodyguard who spends no time whatsoever actually protecting him. This, of course, is the pathetic idea of a black man would have an all-female harem, but more importantly, they would be the main ones doing all the butt-kicking, because who actually thinks that a black man would be able to protect him? They're a bodyguard who apparently likes to run missions for the king as well. So are they a bodyguard, a special forces strike team, or both? Ta-Nehisi Coates apparently isn't very sure. And if they run missions for the king, then what the hell does he need to gallivant around with the Avengers for? Just send his killer female harem to handle things, since apparently they're a lot tougher than all the men in Wakanda. See, this is a form of emasculation. You got this so-called black writer putting together this fictional black kingdom where the black man needs his woman to protect him because he's too weak to do it himself. There is no validation of black masculinity. The black man as protector, provider, able to face down all threats and to be able to give answers to his people. That's not what Ta-Nehisi Coates is selling. black emasculation is a crucial part of the white media offensive against black people. Just like with the Blade movie franchise, in the first Blade movie, Wesley Snipes did all the butt-kicking himself solo. But by the time they got around to the third one, David Goyer decided that Blade needed to have a couple of white people, and they weren't going to be sidekicks. It was going to be their movie with Blade just guest starring. Take a look at the articles that you see online regarding Black Panther, and what you will see is they are celebrating what they see as the black female harem being, quote, front and center. And that phrase is used by not a few websites online. They are enthused and absolutely ecstatic to see that Black Panther's women are going to be the ones who the movie gives a ton of screen time to. I'm not making that up, by the way. Marvel recently had a closed showing of certain portions of the early footage of Black Panther, and they invited a lot of online people to come see it and give their ideas afterwards. And all of them talked about how the black female bodyguards are the first ones that we see in the movie, and how great it is that we see them. They say practically nothing about Black Panther, except for how he has to bow in front of a woman before getting his crown. This is emasculation par excellence. But this was only the beginning of the limp-wristed writer Coates' effery. See, he had an agenda when he signed on with Marvel. Being a flaming lefty, it wasn't long before he got to what he really wanted to do, and that was indoctrinate what he hopes are young readers with accepting the gay lifestyle. So he creates two characters whose only purpose is to fawn over one another nonstop. This is what T'Challa's all-female bodyguards are about. They don't concern themselves with protecting the king, not like it's their job or anything. Their real interest is in making out with each other. It consumes most of their time together. Every time they show up on a page, it's just to make out. Every scene is either them making out, or it's them getting ready to make out. Coates' Black Panther proved itself to be unquestionably Marvel's most aggressively homosexual title, and it set a new low mark for how far they were willing to stoop to be able to dress black people up as stalking horses for an agenda. And even without seeing the sales figures, Marvel announced that they were going to launch a second Black Panther title. That's how you know the fix was in. Gee, Marvel had never been this aggressive about a black IP before, but of course it's not the black part that had Marvel so eager to expand Black Panther's presence. Their second Black Panther title is called World of Wakanda. This time, the two lesbians would be front and center. Well, that didn't take long, now did it? They let Ta-Nehisi Coates choose who the scribbler for this second title would be, and he chose a raging lesbian, the appropriately named Roxanne Gay, to write this second Black Panther title. And yes, she does look like a stunt double for Precious, now doesn't she? And if Coates was a bad pick to be a writer, this morbidly obese cow was the wrong pick. In an interview with the New York Times, Roxanne Gay said, and I quote, "The opportunity to write black women and queer black women into the Marvel Universe, there's no saying no to that." So she tells you right off the bat what her motivation is, and it's not to write great stories. Roxanne Gay does the opposite. She wears her ignorance of the company and the IP she's working on as a badge of honor. To her, it's a paycheck, nothing more. And she gets to traumatize her sick delusions on Disney's dime. She even had the gall to go on Twitter and tweet a comment about her being the first black female writer at Marvel, tweeting, and no, it doesn't make sense that I am the first in 2016, but I won't be the last. Don't be so sure about that. We'll get to that part later on, but this is how this creature came in the door at Marvel. She walked in showing great disrespect and disdain for the very company whose IP that she would be handling. And yet, for some reason, that didn't seem to bother Marvel. Now, what kind of impression does this fake offer readers to have an incoming writer talking like this? Well, as I'll point out in a little bit, it made a poor impression. But take notes, folks. Those of you who want to run a media venture one day, you better be damn careful about the talent that you choose to hire. As the movie producer Jerry Bruckheimer once said, you gotta make sure everyone there is trying to make the same movie. Roxane Gay's attitude should have been a deal breaker. Typically, when a new writer is brought on to a movie production or a comic book, they go on and on and on about how much they love the franchise and how they feel so proud to be part of it and be contributing to it. But in her New York Times interview, Roxane Gay quipped that, quote, my agent was not thrilled that I was taking on another project. I haven't read any of the issues that Roxane Gay wrote, just like I haven't read any of the crap that Ta-Nehisi wrote. And apparently no one else did either. But this attitude of contempt for the company that she chose to work for tells you everything you need to know about why the comic book industry in general is doing gangbusters at the box office and is on life support at the bookstores. Roxane Gay doesn't know a damn thing about the very company that she's working for, doesn't care about comic books, and doesn't even like them. Like Ta-Nehisi Coates, to her, this is merely a platform for her to push her asinine obsession before she moves on to some other thing. Now, perhaps I'm being judgmental due to the company she keeps, but I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that she's a feminist. Perhaps it's the titles of the books that she's written, such as Bad Feminist and Difficult Women. This is who Ta-Nehisi Coates thought had the makings of a good comic book writer? Now, I know this is going to date me a bit, but from what I remember, Marvel has fallen quite a long way from the likes of Jim Starlin, whose works are forming the spine for half of Marvel's Phase 1 movies, by the way, specifically the Infinity War, to a bloated feminine like Roxane Gay. She is exactly the type of mouth-breathing half-wit that feminists adore and that the rest of the society can't stand. Sure, she wrote some fiction, all right, which I suppose puts her a couple of rungs higher than Ta-Nehisi Coates, but wait until you see what she wrote. Her debut novel was called An Untamed State. It's about a woman, the child of Haitian immigrants, who are rich and influential. What kind of Haitian immigrant parents are these? If her parents are rich and influential, then why the hell did they immigrate? Anyway, the lead character in the book lives as an attorney in Miami, and she goes on a vacation to Haiti with her, wait for it, white husband and their mulatto child. The woman winds up being kidnapped because, hey, it's Haiti. Of course they would kidnap her. And her wealthy and influential father refuses to pay the kidnapper's ransom for some unknown reason. So the lead character is raped and mistreated by these Haitian men as a result. Now, if you're thinking Precious, Lee Daniels' entire filmography, the movie Midnight, everything else that black homosexuals and lesbians write, then give yourself a gold star. Anytime they write about black people, it's always going to be totally insulting and make black people out to be morally deficient. Black men in particular will always bear the brunt of these attacks because black men have refused to capitulate one iota on our stance towards the lifestyle. So we're always going to be a particular target for them. And you won't be surprised to learn that Roxane Gay herself is the child of Haitian immigrants, not their best and brightest novels. And this is how she portrays Haitians, not a semblance of human recognition. This is a woman who has learned to see the world through the eyes of white people. She's taken what she does in the bedroom and converted that to her entire identity. The black part, that's unimportant. Gay's entire run on this new Black Panther title was hailed by white online LGBTQ types from the jump, sight unseen, as Marvel's flagship LGBT title. Flagship LGBT title, they're not even trying to hide it. It's one thing to call something an agenda, this is an outright onslaught. When they say diversity, that means gay, full stop.
It doesn't even mean diversity of lifestyles. It only means one. The gay movement has always used black people as a shield to hide behind so they can get close to the levers of change and then Shanghai our movements at the last moment for their own benefit. Whether it's the civil rights movement or Black Lives Matters, gays live in an alternate universe, mostly in their own minds, where white supremacy doesn't exist. They push the lie that black people being murdered in the church is somehow not as important as gay people not being represented on this or that TV show, or even comic book. To them, that's an actual equal comparison. They convince themselves that everyone is a closet homosexual. You, me, the person sitting next to you, and that it's heterosexual oppression that keeps all the people from finally being able to come out of the closet. Now, the gay online Gestapo will deny this until the day they die, at least whenever they're around heterosexuals, they'll deny it. But if you look at online message boards and at what they say on their own web-based platforms, this is exactly what they believe. They say that heterosexuality is in fact the minority, and that if only social norms could be relaxed, then the gay majority would be confident enough to be who they are. This is not merely an obsession for them, it is insanity. This is not an attempt to change reality, this is a flat-out war on reality. And this is why no matter how many gay kisses they show, no matter how many people are shown engaging in homosexual behavior, print, TV, or movies, you could have Superman and Batman in a three-way gay tryst. It wouldn't be enough. They see the world through their crotch. This is a bottomless well that can never be filled. So everyone that they meet is viewed through that prism. You can forget about storytelling. Let's just see one lurid sexcapade after the other. Each one more prurient class or degenerate class. After all, that's the only thing about any story that can ever engage their attention. And they want to distort and pervert all media until it conforms to the same demented idea. Now, before I go any farther, I want to emphasize Marvel Comics is owned by Disney. Same guys who are shaping the Marvel Cinematic Universe are also the same ones reshaping the Marvel Comics universe. Marvel movies have been out for 10 years now. Ta-Nehisi Coates only came on board last year. So this isn't some new sea change or some out-of-the-blue development. This is merely part of a media strategy that has been in the offing a damn long time. You know, it says a lot about what inspires people to be creative. Some people are inspired by possibilities, others by things that exist that they wish didn't, and others by whatever tinkles their crotch. When you elevate a bedroom practice to literally being your identity, then you suffer from a mental disorder. Well, when I was able to find, Ta-Nehisi Coates' first Black Panther issue sold 300,000 copies, according to Bleeding Cool, which made it the best-selling comic book of April 2016 and debuted. Now, that's nothing to sniff at in an industry where if you're able to get 100,000 copies, you're in literally the top 3. Now, they were growing back then. Black Panther beat out all the Star Wars titles on sale that month, including the debut issue of Poe Cameron's title. But then later in the same article, Bleeding Cool pointed out that, quote, Bleeding Cool has reported on a slump in sales for 2016 based on 2015, and that continues. This year so far, 2016 is down 12% in terms of comics sold and 4% down in total revenues. This really isn't good. How their tune changed. All this in the same article. So while they're bragging about the sales figures, the truth of the matter is 1 in 7 comic book readers walked away in the last 12 months alone. And this isn't good, they say. Damn right it's not. And while
while the white media made much hay out of their gay stalking horse selling 300,000 copies last year, the second issue of Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther comic had dropped to 75,000 issues sold. According to Comichron.com, as of February 2017, the latest month for which sales figures are available, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Gay Panther is now down to 35,000 issues sold. Now, while it's natural to have a steep drop-off between the debut of a media item and its follow-up, whether it's a movie's opening weekend or a TV series premiere or a book series debut, it is not natural to have a drop-off of 75%, which is what happened to Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series just between the first and second issues alone. Sure, you'll lose readers who either just wanted the first issue and nothing else, people who still think that comic books are collector's items, or those who, for whatever reason, figured out that the series wasn't for them, so they weren't reading it. But a year into your run, and you're still beating readers. That's like 3 or 4 major story arcs. That's a long time for people to still be figuring out whether or not they like your book. This isn't undecideds making up their minds. These are people who tried to hang in there, hoped that the stories would get better, and when they didn't, they found something else to read. I want you to dwell on those numbers for just a minute. In a year, Ta-Nehisi Coates' Black Panther series went 300,000 copies sold for a debut issue, down to a current 35,000 overall. So in the first month alone that he was on that book, 3 out of 4 people who bought the first issue didn't bother to come back for the second. And he's been steadily hemorrhaging readers ever since. And today's sales of his book are only 10% of what they were just 12 months ago. So, in truth, if we want to be honest, Ta-Nehisi Coates has managed to run off 90% of the people who bought his book last year. No wonder he's announced that he's going to be leaving the Black Panther comic book at the end of this year. I guess he decided to jump instead of waiting to be pushed, and when the Black Panther movie debuts in February next year, assuming Marvel still publishes the book, the sales are going to jump for that month, and Coates will no doubt take credit for that. That is, assuming Marvel stops pretending that they're not going to cancel the book already. Oh, and as for what's-her-name, Gay's World of Lesbomania, it's only up to his 4th issue, and it's only selling half what Ta-Nehisi Coates sells. A little over 17,000. Readers didn't bother to jump ship on World of Wakanda. They never got on board to begin. But the thin end of the wedge had already begun to do its work, because we see what the online whining has been in regards to the upcoming Black Panther movie. Recently, a gay Gestapo was salivating to have an LGBTQ in a Marvel movie. And when it turned out that there would be the case, they went to this. Now, they're trying to make no gay people in a Marvel movie into a scandal all of a sudden, but only for the Black Panther movie. See, they didn't get upset over the dozen or so Marvel movies already been produced, or the TV shows that don't have gays in them. DC announced that Wonder Woman would indeed be a bisexual now, at least in the comic books. Well, with her highly anticipated movie coming out later this year, surely the gay Gestapo would be demanding that she be shown smooching women, right? Nope. She makes blue eyes and Chris Pine, and you don't hear a peep from the online whining brigade. Wonder Woman is the first solo female comic book movie to come for the big boys since they started their own cinematic universes. And yet the same people who are trying to start a boycott against the Black Panther movie, a comic book character who they never even read, are curiously uninterested in the fact that Wonder Woman isn't going to be making out with her. And in the comic books, Iceman, yes,
Iceman with a boyfriend. Oh, but this black superhero that most of them don't know, never bought a single issue of his book, and don't give a rip about, if this black movie comic book character doesn't validate the lifestyle, then people should boycott. That's how you know this isn't grassroots. It's astroturf. We know why it is that it's so important to the gays that homosexuals and lesbians be shown in children's film. Because they understand that as long as there is this unspoken prohibition or this high resistance to putting gays into certain fiction media, what it means is that being gay is still considered to be perverted. That's what we need to go ahead and put out on the table. That's certainly what the gays perceive it to be. So as far as they're concerned, this is about making sure that gay isn't perverted. Sure, you can have teenage boys kissing teenage girls, and it can even be shown on Nickelodeon or Disney Channel. But what about two girls kissing each other? Isn't that the same thing? Society clearly says, no, it's not the same thing. Now, as I said before, Ta-Nehisi Coates will most likely be leaving Black Panther in 2018, not that it matters to me. Though it is interesting that Marvel has already announced that they will be taking no more solicitations for World of Wakanda. Now, for those of you who don't understand the lingo, solicitation is when the bookstores ask the publishers to send them more issues. In other words, the few bookstores who may be silly enough to ask for next month's World of Wakanda issue will be told by Marvel that there's not going to be one. Seems the flagship LGBTQ title at Marvel just sank. This is a lesson to be learned for everybody who wants to do something in media, but it's a cautionary tale of what not to do. DC Comics built their empire on the idea of their comic book characters being the new gods. Superman is Zeus, Wonder Woman is Diana, Aphrodite, whatever, Batman is Hercules, I don't know. But the point is, DC's characters are more mythological than human. You can look at Superman as a symbol, but you can't really be Superman. When Stan Lee and the boys came along to help Marvel get on its feet, they had the opposite idea. Marvel built their empire on characters who the reader could relate to. It was all about whether or not you could understand who they were, and they were not unattainable. But keep in mind, just because you want characters that the reader can relate to, that is not the same as identity politics. Kids could relate to Peter Parker because he was mistreated in school, he was put down by teachers, and largely overlooked in his peer group, but he knew that he was a hero underneath, and he proved it every night when he was away from his teen peers. He didn't like how he was treated, but he didn't need his teenage peers' validation either. He didn't need the validation of his teachers. He knew who he was, and even without having to win fistfights in school, he still stood up for himself. That's powerful for children at the most vulnerable point in their psychological development. Now, where in that is there room for whether Peter Parker liked kissing girls or guys? If you decided that you just can't relate to a character unless they kiss someone of the same gender, if something that meaningless and trivial is a monumental requirement for you, if that's a must-have for you, then the problem doesn't lie with comics or with any other popular media for that matter. The problem is you. When your crotch is your identity, you wind up making it the end-all and be-all of your existence. That is a mental derangement, and we have to start having the courage to call it what it is. When you see people talk about a TV show or a movie, and the first thing that comes out of their ignorant mouths is who's sleeping with who, that's the only thing that engages them. They just made a confession to you. And that is all that's important to them. They are admitting to what's at the top of their totem pole of personal values. Marvel and DC's war to see who can push the lifestyle most aggressively is a large part of why they are both in enormous trouble. They made billions of dollars at the box office, but they can't beg anyone to drop $4.95 at the bookstore. So, why are these same properties being embraced on the big screen but treated like cancer in print? A large part of it is because they're not the same thing that they were in. I remember back when comics used to cost $1, and the price tag is a large part of the problem. 28 pages for $5? I'm afraid that's a bit much. As one comic book publisher once said, we made our fortune on lunch money and sticky dimes. Comic books have largely priced themselves out of the market. These days, they seem to be pricing themselves out of business, and there seems to be no common sense breaking out to this big, simple reality. You're not in an environment where you're going to be able to take what started off as a enjoyment for kids and was largely accessible to everyone because it was affordable, and then you raise the price 5 times as much, more in 20 years than it went up in the previous 90 years, and then turn around and say, I can't understand why people aren't buying it. It's because it went from being a mass market item to being a boutique item. And you don't get to have mass market appeal when you're selling boutique items. But the problem for the comics industry is a lot more than merely the fact that they're pricing themselves out of existence. The problem happens to be with the product itself and how it's turning the public off. You see, the reason that the movies are doing so well and the comic books aren't is because the movies are still complying with what audiences expect. Movies still comply with societal norms. The stories are about the stories. As Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out, comics are cheaper than movies. And clearly, for the people who make comic books, that means to them that they can concentrate on their own silly fixations. You can afford to have some flops, a lot in fact, because one mediocre selling comic book can absorb the losses of 5 to 10 films. You can afford to deny reality and decide that your sexual obsessions are more important than sales because it won't necessarily sink the company, at least not immediately anyway. But the problem is a movie is a massive investment. You can't play those same games with cinema. The movies are forced to conform to reality and not the furry and sexual games of the filmmakers. And this from an industry that's run by perverts, by the way. Granted, I haven't read a comic book since Sir Mix-a-Lot was relevant, but even I, with my limited knowledge of comic books today, know that the audience for comics has gotten a lot older and older. What that means is the same people who were reading comic books back when I was are the same ones reading them today. The problem is, no one else is. There's no younger people coming in to replace the older readers. That's how the comic book industry managed to survive for so long in the first place. And as the Gen Xers begin to abandon comics altogether, that's going to sound the death knell for the industry. Comics are not connecting with young readers, and there's a good reason for that. Young people want unencumbered escapism. They want high adventure. But the gays, on the other hand, seem to be looking for something else entirely. When they read comic books or watch movies or take in any sort of media for that matter, what they're looking for is personal validation. That's what it's about to them. Does that mean there's absolutely no room for the lifestyle? Well, considering that they only make up 3% of the population, it's insane to see them in more than 3% of the books. When you decide that you're going to push a lifestyle that fully 97% of the people have nothing to do with and, truth be told, disapprove of, can you really say that you're surprised when they decide to find something else to do, something that doesn't offend them? Right now, the industry is bending over backwards to cater to 3% of the readers, and as a result, they're only pleasing 3% of the readers. These professional whiners who you see online who like to push all this gay validation stuff, not surprisingly, they don't even read comic books. And in fact, most of them have open contempt for it. They only care about it to the extent they can use it to push their own agenda. Kinda reminds you of Roxanne Gay, now doesn't it? It's like the Gamergate thing a while back, and while the video game sphere is a hotbed of racism, which I'm going to get into at a later date,
This is the MO of a lot of these so-called social justice types, kind of like the morons who were trying to put together their list of black men who they wanted off the internet. They try to find whatever they think is trending and jump out in front of it. This, what they were doing with comic books and with video games, is the media equivalent of that same stupid strategy. Video games were clearly where the people are, and they thought that they spied yet another opportunity to piggyback on some high visibility concept that this industry was, and to make it a proxy for their own social agenda. So, are we getting more female protagonists in video games yet? When are we getting that first openly gay video game character? These companies who do try to push the lifestyle seem to confuse what the news media thinks is important with what readers will think is important. And as they proved with the election of Donald Trump, the media has no clue what the public actually thinks. Or if they do, they don't care. To their embarrassment. Media companies are trolling for headlines, desperately trying to get attention for their own show by announcing that they're introducing so-and-so gay character, so-and-so lesbian, so-and-so bisexual, so-and-so transgender. Okay, and after we see two women slobbering on each other's faces, or watch Jeffrey Tambor running around in a skirt, then what? These asinine exercises in personal validation rise and fall right there and leave absolutely nothing to follow after. Businesses who have to invest tens, if not $100 or more billion into an IP are not about to ruin their business just to cater to some vocal minority of malcontents. They understand who their core audience is, and they're going to cater to them. Young people, and people in general who like speculative fiction, don't want your social angst. They don't want your feminist daddy issues or for you to ram your sexual kink down their throats. They won't tolerate it. They want a character who they can relate to on a variety of levels, not some one-dimensional walking ad for gay love is no different than heterosexual love. These clowns think going after a kid's medium is some slick way that they can sneak their indoctrination into young minds. But they're wrong on two counts. First of all, comic books are not read by kids anymore. You're talking to a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds now. And secondly, if you are going to try to feed somebody poison, it has to be delivered in a candy coating in order for it to work. Otherwise, they'll reject it outright. They still haven't learned that lesson yet. Unless you have compelling stories where the adventure is the star, then don't expect anyone to stick around to see how the story turns out. Guys wearing spandex and having fights with crooks and galactic threats don't lend themselves to identity politics because their milieu is too fantastic for something that minor. Now, you can do identity politics with lesbian prison shows, but as the CW is finding out, trying to shoehorn the lifestyle into the DC TV universe is turning out to be a ratings nightmare. When comics choose to become a subsidiary of identity politics with a bunch of angry leftists determined to coerce people into believing what they believe, then they will kill what used to be the hottest thing in print. The problem with comics today is that they're stepping up to the readers with an agenda. And they are blatantly embracing a value system the readers don't. The readers want escapist fantasy, but apparently comic books aren't interested in that anymore. So the readers are gravitating toward video games because they still want escapist fantasy there. Comic books today aren't about amazing adventure or heroes who you can relate to for that matter. They're now all about identity politics for gays, lesbians, feminists, and about personal validation. They still have the nerve to call themselves superhero stories, but they're about characters who are neither super nor heroes. They take guys wearing tights and capes and reduce them to nothing more than petty teenagers with petty issues. They're all relationship dramas, and stupid ones at that. Petty romance stories where they display every conceivable variation, every possible type of romance triangle, interaction, etc. No one cares about righting wrongs or saving the world. It's all about showing so-and-so how much you want to have a roll in the hay with them, who's sleeping with who. The readers look at comic books as being a morality play, writ large. But the comic book industry has decided it has no use for that. And this disease has poisoned much of television as well. Practically every TV show is all about sex and with how many people are having it. Meanwhile, the hottest show on broadcast TV is The Walking Dead, which is mostly about people running from zombies. The second leading show, Game of Thrones, which sure has plenty of sex, but mostly it's about politics in a fantasy setting. Look, we all have our social issues that we care about. I certainly wear mine as a badge of honor, but as I've always said, there's a big danger in falling in love with your own idea because you tend to overestimate its appeal. This is how comics became susceptible to this cancer, and is now spreading it. Instead of imagining new stories, they instead want to focus on new romantic angles, and the readers are through with it. Comics have had romance, genres, love stories before, but they never ever sold anywhere near the same as the superhero stuff. Now the entire industry has gone that same failed way. They've become a niche, and an unpopular niche at that. As black people, we need to be smart and to allow others to trick us into thinking that we don't believe or agree with. You empower the things that you watch by giving it your time to show that that's what's important to you. And while the gay movement has failed to trick people into reading gay material, to bait and switch them into accepting gay characters, the real question is, what the heck are we going to be doing to empower and promote ourselves when it comes to media? Yes, we need black heroes in fiction, but what we need are creators putting out the content. It needs to come from us. Perhaps responsible black content creators haven't made quite enough works of quality yet, or important enough works to break through, but the real question is, even if they presented these works to you, would you decide to accept them? Not because they were created by black people. That's the hustle that Marvel and the white media tried with Ta-Nehisi Coates. But the reason you should accept them is if they're good stories, well told, with characters that you can relate to, and compelling situations whose outcomes that you want to stick around to see the conclusion of. As I've always said, the point of media is to promote a value system. We see the one that Marvel is pushing. Does it matter to you what value system the media you consume is promoting? It does to me. If it's something that I don't approve of, then I don't complain about someone else handling their media property in a way that I don't like. Instead, I would create my own. Look, if you like Black Panther and you plan to go see it, I know a lot of you do, that's fine. As a concept, I suppose it's basically okay. That's me being generous. I don't condemn anyone if they like the CGI-powered slugfest at the multiplex. I'm able to overlook some of the more odious aspects of some of these movies, but in truth, I really wish that we would start generating our own responsible works created by people pushing a value system that honors and magnifies us. We need a vision for the future, a representation that we can aspire to, symbols of us as we were and can be again. You're not going to get that from Marvel, folks. Hell, why does Black Panther matter so much to black people anyway? You want to know why? It's because to you, when you look at Black Panther, what you really see is a validation from the dominant society. You have them saying, one of you is good enough, but only one. You didn't have to put up the money to make the movie. Well, actually, you did in the form of the money that you paid for their other movies, but black folks haven't made that connection yet. So, as long as some white media company is ponying up the money for the production and organizing the effort to make the movies, you're cool with that. It's the dominant society's seal of approval that makes it where you look at Black Panther as must-see media. Just understand that to them, this is the thin end of the wedge. They've already telegraphed exactly where they intend to go. And don't think the implosion of Ta-Nehisi Coates and Roxanne Gay's alternative lifestyle Wakanda is going to be the end of this. This is just the start. Black people their crash dummies for pushing their agenda. If we allow it, they intend to make us the face of the gay lifestyle, not the face of heroism, not the face of high adventure or incredible storytelling. It's already accepted, but this is going far beyond mere acceptance. This isn't about making it where those who practice the lifestyle can do so in peace. This is about getting those who don't do it to sign on, whether they want to or not.
I'd like to thank you once again for coming through and chilling with my crazy ass and breaking down some real facts as only Professor Black Truth and Jason Black can. And if you like this, you want to see more, hit that like button, share with your friends, and you already know the rest. Hit that like button, subscribe, and make sure you hit that bell. After that, I'll be back in this bitch whenever I feel like it again. Yagi!